Hey Tobrish, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing all right.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, lovely to see you. Hopefully you're doing all right.
So what I just wanted to talk about was what a year it's been for War Thunder and many other things.
Sure.
Uh, many things have
Hey
happened this
Nagel,
year,
nice to see you.
as well they normally do in a year. Um, and I was just thinking about the updates we had this year. So it started off with X Strike, was it? Yeah, that was
Yes,
the first one. After that, was Hot Tracks this year? Was that
that
last
was last
year?
Christmas,
That
I believe.
last Christmas, and then what updates have we actually had? We've had
We had
uh,
Groundbreaking,
we had
Winged
Red
Lions,
Skies.
Red Skies.
Do we have Direct Hit? Wasn't this year? Was it?
I can't remember. I'm not very good with names.
So yeah, I just wanted to ask you, out of all of those updates with their different features, what was your favourite feature added in to the game?
If we're going with features, it's got to be like mechanics wise. It's got to be the groundbreaking stuff. Like definitely the altered terrain. Because that didn't just affect War Thunder in a decent way, with the huge holes and obviously the scoops and stuff like that. It's also affecting Enlisted in quite a large way as well. So it's one of those which is it's it's one of those which is massively affected both games and how they play. So I'm pretty happy with that one. How about you? Hey Rejinx, nice to see
Well,
you. Nice to see you too,
I was
buddy.
going to say the digging mechanics as well, because a lot of people I've spoken
Hey
to
Greystone.
said that they hated that mechanic because it was just basically useless at this point because of
Mm.
it's impossible to actually use in the game. But I don't know what they're talking about because every single game I'm just there making sandcastles. I've only got one tank which has like a spade on the front of it, but I'm just there in the like tactical sandcastles are just erected across the battlefield. It's my favourite feature by far. Um, Another big thing this year was the introduction of the widening of the top of the BR bracket to 11.0, and that's gone up to 11.3 now as well,
Mm-hmm.
has it? Yeah,
Yeah, for aviation. Yeah.
for aviation. Um, do you think that was if a positive change, but do you think that they're going to continue expanding the BR bracket in the future?
Oh, of course they will. As more vehicles get added, and even more nations get added, they always expand stuff. Like you can probably go back like 2 or 3 years, and the top BR was probably like 9.0 or 8.0 or something like that. Like it's kind of astonishing how quickly it all changes. In a good way though. It's nice to see that with more technology comes more decompression. Obviously, people will always want more, but I think the rate that they're going at has been pretty solid recently.
I have just noticed that because I was looking through the new 11.3 vehicles, I have noticed
Mm.
that Italy and France don't have anything above 10.7, and then France only has 10.3s.
In
Uh,
aviation, yeah.
yeah, in aviation, which is tad worrying, but not too bad because they're definitely going to expand that in the future with Israel,
Oh
hopefully.
yeah, exactly. Like it's not every nation can always be equal, right? At the same time, that's something that's been true since Warthund has existed. But I will say nowadays, especially with like top tier vehicles, most nations have way more parity than they used to. Like it literally was before. It was like okay, there was like two top dogs, and that was it. But nowadays, it's at least a little bit better than that. So I'm pretty happy with that. The way that it is, and I'm sure it'll improve as it goes along.
So that's that's all there really was for the new. Oh no, Hull break was no, not Hull
Yeah,
break. Was
overpressure.
over, yeah, that was
Yeah,
the. Do you think overpressure was a good change or put out?
yeah, I think so. Like generally when I look at overpressure, the main issue that Hullbreak had was how it reacted with kinetic stuff. So since they removed the kinetic stuff, I don't actually think they needed to. I don't think they needed to like put in the new overpressure things. But it was still, it still seems to have worked pretty well. You know, there's still problems, as there always is, but I think it's been a lot more positive than it could have been if we stayed with the old system, especially with a lot of the a lot of the new vehicles were just super light. Well, not super light, but they're pretty light. Like stuff like you know, a lot of the IFVs that got added to higher ranks. Like they could have been a nightmare to play if we had the whole Hullbreak setup.
Yeah, I think Hullbreak is definitely worse than overpressure, and overpressure is a good improvement. If you were to have control over it, what would you like change about overpressure to make it a better system?
Like, what would I do?
Yeah. What would you do to it?
I mean, I would make it so you can't overpressure MBTs through cupolas. That would basically be it, because it is frighteningly annoying. Playing stuff like the M60 and then just getting HE'd through the cupola or heated through the cupola, and it kills your whole crew. But apart from that, you know, I think it's in a pretty decent place. I don't think they need to screw with stuff too much. I'd rather now, since we've had so many additions and so many different things over the last few months, I'd like a little bit of just nothing happening for a bit. So we can, like, you know, kind of sit on the water and see what's actually gone on. Because I feel like, you know, obviously in War Thunder we've had, 3 sets of BR changes in the last little bit. We've had a bunch of new mechanics added. We've had a ton of different stuff going on. And it's obviously good for the game, but at the same time, sometimes if you constantly change stuff, you can never get good data on, you know, what's good and what's bad. And I hope now that we will have that, like, over this next little bit.
So I was watching your video on the map changes to air battles, making them much bigger.
Yeah.
Almost like the sim.
Yeah, the EC stuff.
Do we know what the minimum BR for those bigger maps is?
The lowest I've seen is at 7.0, but I don't know if that's the lowest. I'm guessing it is.
Because it was a very unannounced change. I didn't realize it happened until I saw your video on it. So I was going into battles running out of fuel and being confused for way too long. I should have just clocked it. The maps are bigger, but no.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think it was actually announced, which is really odd.
A really good change, which a lot of people want, and they just don't tell anyone about it.
I'm just wondering if it was ready or not. That's the thing.
Actually,
so have you actually been enjoying the larger maps?
I much prefer the bigger maps because it gives me more time to change where I am, placement, and I think it makes it a bit more tactical opposed to what it was before, where it was just run each other head on at ground level. Actually, it sort of requires you to be a bit more thoughtful about your placement.
Yeah, I think that's true.
There's a sale on. Oh, there is a sale on. Do we know if there'll be the market sale?
Market sale?
No, sorry, market sale. Pack sales on the Gaijin store.
Yeah, it'll be 27th. That's when they start.
Okay.
So I'll make a video on it then. But yeah, the 50% off stuff is on right now, and then we have, you know, a bunch of the other stuff, like in game, which is on sale. But after that, I think it goes until like the 3rd or something. The in-game stuff is like till like the 27th, I think, and then yeah, the other stuff is a little bit later on.
Do you have any top picks for the GE in-game sales?
Well, I did the videos in November. The what do you call it? When the anniversary sale was on. If you just watch them, it's basically the same. Nothing's really changed to the game, you know. But I will make a video tomorrow for it, like going through them. Like there's some standard ones, like, you know, the KV1C is always a popular one. Stuff like the even some of the big land ships can be quite fun at when you play them. The Black Cat, but I think that's a pack vehicle. I'd have to look, but yeah, I'll do a video like going through like top 10 or something tomorrow, like when I have a bit of time. Good evening, Marlo. Nice to see you. Nice to see you too, Charlie.
It is I just can't get over the fact it's the end of the year. It doesn't feel like the year ever really started.
No, this year disappeared very quickly.
So actually, after watching your stream yesterday, you talked a little bit about World of Warplanes and how that game just instantly died. And so I decided, in my infinite wisdoms, to go and play the game again. And, oh my god, I cried. It was the most painful experience. People complain about this game, but they need to go and play World of Warplanes, because it gave me a headache.
What was the issue?
Everything. So I've seen quite a few people complaining about the flak in this game.
Yeah.
In World of Warplanes, it makes the game completely unplayable. You enter the battlefield. It's like maneuver to get out the way of flak. Okay, I'll maneuver to get out. No, sorry, you don't have any control over your plane at all, apart from mouse control. Oh, sorry. You can't control your plane whatsoever now, because there's a stupid judging thing that happens when you're in flak, which makes me feel like I'm on a roller coaster, and I don't like roller coasters. and then there's a really random vehicle selection. I don't know what half the vehicles are, and I'd like to think I'm a little bit knowledgeable about some of the vehicles from World War II, but they appear to have gone right into a Nazi bunker and pulled out the first blueprint they saw and said, "Genius!" Just put it into the game without even thinking about it.
Mm.
It has an even worse matchmaking than War Thunder, so you can be in a prop and like play against jets, which are much faster, have much better guns than Ordnance. It's the most stupid game. I can't believe somebody sat down and they made that game and went, yes, this feature is a good idea. And they've taken War Thunder, they've taken away all the good bits, then taken away all the bad bits, and then put the bad bits into a slow cooker, waited a year, and then put the bad bits back into the game. So the bad bits are like wrinkled and impossible to understand. Because you can control your roll, but you can't control your pitch. And then you can control your speed, but only for 10 seconds, and then it decides it doesn't want you to control speed anymore.
Oh.
So anyway, people, it makes me realise how lucky we are to have War Thunder. But War Thunder is my favourite game now. I'm contemplating writing a strongly worded email about my emotional damages after having to play that game.
Yeah, I know it's not in a good place.
It hurt me on a different level.
I'd like to maybe chat to like a dev of that game and just like work out like what are they trying to do? Like what's the vision of it? You know?
It's not even like the graphics are good on it.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, I think that game might have been given up on at this point, because
they still seem to do like little events and stuff, but they're nothing huge, you know.
Because I have no idea about why the War Thunder developers are worried about queue times for matchmaking. because like I basically every time I play War of the World, I'm instantly getting into a game.
Yeah.
And the max I've had to wait is 10. But just playing any of the war game games like World Tanks, the other one, the mobile one,
Blitz.
World of Warships and World of Warplanes, I'm sat there for the best part of a minute and a half on average waiting for a game.
Yeah.
I don't understand why guys such a big issue about having extended queue times in War Thunder, because in my opinion they're totally fine, apart from a few certain vehicles and BRs which just struggle a little bit.
You also, I'm guessing you normally play like normal European times, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like around this time. Like
Yeah.
around this time is normally when the most people are on in War Thunder. Like when I play in the evening, or when I play like a little bit later on, the queue times are a lot longer, especially for stuff like naval. Just because like the predominant player base in War Thunder seems to be European. So if you go off non-European times, then it can be it can be a lot longer in queue times in general. So that's something to think about.
So yeah, that's my little miniature rant about World of Warplanes over. He's basically the Antichrist. Oh, that's how I've shortened it down to.
I know there's like one person who like makes content around it still, and he just uploads like what do you call it? He uploads like gameplay. Like he'll just upload a match every once in a while, and every time I look, it always looks rough. So I don't know.
So I've had a really like odd start to like my Christmas break, because I went to go and grind the winter event, because I was like, okay, I'm not going to bother going for the higher tier stuff, but I just go for the lower stuff because I thought the AC1 looks quite cool. I haven't been able to find it, so I've gone into my achievements area, and it's not a pop-up thing, so I can't look at the tasks, and it's not a pop-up thing on the side. So
for Operation Winter,
Operation Winter, hopefully it should be. I've been trying to get it sorted today because I've been quite free today, and hopefully they said it should be fixed by tomorrow. But yeah, I've missed, what was it, the first 3 days of it now? Which is a little bit irritating, but it's fine because it doesn't make any impact to me. But is that been like an issue in the past, or is that just a new special thing?
You can't see the challenges?
No, I can't see this. I can't see the stars.
Not even in achievements?
Not in achievements, no.
So you don't have like an Operation Winter tab?
It's really weird because after playing a game, it told me that I'd got the 50 kills thing. But I go into my achievements area and like go into this, go to like my profile, go to achievements, and go to like the list of things on the side. Operation Winter's not a thing there.
That's super weird. Hey, Shifty.
Yeah,
nice
but they said it should be sorted by tomorrow. You just need to re-log in at some point.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, that's
but it might be weird because I might have got a star, because it tells him I'm doing stuff, but I actually just can't track the progress, which make it a little bit difficult. But it is what it is.
Yeah, that absolutely sucks. I don't know what else to say.
When you were introducing your stream, did I hear the vote all?
Yeah, we're going to be playing that after I've done this Battle Pass challenge.
I'm not going to say I'm disappointed. I'm just going to be a neutral character in this. But you put a video out basically saying the vote all is the worst player in the game.
Yes, it is.
That just makes me a little bit sad.
Why?
The Votor is so incredibly good. It has.
What?
Hear me out, right? Would you claim that the F4 Phantom is a good plane?
Which one?
Hang on, let's the hang on, let me find it.
Hey, Monet, nice to see you.
Oh. And there.
They're all pretty decent for their BRs. Yeah. Some are better than others.
The F4 Phantom, we could say it's overall as a plane, it's pretty good. Different modifications were worse than others. The Votor, however, is better, and I shall now explain. You see, the Votor, although not faster, although maybe a little bit less maneuverable, has, as it says in the stat card, our trusted thing, it has a better turn time than the F4 Phantom. therefore meaning last time I checked, which was the other day, it might have changed. I'm pretty sure it has a better turn time, which obviously shows it's better in a dogfight. So,
well, how about this? You take out a Votor, and I'll take out a Phantom, and we'll see who turns better. You want to do that?
Oh, there's many other reasons the Votor is much better than whatever the Phantom can. On top of that, the F4 Phantom has too many children, and the problem with having that many children is it's difficult. Well, you have the F4 Phantom, the F4 Phantom J, Phantom 2, and then after a while, oh no, I've lost one of them. Where's it gone? I can't find it. That's an everyday issue. Whereas the Votor, there's only
5 of them.
What was that, 6? No, no, there's only 5. There's only 5. That's less than, therefore showing, without argument, the Votor is better because it has less children. Not saying having lots of children is a bad thing.
That just means the Phantom is a really good platform. So they made more variants of it because it was good.
That's not what I'd think. Now, but wait, there's more. You see, irrefutable evidence showing that the Votor is better than the Phantom is that it has a shorter takeoff run distance by 50 meters.
Shit.
Cheaper aircraft carriers. That's how wars are won.
You think a Votor can take off from an aircraft carrier?
Yes, I am.
I'm not sure about that one, brother.
Try. With a strong will and determination, you can achieve anything in life, and the Votor can be whatever it wants to be, and we should not hamper it for that.
That is true. It can be what it wants to be, but unfortunately, it's a pile of shit. It's like that. It's like the slow kid at school, who the teacher says to him, "Look, little Timmy, you can be an astronaut." And everybody's just looking at him like, no, Timmy's retarded. He can't be an astronaut. But you can still say to him, he might be an astronaut one day. Because he might load himself into a cannon. That's the Votor.
Well, at least has imagination. I'm waiting for the day that the world's ending, the zombie apocalypse probably going to happen. Everyone's there dying. Rambo's in the corner like his big machine gun. The final sun, and then everyone's saved by a Votor because all the runways have been broken up to 800 meters, meaning that only the Votor can take off. The Votor just comes in, saves everyone. That's it. Memorial statues, the whole shebang. It gets a medal. Obama gives him a medal. That's it.
I can't wait for the movie.
There'll be films we'll be learning about it in history, the Votor that saved the world. It'll have its own day. Everyone will have to not go to work one day. Why? Well, because to remember the plane that saved everyone. Thank you for coming to my TED talk. They should get. See, I just can't find any flaws in that argument.
No, none whatsoever. Seems solid to me.
I do have a small question because they have kind of screwed the French a little bit because they got rid of the regular. Well, they got rid of the
You went
Israeli
to the
vote from the
Fireside
Secretary and then
chat
just
room.
put a worse one in.
Yes.
With missiles, which how I don't even understand how those types of missiles work. So I've never had to use them
Which
before.
ones are they?
They're the Guidance Manual MCLOS. How does one aim?
Oh, M close.
Yeah.
You basically fire them like you do Nords. So like you fire them and then you keyboard control them.
Okay.
So yeah, they're not great.
So,
but are they the AA-20s? Are those the ones you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically on those, yeah, you keyboard guide them and they're air proxy. So you hit them and then as long as they're near the enemy, they can do some damage. There's actually a bunch of French planes already have them. They're not that useful, but it's always nice to see them.
So yeah, it's been a wonderful year. I might not be able to leave the house for the next few days.
I'm not
fear of
putting
being
the Discord window
stolen
on the screen.
or kidnapped. Stealing a person is kidnapping, and being executed for praising such a brilliant plane so publicly.
What is that
to
famous quote? It's like something like, oh, never mind. Go ahead. I'll remember it.
It's not as good as the quote the other day, which you just whipped out. It's not terrorism, it's just how the French deal with things.
I mean, it's true.
Just pull that one out the back. I'm gonna put that on my wall. Why so people come around the house? Why the hell's that on the wall? It's a long story, but it starts with the vote.
Oh god.
Yeah, well, it's been a whole year. I've said those too many times now, but yeah, and they've only added one more votor.
What a shame. Hopefully they never add any more. What are your by the way, what are your wishes for next year? What would you like to see?
More votors.
Give up.
They're like it's like that Uber. You get a votor, you get a votor, you get a votor, and it's just whipping them out, throwing them across, just walking up to people in the street and I can tell you exactly what you want and what you need, and just handing them a votor. Votor memorial statues in the streets in preemption for when the votor does save the world. But yeah, my actual real wish for the new year is that we can get a premium Mirage in the French tech tree, and then I can be happy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Probably
because I can absolutely decimate it with my Votor. Oh my god, wait! The Votor has a better turn time than the Mirage. Oh no!
I love
Oh no, this is a tragedy.
Stat cards are so fun.
Stat cards are they're like manifestos. They're always 100% true and apply to the regular world situation every time.
Oh god.
I tell you who should play the Votor in the film. Matt Damon. Matt Damon, I think, would play quite a good Votor.
You're gonna dress him up as a Votor. Why not?
And you can just have a comically bad French accent for the entire film and just nobody says anything about it. Yeah.
Oh god. Alright, well it's been a pleasure having you on, and I hope you have a good Christmas and a new year. And,
I'll see you next year. Hope all the fireside chats continue next year.
Oh, they will do, don't worry. I've been enjoying these, they're a lot of fun.
There we go. We can talk about the Votor more.
See you later, brother.
See you soon. Bye.
So that was Ferocious Fries, or as he's named now, Ferocious Yuletide. And it's nice to see all you guys in chat. If you want to get involved, remember it's on the Tech Hub Discord. All you got to do is join the Fireside Chats room, request to speak, and then you can come in. Okay, so let's have the next individual on, who is of course Pinoy. So let's see what Pinoy wants to chat about today. See what is going on for him.
Hello, Tech.
Hello, Pinoy. How are you?
I'm alright. Things could be worse as always.
Well, that's good. What do you want to
Obviously,
chat
I've
about
come on
today?
to talk about Enlisted. I mean,
Did
at
you get all
least.
the bayonet stuff done?
Oh, yeah, except for Axis Normandy. Because you know me, I'm that free move that plays the ally side. Because I like trying to recreate role playing. What's that game called? Call of Duty 3. I mean, hey, that's how I have fun with it. Other than the bombing shenanigans in that game.
Yeah, I did the I needed like 4 wins, so I did them last night, and I needed them in Normandy and Axis, and yeah, Normandy Axis, Normandy Allies, and I unlocked the JU. What is it? 188.
Oh,
That
that
thing
bomber.
is busted, like
It's
straight
busted,
up
alright.
busted.
I do remember. I remember when the Panther update came around. Like, I was
Oh,
playing at like 4 a.m. in the morning because I'm like, well, I might as well start trying to farm for the M10 and prepare for the worst. Alright, first match, I literally see a Panther in front of me. It was D-Day. I'm like, oh, it's one of those Korean players, isn't it? Luckily, he got the first time. No, you literally, his username had like something underscore KR. I'm like, oh, it's that. I
it
forgot it is
begins.
that time again. All right, but the first time he got overrun by infantry because I was actually surprised that they managed to take the first point really fast, considering that it was like the furthest point, like
Yeah.
the far bunker. I'm like, oh wow, we took it that fast, nice. So, alright. The second time he came up, it was like on top of the hill, but instead of like going down the windy path with my Sherman, I went up the dirt road that leads behind like a bastion. I drove around that, I flanked him, I blew him up. But because he got so pissed, he came in with a JU-188 and blew me up instantly. Like
Yep.
all his bombs landed on me. I'm like, yeah, you must be real salty about that, huh? Like, I mean, I was satisfied from that. Anyway, I actually do like how they added bayonets to both Normandy and Moscow. Like, for the Russians, I just put it all on my Mossens, and
Yeah.
I just meme Ura charge, and then I'm like I played with Freeman, I'm like screaming, onward comrades, they can't stop you all!
Have they? So, is there going to be a way of getting bayonets in the future?
I hope so, because
Mm,
I've still got a farm for Axis Moscow for their bayonets, and I noticed that they only have one type of bayonet compared to the other campaigns. I mean, I don't
yeah.
know about I can't say for Axis Normandy because obviously I don't play that faction. I mean, I do, but not on a large scale.
Yeah.
And then with the rate of obviously the rate of fire shenanigans are over. Like M1 is obviously nice to use. I told you like last Fireside chat, but with the M1 Carbine, it's actually like it doesn't feel as fast as it used to be, but it feels so much faster after the buff, the
Oh yeah.
rebuff.
It feels fine, I think.
Yeah. Have you tried out like? Actually, no. I don't think you have that unlocked. The new M1 Garrett with the grenade launcher.
No, no. So the one I've been pissing about with is it the M2A one, the like automatic M2 Carbine or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the A1 version is the the reward that's for assaulters, and then there's the rifle version that you
Yeah,
unlock with the engineers.
yeah, I've been using that one with the engineers. That one's super fun.
It
I
is
really
stupid.
like that.
I try not to abuse
Hey,
it
you
too
god
much because I
weapon, I
just
see.
stick it to like my engineer squad because I'm like, all right, this is just a personal defense weapon, personal defense weapon. I accidentally use it as an offensive weapon when I just want to build an MG nest, but hey, it is what it is.
What do you
You
think of
ran?
the what do you think of the train game mode, by the way? Have you played it?
Yeah, I played the train game mode with Dog, Freeman, and Northern. It's uh, I have yet to see like how the Russians do, like when the Russians start pushing the train, but
Yeah.
with that game mode, you kind of really don't need to build spawn beacons. So,
No.
and how the enemy usually stands at the other end of the train, so thanks to Dog, I actually got used to the concept of just cycle bombing where I just crash the plane, but before I crash it, I just drop all my bombs. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I told myself, what am I doing? I shouldn't be doing this. I have morals, but I want to win. I guess those are going out the window.
Yeah, I really don't. There should be a harsher penalty for crashing, basically, just randomly.
Yeah, like sometimes, sometimes I feel like planes got a little heavier. Like sometimes whenever I dive, I used to be able to like pull up in time, but if just planes just feel so much heavier that I end up crashing, and it kind of bothers me because
Mm.
now I'm more concerned. Like, should I drop the bomb now, or will I have like time to pull up in time, or will I crash?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, I've been kind of crashing a lot in my P47, but I mean, we're still getting wins. That's all that matters.
Uh,
And let's see what else. What do you think of? Oh wait, I actually asked this to Freeman once, but do you happen to have spawn beacon syndrome? Like you're playing and then you think you hear an enemy spawn beacon, but it's not there.
yep. I've had that for a very long time, actually. I
Yeah,
do that a lot because I
I
had a
think a
period
lot
of
of people.
time where I had a period of time where I couldn't hear spawn beacons at all. I don't know why, but like a month or so, and it was like a bug in the game. So nowadays, I like try and hear for it intently, and yeah, I always fucking
Yeah, you waste like 30 to like 1 minute realizing that there's none to begin with, even though there's like a lot of infantry coming in your direction. Like, I don't know. I think a lot of people have that syndrome. Like, we're just hallucinating or something.
yeah, I think so. But there's so many noises and sounds and stuff in Enlisted now. It's sometimes kind of hard to concentrate on what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it is a chaotic war zone. I mean, at least they managed to live up to that realism, I guess.
Have you played any of the new content then? Like any of the new squads?
I mean, I only unlocked the M1, the new infantry squad for Normandy, because
Yeah.
that's my most played. I still have yet to unlock the P51 with two 500-pound bombs,
Mm.
and Freeman and I were debating about it. Like, should we carry two attackers or should we have use that fighter and the the original P47 with HVARs? Because there's always that chance there's that one guy in a P38 that's just like doing a scenic tour of France. And we're just like, yo, we need air support. And he's like, but I'm trying to shoot down the plane. Like, oh, no, no, don't do that. You're not meant for that role. That role is bugged anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, it's 500-pound bombs and it's a fighter. So until the P38 bug where it's taking up the attacker slot gets finally fixed, where it falls under the fighter category, I'm thinking that would probably be a better alternative in the meantime.
Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, it seems like the best things in enlisted are either the out and out bombers or the flexible. Let's call them heavy fighters, like
Yeah.
yeah, with the multiple drops of everything.
Oh yeah, have you heard that the Sherman HE can now can actually one hit Pumas again?
Oh, fair enough.
I'm like, I mean, I appreciate it, but I kind of wish you kind of fix something like the P38 taking up the attacker slot
Yeah.
more. Like, I mean, I kind of like it's fun going back to the times where I was eating Pumas with my Sherman, but come on now.
Yeah,
I don't.
I haven't really played any tank stuff in such a long time and enlisted. Like I don't know. Like I should get back into it because I have the jumbo to grind and stuff. Like it's
Yeah,
just kind of sat there.
I can't like. I mean, during this, since there's an ongoing sale, I like just redeemed another 1,000 gold just to unlock another squad slot, and I just put in like the regular Sherbet in there because that's the one I invested so much into maxing out.
Yeah.
And I mean, it still does the job done. It's just whenever I've yet to run into a Puma who's waiting to flex on me, I guess. But I mean, at least I have a infantry, a balance between like my Chad
Hello
fee and
there.
my M10.
Hmm. What do you think of the Chaffee? Do you use that a lot?
I mean, when I was a low level, yeah, because I also stacked it with premium. But in games where it's a D-Day and it's the far point, I purposely use it as an APC.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Like, I fire one HE round into like the front bunker where they're all camping on the MGs, and I get like 12 kills. Then I immediately try to make a dash for for the entrance,
Mm.
and then I get out and I just mow everyone down. But there's usually no one in there to begin with, so it's just like an easy cap. And it's funny because by the time that after I captured the first point, we still have 1,000 tickets, and like half the team already rage quit. Because that's actually the hardest point. I just outsmarted them.
I had one of those moments yesterday where I did actually think about quitting the match. Because it was
Yeah,
on the first point and it was like, oh yeah, we're not getting out of this. Like, but no, I still stayed in and fought. But I
yeah,
understand why people do, because like that was super rough, that one.
yeah. There are really a lot of rage-inducing moments in Enlisted.
Well, it was more just like I knew we couldn't win, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah.
Those two. Yet sometimes we end up staying for some reason, just making her just like I don't know. We're like, why am I even do? When the time the match is over, you're probably like, why did I even do that? I could have done something. I probably would have had a better match. But yeah, it is what it is.
Guessing Flares didn't give a shit.
I mean, I have nothing else to say, I guess. Like, I only just came in to talk about like what's Enlisted been up for, since the last time we talked. Even though that was like a really messy, a really messy talk on your last fireside chat the last time you did it.
That's all good. I mean, it's nice to chat about enlisted, you know. Like I
Yeah.
feel like I don't talk about it that much in general, apart from in the videos. So it's always good to have a
Mhm.
chat about it.
Yeah. All right. I hope you have a nice holiday, and I'll see you next year. Tech.
Yeah, you too, Pinoy. Have a wonderful Christmas and New Year, man.
All right. Thanks. See ya.
All right, so that was Pinoy, and now we have Vario. So let's have a chat with Vario, and this MiG-21 is not going too well. How are you, Vario? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Good stuff. What do you want to chat about today?
Skeptic some
Fire,
of
nice
the
to
new
you.
tanks.
Mm-hmm.
So I was having a hard time with Germany 6.3 and 6.7 because they're not really in my playstyle, and spading them takes a lot of time. And I don't really like slow tanks, but I already had a lineup through just the events, so I was like, I didn't know if I should like try to push and research up to the 9.0 range by playing like 6-7, or if I should play my 9.0 lineup to get there. And so I went back and just played 5-7 because the Panthers can also research what the Tigers can research, Tiger 2s.
Yeah.
And so I finally made a break, and so I reached the 7.3 lineup in Germany.
Mm.
And just when I was in it, they added the DF-105. The tank is amazing. Before the PT-57 became widespread, I was at 80% victory rate in it. Now I'm pretty much back at losing half the games. And I think they put an overpowered 7.3 tank in Germany, and they balanced it by putting an overpowered 7.3 tank in Russia.
Mm.
Yeah, for me the DF-105 is at least 7.7 or 8.0, and same goes for the PT-7657. I don't know if you played them.
I haven't yet, but I'm going to in the future. Just been focusing on the Soviet stuff because of obviously the what do you call it?
Yeah, the event.
Yeah, the event.
Yeah,
Trying to get the Battle Pass stuff done.
I saw it at the beginning, and some of my favorite lineups are in Russia, so it wasn't a big deal to do it. Yeah, I also did the torpedo task. So I'm not really good in boats, and I don't have a lot of stuff, but my best lineup, because at first I was, oh yeah, I'm gonna play Russia, I've got a couple things, but they were not tier 3, so it didn't count. So then I went with Great Britain when I have some torpedo boats, but you only get 2 per boat, so you're not gonna get a lot of things. And I remembered I had the Shimikaze, but then I was, oh no, like there's gonna be stop grind, I don't have the torpedoes unlocked and shit. But then I went and, oh no, you don't have to unlock them. Which, like, that's something they could do, like, it's not beyond them. But I'm glad they didn't, so I got my torpedo kills like that. And now I need to play 30 games in Fleet to get the newest task.
Well, you do that over the event, right? Probably, so it won't be too good.
Like, I only play Fleet for the Battle Pass challenges, otherwise I never play it.
Right.
Like, even if they add the French Navy, I'm not sure I'm gonna start playing Navy. That's for me, Navy has I think there's the stock grind problem in Navy. Like, I hate the stock grind in top tier, and in Navy it's like that, but at every single tier. And for me, that's one of the biggest turn-off, where, like, I can't even damage other players. So until you get stuff like semi-armor piercing and APHE, you sometimes feel like there's nothing you can do, and you're just there to feed the enemy team. Or maybe kill someone that is at a lower BR than you, but you can't count on this, so...
Yeah, the stock grind in Naval is easily the worst in the game. It never gets talked about as much as the others, just because I think not as many people play it. But yeah, the fact that parts and FPE I don't think are lower yet. The fact that HE is completely useless at high tiers. The only thing it does is it sets fires, and
Yeah.
if you have FPE and a decent crew, like you put those fires out really, really quickly.
And the other thing is like the grind is super. I feel it's like pretty long. Yeah, I don't research as fast as I research in tanks, for example. Like to go back to the DF-105, it's still not spaded, but I've got pretty much everything important. Like I'm missing like the smoke and the improved optics and adjusted fire.
Yeah.
So pretty much. So I have everything already, and like nothing changed. The tank is still fast. It still does everything like very well, and it's like it's. I'd say the comparison to making with naval would be if it didn't have hits and it only got HE as the stock round.
Yeah.
Like you could still like potentially kill people, and I still pack some HE rounds because they're a sure way to kill stuff like BMPs and lighter things.
Yeah.
Because with the hits, you're not gonna. It's not like it's not sure that you're gonna kill something, even if it only has 10 millimeters of armor. I wonder, there is a full kilogram of TNT, and you cannot overpressure stuff that can be overpressured by rounds that have only 500 grams of TNT. So, like it feels like if it's a heat round, the TNT doesn't explode normally.
Yeah, I think that's there. Definitely. I wonder. I'm guessing there is a difference between heat and HE. It isn't just about explosive mass when it hits like a vehicle.
Well,
like in game.
There's like the jet that the heat forms, but like once the jet is formed, like the explosion, if you're like on the side of the jet or at any place around the explosion, like the jet is gonna be the only difference between like a 1 kilogram TNT mass in a shaped charge and 1 kilogram TNT in just a ball round. The main difference for heat versus H in the same caliber is that the heat has 1 kilogram, but the HE has 2 kilograms of TNT.
Yeah.
So because you have to make the cone, you can put less TNT, but otherwise, like there's still a big explosion that's supposed to happen. To stay on the DF-105, I wanted to talk to you about where a tank should be or in which tree.
Hello there.
Because I think like for me, if a tank is like a prototype where just two countries came together or two companies from two countries, like it should probably be in both countries if they have a similar participation. Like for example, the DF-105, like it's just a German and French company that went and put two halves together to make a tank. Like if the tank had been adopted by Germany, then I'd be okay with it only being in Germany, because I think the crew is the most important thing in a tank.
Well, who is it built for?
Well, it was built to try and sell at export, but it didn't go anywhere. Like there are plenty of tanks that try and maybe someone is gonna buy and no one buys, and we tried.
So what's its link to the German tech tree then?
Well, it's linked to the German tech trees that the company that provided the hull was German.
Right. And where would you want this vehicle instead?
Well, I'm saying like if the German has a claim to it because half of it is German, like the French tree also has a claim to it.
Yeah, you're right. But the other thing that they do as well is it isn't just about who has a claim to it, it's also about who needs it. And when you have a look at that German lineup, it's been suffering for how long? And think about the stuff they've added to it over the last year to try and bolster it. So they moved
Yeah.
down the
Hello there.
Leopard, they added the Marder, they've now added this, and it's all to try and make that BR stable for it. Whereas if you look at French 7.3 and 7.7, it's super stable and really, really good.
Yeah. The thing is, when I played the DF109, it reminded me of the MX 1390. But instead it was like better in every way. I didn't
Yeah.
really like the MX 1390. Like
But
it
it's
didn't
a
have
higher BR, right?
it's at the same BR, but it doesn't have the same. Well, it's a 90mm instead of 105. It has the same reload. It is slower going forward and it is slower going in reverse, because like a 6 km/h reverse is kind of a handicap at that higher BRs. The later version got a laser rangefinder, but not in War Thunder. So
But yeah, they probably have a decent claim to it as a vehicle, and it might get added in the future to the tech tree, but I don't think it's needed, as I said. I think those are probably the strongest BRs for France in general, but they're probably one of the weakest for Germany.
Yeah, well, the thing is, for me, Germany, I got the BR, the 7.3 BR just before they added the DF 105, and I think that was my strongest BR in the game. So, like, maybe others have problems with it, but I had the most
7.3
fun.
was your strongest BR?
I had the most fun spading those tanks in a very long time.
Oh,
Like
when did you spade them?
just before the DF 105, like in the week before.
Okay.
I was at 75% victory rate in it.
As somebody who spaded all those tanks a long time ago when they were 7.3 and 7.7 and the Marder didn't exist, it was awful unless you were really good with the Leopard.
But with the Marder, the M40, it was Marder, M48, and Leopard. And yeah, I didn't even have the BMP. And yeah, it was really good. And playing the Marder made me realize how important it is for a tech tree or for a lineup to have something with an autocannon that can shoot down planes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because like you're not a railless PAA, so it's not like you can go in and kill all the planes. But for the Marder, I have 39 ground kills, but 22 air kills in it.
Yeah.
So like it's, if you take down one plane, you're really doing like a big thing for your team.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely trading upwards.
I think that's really something that can be slightly forgotten, because you might try to kill tanks too much with it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do, instead of focusing on just, playing the support role, which is what those vehicles are really good at.
Yeah, I also so to go back on the other changes I did like a while back with the fire rate changes. Like at first I thought it was like to buff things and to make things fit into lineups. Like for me now, they made stuff a little bit weird, because like the Chino 2 has its reload buffed by a lot.
Yeah.
It took like 3 seconds away almost. But the Cheeto late and both Cheeto that have like pretty much the same gun and the same turret arranged in the same way, everything still have their 10-second reload.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's really weird to see, like
and they're still really good.
Well, I'm doing pretty well in them. I find them kind of weird. Like I'm not expecting to do as well as they am. But yeah, I guess that as long as you get a good gun, you can do well if the mobility isn't too bad. Yeah, I think it's because they're big and killing all the crew in one shot is hard.
Yeah.
And yeah, another thing that was that had their fire rate change was the AMX13 FL11 that got a buff just before they added EBR with the same turret. And I don't know. I think they added the EBR or the fire buff to make the EBR better, or in something like that. But one of the things that amazed me is the CLRN. The reload is still like 12 seconds. The stock reload is 15.6 seconds. While it's a tank where the both loaders are just next to the bridge with ammo rapidly available, and they have enough spot to like being standing, like they can fully stand. They have full access to the bridge and the ammo. They have wiggle room around them. Like everything a loader would want, they have it. And still the reload rate is between 15 and 12 seconds. Well, if you look at a T-54, where there's only one loader in a super cramped turret and the ammo is at the furthest spot possible in the tank from the loader, he reloads it like 5 seconds faster.
They've said multiple times that reload rates are used to balance vehicles.
Yeah.
So it's not about how accessible it is. If it's not an autoloader, it's about balance.
But the thing is, what I don't understand is the CLRN is alone. That's the thing.
Okay. What do you
mean? Well, if they used it to balance, like they could make it, they could give it a good reload and let it be at the BR where it was before, because I think it was a 6-7 at some point, and it's just been getting going down.
Maybe it's not the reload that makes it shit.
Well, like if it had a PH, it'd be better, but everything about it. Yeah, I know everything.
It has really bad gun handling and no armor.
Yeah, but that's. I think for me, like the gun handling is important because you don't have the fire rate. Because if you could just get a spot, fire, and cripple, but it's not a PHE, so it's not a one-shot, if you could reload before the enemy can react, then you wouldn't really have a gun handling problem.
Right.
And I think that would make it like a better tank, or because right now it's every time you fire, you have to flee because your reload is gonna be incredibly long.
It would make it a better tank, but why are you trying to put it up in BR so it faces things which it will be worse against?
Well, if you put it up in BR, I'm not sure it's gonna change anything at the... I mean everything I see with it, I can kill. Like
of course it'll affect it, because it'll, instead of seeing 7.3s, it'll now see 7.7s. Are you going to be able to kill IS-4s?
With this gun, I think you can lower plate them.
And he can shoot you wherever. Like, why?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
But every tank in the game
what's
can
wrong
shoot
with
you
this
wherever.
balancing right now?
Well, the thing is, it has absolutely no lineup.
Right.
And a tank with no lineup is like, can it be balanced really? Because if you only have one tank, like your victory rate is gonna be in the gutter anyway. And if it was like something like 6.3 or 6.7, then it would be in the lineup.
So, so by your own statements, the victory rate for it right now should be shit. Right?
Well, my victory rate in it is not dependent on him really.
Here we go.
Because I up-tier it already. And
I'm not talking about your victory rate.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about what you just said.
I don't. I think it's mainly up-tiered with stuff like the BRs. So I'm not sure it's. if you play it alone, it's gonna be bad. If you play it
Yeah.
with, if you play it at 6-7, it's gonna be good, because the 6-7 are good.
So if that's the case, that right now it's in a position where its win rate is going to be shit and it's generally not going to do very well because of its lineup, don't you
Yeah.
think in the future BR changes we'll see it changed to rectify that?
Well, I'm not sure anyone is playing it really. I played a lot also around this BR, and I've never seen it. Like I see MX-13s and in BRs, but this one I never see it. So can a tank really change BR if almost no one is playing it?
I will go back to what I said 2 weeks ago. You are not the only player playing War Thunder. And since you're not the only player playing War Thunder, there will be other people who are in other time zones playing the vehicle.
Yeah, I guess. The thing is, I really don't know how they do their changes, like for BRs.
Well, you used to be active on the forums. You used to be active on the forums, right? Like, or are
Me
you
no.
still active? No? Well, you could, on them, they kind of talk about them, like what they look at and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, but they're pretty secretive overall.
Well, yeah, because otherwise, if they were too open about what they say, then you get people who just abuse the shit out of certain vehicles.
Well, that's I feel like most tanks are kind of overall balanced, so.
Well, I mean, put it like this, right? Let's say they were completely open about their stats, and there was lineups at the same BR. One had a 51% win rate, and the other one had a 49% win rate, right?
Yeah.
If that is secret, and nobody knows about that, then generally people are going to think that's balanced. The moment that people know that one's 51 and one's 49, 70 to 80 to 90% of people go play the 51%.
Yeah, but
and then it becomes 60-40, and then it becomes 90-10.
But in a game like War Thunder, if you find like that, I don't know, I'm gonna pick like the 7-3 Germany is overpowered, are people not just gonna play the NATO Russia, or well, Russia doesn't have a NATO, but the NATO USA instead?
No.
Doesn't it?
Because there'll be another lineup at 8-7, which they're getting uptied into. So what'll end up happening if all the stats, right? If all the stats are open, then people will figure out the best lineups to use and only use them.
Okay. Yeah, I think at least they should do it for tanks. They adjust the BR off.
Well,
because if you say this tank used to be like this and then you change it, you're not really giving players any information on that they could abuse.
Well, they do kind of, like when we had the M48 change, which a lot of people, talked about. They they went through it and were like, look, this is what it's facing. This is what it's This is what's shitting on it. This is why we have to move it. So they do that, but if they did it for every vehicle, first of all, it would take them years, and second of all, people would just disagree anyway. Like I've seen members of the community, I've seen CCs where members of Guardian have literally said, this is what this vehicle is doing in the BR bracket, and they've flat out said, I don't believe you. So like, there's not a lot you can do when it gets to that point,
No, staying on stat, but in a different way. I'd like it if they could improve the your service records by allowing you to change stuff and make it per game.
Oh yeah, I'd like that too. Yeah.
Because like, if I know I gain like 100,000 research on a tank, and I know the amount of games I played, like yes, I can do it myself, but it'd still be better, or response. But it'd be better if I could click something and get, for example, the amount of kills I get per game and research and thing. I think that would help players also, like finding which tank if they want to grind. For example, some Silver Lions, like know which tank you used to be good in, so you can get back to it and have a good time in it, and not just do it based on your impressions and what you feel. I think that would be an upgrade.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
not-
I'd like more information on the stat cards. It would be quite nice to see.
And for the plain stat cards, I'd like it if the rate of climb, like for the max speed, it says this max speed at this altitude. And I'd like if the rate of climb, they made this rate of climb at this speed, would be nice. Because I feel like I never managed to reach my maximum climb rate in a plane, because I'm always trying to find which speed I should be at. And I found that there were like some stat sheet that show it for some planes, but for most planes it's still like you have to guess or whatever. And I feel that's the type of information like a pilot would have access to during World War II. Like it wouldn't just be well, you guesstimate it.
Yeah.
Like someone went and did the calculations before, and so they just know what to do. I think that would be an improvement and would help. Like the good players wouldn't benefit from them, but I think like a lot of lower skill player would manage to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you don't know, like, did I really, when you see a plane that's like already a kilometer above you, like, is his plane that much better at climbing than me, or am I just, or did I just mess it up?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like I'd like to see that too.
Yeah. Also so right now I'm doing the winter event. I'm gonna get the striker and the plane.
Yeah.
And I'm already gonna get, like, I already have the XM8. Which one? I think it was the Merkava 2B that was in the last World War event. No, it was Frost 2020. Oh yeah, I didn't get this one.
Yeah.
But like if I was playing, but I didn't do the event, and like if I did the event back then, like I'd already be looking at a full American lineup. I already have a German lineup with the event things. Russia got a little less, but they still got like a lot of stuff. I'd really like if, like, for an event, instead of giving it to one of the big three nations, they gave it like maybe to Italy or Sweden or Japan.
Oh, I agree. It would be really nice.
Because those nations keep getting like some stuff at the very bottom, or like a tier 2 or a tier 1 tanks. And like it's fine to get me in and just start a little bit, but I want something like to strive for. And that is gonna be like in a lineup I'm gonna spend more time in. On the other hand, both Italy and Japan like are countries that didn't do a lot of things in them. Like for
I think they generally do it like they do because of so we both know that there are nations that a lot of people play, and then there are nations that not a lot of people play, right? And I think the reason why they do what they do with this is to try and entice people to play the minor nations with the premiums.
Yeah, I get it, but for me, like, a tier 1 premium is not gonna, like, I'm gonna play a little bit of the rank 1 and rank 2, but it's not gonna push me any further than that.
Yeah, that's true.
But if I got, like maybe not even a rank 4 or 5, but like at least a rank 3 premium. That would be like a solid premium for Italy or Sweden or Japan. The only problem is like they don't really have anything that fits that the game could add.
Not really, and also at the same time, I'd rather see that stuff in the tech trees.
Yeah, same. So I'm gonna end with my wish for next year, and I wish every nation had a shoebox with an autocannon on top of it. Because playing the murder, I understood how important it is.
It is definitely fun, that one. Like I want to see more mid-tier autocannons. Just to do with helicopters and CAS and scout and stuff should be pretty fun.
Yeah, because the thing with the murder especially is you're close to the fight, so when a plane dives towards a friendly, the friendly is probably gonna be near you, so you'll be in an easier spot to shoot it compared as an SPAA where you'll be further away.
Yeah.
So you don't need to be that good at shooting down planes. Anyway, thank you for the chat, and have a good stream and a good Christmas.
You too, Mario. Merry Christmas. Have a good New Year, man. It's always nice chatting. I'll see you next time, brother.
See you next time.
Alright. Let's see. So next on, we have Alfie. So let's get Alfie on. Let's see what Alfie wants to chat about. How are you, Alfie? How's life?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Well, it's pretty okay. I'm just stressing out a bit for like Christmas. I want to buy for some friends gifts. And yeah, I don't know how can I get the things I want to get for them, but I'm gonna struggle as much as I can to get them. Okay, now I hope you can hear me. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. Had a pretty good day today. I actually got a piece of rum pie off one of my neighbors yesterday, and it tasted absolutely fantastic. So, feeling good overall. What do you want to chat about today?
That sounds very nice. Well, I don't really have a big subject, but I was thinking about like Israel, like their ground trajectory. I'm thinking about their anti-aircraft machinery. I don't know what they're gonna get specifically, but I saw some things. Of course, like the first rank will be some American anti-aircraft thing.
Yeah.
But when it comes to missiles, I hope they can get something like completely original. And I saw something about, I forgot its name, not totally. I think it's something with meme 73, 74, 75, something there, like a meme. MIM. It's like a surface-to-air missile carrier, but I think it has pretty big missiles, or I just remember it stupidly. 72, meme 72, let me see. Oh no, it's actually this one would be pretty interesting in the game. Yeah, it looks interesting. The chassis is pretty boxy and has a weird shape, but this one would be a nice addition, I guess, to the game. Yeah, and about their tank destroyers, I saw people like I saw even tech trees, fan-made tech trees. On Reddit with like the top tier for the last vehicle from the destroyer line would be the Perech. You know what the Perech is, like the vehicle Perech?
No, I don't. What is it?
Well, it's a bit weird, and I don't think it will come, at least not now.
Hey, don't
but the Perech is a guided missile, anti-tank missile carrier. Which is disguised as a normal tank. Basically, it has a big launcher in the back of a turret with a couple of anti-tank missiles, guided missiles, but it has like a fake gun in the front to look like a tank, like a normal tank. So it could how do I call it? It could put like enemies in error, like they won't know what they're fighting. And basically, yeah, fighting some anti-tank carrier, thinking it's a tank, it won't be really good for the enemy. But the problem is it has spike missiles. Now, spike missiles are something of a powerful missile, and it's not in the game. If Spike were to come to the game, then Puma, the German Puma AV, would have a place in the game. But right now, it can't be put in the game since the missile isn't in the game yet. And yeah, like I'm interested in their anti-aircraft capabilities, machinery, and their tank destroyers. I'm pretty much interested in all their tech tree. Like I don't know what they'll get except for the Merkavas, Magaks, and probably the Tiran tank. And yeah, I don't really have a pretty big idea about them. I didn't make that much of a research on them. Plus, like fan-made tech trees are not that accurate. My accent is destroyed. Is completely destroyed. I haven't talked in English in like such a long time.
It's all good. You sound fine. Where are you from originally?
Romania, like Bucharest, in the capital of Romania.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, like the elderly people and the adults don't really talk that much English. Mostly the elderly and the like adults that got to school on the communist time, on the communist period, they're probably gonna know more Russian than English, but don't think it's like a really big Russian thing. No, it's rarely something Russian if they're gonna remember like 2 or 3 words in Russian, but that's it.
Yeah.
The thing is that they don't really understand in the English that good, but talk it. Like that's another thing. It's difficult to talk something you don't know. But
of course, yeah.
The youth, the like young people, the kids know English pretty good.
Right. Do you get it taught in schools, or is it just like a cultural thing?
It's taught in school, but as a teenager and as a youngster, how others may call it, I get access to the internet, not at a very young age and not very late. I got access to the internet at a balanced age.
Yeah.
And I got to learn English from games, videos, and movies. Like pretty much all the stuff I'm watching is in English. And what I play, it's either Doom, which I play rarely, or War Thunder, which I play like almost. I play it every day. War Thunder is basically my only game.
Yeah.
I just I'm not saying other games are bad, or I could play other games too, sure. But War Thunder has something that attracts me. War Thunder is the type of game you'd have like a love and hate relationship. Because it has like a shit ton of vehicles. It has a lot of vehicles. It just it passed the 2000 mark, the 2000 vehicles mark. So that's a pretty big number of vehicles, if I say so myself.
Oh yeah,
and yeah, and the mechanics and basically the fact that they're updating this game like every 2 months or 1 month and a half. I don't know exactly how was the distance between the updates. I forgot, but it's around that time, 2 months or something. They update it pretty often. They add mechanics. They take care of sounds, animations, and they're adding, of course, new vehicles. And we're gonna get to like modern vehicles, more and more modern. Like tanks might stop, MPTs. They're gonna get eventually, all of them are gonna get put in the game, but they're gonna be like the IFVs and light tanks that are gonna be on higher BR, because now countries are basically focusing on IFVs for like anti-tank missile carriers. That's basically it. And
Yeah.
the aircraft will get like a lot bigger BR. I mean, they're gonna get like compressed, but you can't compress them to infinity. There are gonna be a lot of new BRs. I believe at least 20.0 will be a BR there.
I think
I don't know.
eventually, yeah.
Yeah, I really want to see the F-16 in the game. The F-16, it's a nice plane, and also now that the Israelis are in the game, and eventually the F-16 will come in the game after a lot of aircraft, of course. They have a modification. They made a modification for the F-16, which can carry Israeli-made missile, I think. What it can do, basically, let's say you're going face to face with an enemy. You launch that missile, and it misses. There's a pretty good possibility that missile is gonna do a vertical 360 and
Hey
hit
Hans,
the
nice
enemy
to see you.
again. Hit it. Like
Oh.
aim for it. Aim for him again. Like I saw gameplay on DCS with that thing, and it's pretty interesting. The F-16s are really nice, and I know they're good at like turn fights. They can turn pretty aggressively, from what I know. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not, but that's what the information I got about them.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'd like to see the F-16 too in the game, but we're gonna have to wait a long time. Is there like I don't know? Is there something you're questioning about like the Israeli tree or some modern aircraft you really want to see in the game?
Well, the main thing with the Israeli stuff, I'm wondering how many people are actually going to play it, like in a big way. Like since it's been out, I haven't heard any real talk about the actual tech tree itself. I've heard nobody talk about the Nesha. I've heard nobody talk about the Kafir. I haven't seen anybody talk about the rest of the tech tree. So I'm kind of interested to see how many people are actually interested in the vehicles themselves. When it comes to like high-tech stuff or whatever, like that's just gonna be it's just, you know, they're gonna keep expanding, aren't they? Like they're not gonna stop. So like
Yeah,
they're gonna keep going.
that's true.
Yeah, so it's gonna happen. It's just a patience game. And at least for me, like, you know, with the amount of vehicles they added this year, they probably added way over 100 vehicles this year. Like I'm pretty sure stuff like a bunch of the vehicles that people want to see, like we'll see at least some tasters of it next year.
Oh yeah, that's true. Like the doctor will expand a lot. Right now, about the battle pass, it's like the worst battle pass I have played when I tried to play a battle pass. Like the first one I've played, I managed to take all the vehicles. The second one, I didn't want to play for it, and of course, I didn't get like anything. The third one, or which one was the one with the OPR Garland, the Polish destroyer? It was the Battle Pass 75th anniversary of the Great Victory. I don't know what Battle Pass this is, I forgot. It's maybe the third Battle Pass. I managed to get it. And the last Battle Pass before this one, with the PT 7657, the one with the ABR, that one, like I was doing, at least I thought I was doing pretty bad. And I said to myself, I want the ABR. I really want it with the camo, but I do not believe I'm gonna get it with the camo. And I managed to pull it off by with the daily missions. And now I have it in my hangar with the camo on it. I have all the vehicles from that battle pass, and I'm pretty happy I got the ABR. Like it's an ABR. The single ones in the game are this one, the what year was it? 1956, I think. Like the first ABR added to the game, which was an event vehicle, and the Tech Tree one added like what two updates ago,
Yeah.
or three. Yeah, it's nice to have one of those since there are not that many in the game. And I personally think they would be better off as like Tech 3 vehicles, but now they've done what's done is done, so they can't really change that. I don't know how many ABRs are remaining in real life that they can add to the game, but I hope that the ones that maybe are remaining in real life, they can add them to the tech tree, because ABR was like was not like a project tank or something rarely used. ABR was basically massively used by the French, from what I know. It was like a main vehicle of the army. They focused on the ABR a lot. So yeah, that's it would be nice to see other ABRs. And about now that this update, the Beacon 1C, the Swedish one, that they added this one, and the Russian derp gun, the Soviet derp gun, the S2S3M. I'm still thinking, well, Japan got their first SPG, the Type 75 SPH.
Yeah.
I believe this one has the, like, what's it called? The American artillery one. Is it called Paladin or something like that?
Or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it has its gun, from what I know, the 155 NSJ L30 cannon. So I'm still thinking, why don't the Americans get their artillery? Like Russia, the USSR got it. Even Sweden got it. If
Why
Sweden
doesn't
got
Britain
their
have their artillery?
Why can you repeat it? I think. Oh, Italy.
Why doesn't France?
Well, yeah, true. I didn't really look at those, like their artillery. What I know is like about the American one, and I was thinking, why isn't it in the game? Because I believe it has a place. I didn't really look into it to know where the place is, but I think it has a place.
Yeah, I mean they're probably gonna add it at some point. I mean it's just a what you call it. It's more of one of those when it's ready kind of things, you know. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think the problem we have with America already, and mainly America and Germany or USSR, is normally they're the first nations always to get mechanics and also to get new vehicles. So it's kind of nice to see how that's not the case with this one, even though they do have howitzer units. So I'm sure they'll come. It's just when, really, not if.
Yeah, I'm not, to make it clear, I'm not desperate about the US. I'm not like a main US player, even though one of my highest VRs is in the US3. It's because I have like the squadron vehicles, and I've been progressing in the tech tree too. My highest vehicle in the tech tree is the M163, the anti-aircraft minigun, and Vulcan. And yeah, it's my first tech tree vehicle at the Americans of rank 5. And I'm making progress. I was like, I was planning to go for the T32, but then the T2065 appeared. I managed somehow to take it. I didn't focus on it. I just pressed research, and I played whenever I played the US, and I managed to get it. I don't know how. And probably the Battle Pass and winter event help it a lot, because I played with the Americans in arcade to farm the events.
Yeah.
But now I'm on the M26 Perishing, and now I'm seeing that I've done almost half of its research. I don't know how. I'm confused right now, but well, I'm finishing it, and that's okay. Yeah, I'm not really that much on the US. I was just wondering about the Paladin because I remember someone talking about it. And yeah, France could get more tanks. If we're gonna talk about a new Leclerc, I mean they've got 3, but if they have Leclercs in real life, why not have them in the game too? I know about Leclerc Azur. It's a Leclerc, and what's distinctive to it, at least on the look side, it has kind of a grid. How do I call it? A grid or something in the back, like let's take on comparison. Like the Abrams. If you look at the Abrams, it has like those grids in the sides of the back of the turret where the storage is. Basically, Leclerc Azure has those, but a lot of them, and not only on the turret but on the hull also. And I hope that kind of would help with anti-tank missiles. I don't know how much it would help, but at least it would detonate them before hitting the main armor.
Yeah.
So that would be pretty nice, I guess. I'm not too much documented on the tank. I just know about it. And also, a thing that I like in the game are those like new. They've been in the game for quite some time, quite some updates, but they're still a new concept to me. These new trucks, anti-aircraft trucks like the Ito 90M and the German Flarakrad. I'm not reading the original name, the full name, because it's huge. I mean, I know how to present myself in German because I learned myself, but
Yeah.
I can't read that. It's Flugabeweg. I need to read it first. Flugabewegkarten System, Ronald of Radkaftan. I can't. It's too difficult. Why is it? It's just gibberish. They randomly pressed keyboard keys and put the name like that. It's I'm pretty happy they made it short, Flarakrad. It's way easier to read and remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, these ones, I want to see more of them in the game. I just like this concept of like a big truck. A big truck. It doesn't matter to be anti-aircraft or anti-tank, just a big truck. I like trucks. Or like the South African Ratel ones. I know it's a big disadvantage to have a huge vehicle with light armor on it, but for me, I just like the way it looks. I love this kind of shape and size. It's something that attracts me. And I'd love to see more of those. And also, I like this new. I like a lot of stuff, but I like the Ocelot. The Ocelot is really nice because firstly, its shape, it's really small and it has this for like Stinger, Fligrefos to Stinger launchers, and I saw it in action. Now let's give a little how do I call it, story time. I do not really have British high tier tanks or mid tier. I just have low tier tanks for Britain.
Right.
I have like rank 2 is my max. But for aircraft, on the other hand, I'm progressing pretty fast, and like now I'm researching Tempest Mark 5 Vickers P, and the next one will be Tempest Mark 2, and then I'm gonna be onto the Vampire FB5. Like I won't jump right to the jet. I want to research the rest of the tree. But like with the Spitfire, I'm progressing on basically almost everything in the tree. What remains to be progressed in would be the sea naval aircraft line. I'm progressing a bit, but I'm not at the same level as I'm with the Spitfires or the Tempest. And the bomber line, I'm working on it. It's not that easy for me to play with British bombers. I don't know, but I'm trying to play with them.
That's good.
But basically, I have
Good
Hunter
afternoon,
FGA9, the premium one, and Buccaneer S1, the summer event one. And I bought Scout AH Mark 1, the first helicopter from Britain.
Yeah.
And basically my lineup was Scout AH Mark 1, Buccaneer S1, which I didn't really get to play, but at least got a helicopter to play. And I picked the Crusader 3. I could go for the Cromwell V, or Cromwell 5, but I went for the Crusader 3 because it's a lighting and I could scout tanks. And I took in consideration the fact that that BR where the helicopter and the aircraft is, I'm gonna meet some light tanks and IPVs, so I'm basing my luck on that. And I killed like 2 tanks, the Argentinian tanks, TM. I managed to kill 2 of them somehow with Crusader free. I farm a lot of silver lines from those kills. Like they gave me, I forget what's the word called, but it's a word where you
No,
need
not
to
mine.
kill a tank with 3 or 5 beers
And it was
above
B,
your
yeah.
wounds, and that's a pretty huge word, which gives me a lot of money per kill.
Yeah.
But anyway, I got to get the helicopter, and I saw a tank going behind some trees, behind some bushes. I forgot, but there were trees or bushes. I shot my guided rocket at him, and before I shot it, before my rocket got to him, because the AH Mark 1's rockets aren't that fast, but at least it doesn't seem to be that fast to me, or it was the distance probably. But I saw, how do I call it? I saw a really fast anti-aircraft missile fly from that direction, and I was scared for a second thinking it was aiming towards me, but it was like completely sideways. It destroyed an aircraft, and then when I killed the tank I didn't know which I was killing, it was an Ocelot, and from that moment I basically fell in love with the Ocelot, and this is my motivation to farm the German ground forces tree. I was farming them already, but now I want to play them even more, because seeing such a tiny vehicle launch such aggressive rockets, it's fascinating to me. I don't know. I really enjoy it. I really love the way it looks and the way it plays. I really like these rockets. They look really cool and aggressive.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've played it a few times, but I need to unlock the second missiles on it just to see what it's like.
The FIM 92K.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a new animation. I didn't see it now. Oh, so what? They're guided by heat. Lock range.
The IR ones.
Oh, yeah, guidance IR.
Yeah. Which
Yeah,
is why
they
they're
seem
not very
pretty
good
cool.
against helicopters.
Yeah, true, true. But at least it's something like I like this animation. I never seen it before. I've never seen it, so I enjoy it.
Yeah, it looks nice.
I hope one day I'll have it. I mean, I will have it eventually after a long time, but I'm gonna play towards it because I really want to clap planes with this thing. It's so small. I just love the way it is. Now okay, please ignore the commotion in the back. I just love this anti-aircraft, and yeah, that's pretty much everything I've had to talk about. I didn't really have a subject. I just wanted to get a bit on to talk with you and
Oh, it was
talk
good.
about. Yeah, I'm gonna hear my voice on the video. It's gonna be horrible, at least for me, to hear myself, but I'm gonna listen.
Your English is
And
incredibly good.
thank you.
Also, do you have any like wishes or thoughts for the game next year? Like what you'd want to see?
Oh, about this, I'd really like to see an animation for the machine guns, like on the top of the tanks. When you shoot with them, the bullets don't move. It's not a problem to me. It would just be beautiful and interesting to have that animation there. And the afterburners to be changed, because it's basically the same afterburner. Like
Yeah.
it looks almost the same to me. And a small thing, I don't know how many people think about this thing, but when you like take off with a plane that has an afterburner and you lift the plane before it can lift itself from the ground, like you lift the front part, the nose, the afterburner when it hits the ground, I would like an animation that makes it like split in the ground. You know, when you hit far on a flat object, it kind of like flattens. It it spills. I don't know how to call it. It's basically interactive with that surface, you know. And when you go with the, like, let's say a MiG-21, when you go with it and you lift its nose before it can get off the ground, the afterburners just goes through through the pavement, through the airfield, and I would like to see an animation for that. But before that, I would like to see unique afterburners for each plane, like they are in real life. I know there's like a Russian or Soviet bomber which has blue afterburners, and when I first saw it on a video, I was like, I really want that in War Thunder, but it needs its afterburners animated correspondingly because it has blue afterburners. That's something it does not in War Thunder yet. Yeah, so basically work on afterburners, work on the machine guns. It's not that much of a problem again, but I would like to see it.
Yeah.
And new sounds for some of the tanks, if not all of them. It's not that it's a problem to me, but when I see people play the Leopard, the Leopard, yeah, or I like test drive the Polish one, it doesn't really sound like the one in real life. I even saw a video. I forgot from what YouTuber. I know it's like a big YouTuber or a recognizable YouTuber in the War Thunder community, which made the video like if tanks had real life sounds in War Thunder. It was like a clip, a video with the Leopard, which sounded so damn good. I really want that sound in the game. And other than that, what can I say? Vehicles will come. Maybe Canada will get a sub tech tree or a tech tree itself. I don't know what Canada has like for its own vehicles, if it has more of its own or modified ones like Israel has. I don't know. I'd like just to see either a sub tech tree or a tech tree itself. I just want to see something about Canada. It looks like it has potential. Canada has good tanks from what I know, and good aircraft, of course.
They have some cool things that they could definitely add.
Yeah, like the last anti-aircraft or anti-tank missile carrier, as it's named in the game, the modified ADATs, the British. Like I could just see another sub-tech tree here with the Canadians. At least it brings some. You're not gonna mix up 10 countries in one tech tree, like the British are, where the naval has, and not just the naval, the aviation too, and tanks, of course, have Australian, and I believe there's like one New Zealand ship, yeah, Lander class, HMNZS Lander, Linder, 1942, and is there another one? No, I think this is the only one. It's from New Zealand. I do not have a problem if it's the only vehicle or there are two, but if there are like multiple vehicles from a nation that are just mixed up in the tech tree, I would love to see at least like a sub tree, but I know that one requires to have at least some unique vehicles, like South Africa, where there are only, let's say, non-unique vehicles would be the Oliphant Mark 1, which is based on the British Centurion, and the Eland 90 Mark 7, which is of course based on the French AML 90. Like I know it requires some originality, but I just love to see Canada because I believe Canada has at least very modified vehicles, if not its own vehicles. Canada deserves a place, and or maybe Australia too deserves a place in here. Sub-tech trees. It would be nice for me to see them, and for maybe other players too from Canada and Australia and other players in the community, because you don't really have to be from Canada to like a Canada sub tree or tech tree.
Oh, of course, I agree.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. I just wish they would animate the Afterburners, and yeah, just basically animate them, give the aircraft original Afterburners, and animate their interaction with the ground, or I don't know, it would be like weird, but interact with other vehicles. I don't know how it would be possible to like have a tank behind an afterburner and like start it and then interact. That would be weird. That doesn't really need to be in the game, but if they want to, then it's okay, I guess. It's real life.
Yeah.
And machine guns, and maybe some sub-tech tree. Oh, and I have one last thing to mention.
Mm-hmm.
I was so disappointed when I didn't see the Pucara in the game. I, I like that thing. I wanted to see it. I wanted to taste it at least. But no. I hope it comes like next update. If it was in the works, this update, I hope the next one it will be ready to be in the game.
Yeah.
Because
I hope it
Argentina,
would too. It would be nice to see.
yeah, it's pretty ironic for me because when I saw your video about Path to Developers aircraft and I
Yeah.
saw the Yai Pucara as the last one, I was like, I would love to see this in the game. Maybe this one would stand to like I don't know, maybe a sub tree, an aircraft sub tree for Argentina or something. I don't know, Argentinian aircraft. But I do not believe such thing would be added in the game. It's basically a modern-ish attack aircraft with propellers, which is Argentinian. I
Yeah.
do not believe they would add it, and now it's in the works. And I wanted it this update, but I guess I'm gonna see it like the next update.
I'm sure it'll come in at some point. It's nice to see they're
Yeah.
working on it at least, you know.
Yeah, it gives that feeling of hope.
Yeah.
And yeah, that summarizes it. I hope I didn't take too much of your time. I hope I made a nice impression. And yeah, Merry Christmas for when Christmas comes, and Happy Holidays.
It was wonderful having you on, Alfie. Merry Christmas. Have a good one. And
Thanks.
hopefully you can come on again in the future. It'd be lovely to see you.
Yes, of course. Have a nice day.
Right. See you later, brother. Alright, and now we have 996, 997, 991. Let's see what 996 wants to chat about today. And we can go from there. There we go.
Huh.
How are you,
Hello, Jack. I
996?
hope you can hear me just fine.
Yeah, I'll just turn you up a bit, but I can. How are you?
Very good. Very good.
Good stuff.
The topic wasn't on my list, but with the last guest, I gotta say it, right? It's probably a result of your mediocre British education tech. Of course, they're learning English in Romania. It's in the European Union. Very disappointing that you didn't know that.
That's true. I forgot that you guys kowtow to the English.
Jokes aside, I think I have a topic that wasn't discussed on the Fireside chat yet. It's the and I thought about it because I have a cast, right, for about nearly 2 months now, so I can't really play the game the way I want to.
Yeah.
And it's the accessibility for handicapped people.
Mm.
How could Gaijin improve the experience for people who have some sort of disability? Not mentally, physically.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, sorry.
A lot of gaming companies have a big emphasis on now. I think in Battlefield they have some special settings so handicapped people can enjoy the game more. And I didn't know how that would work for War Thunder because it's a really dynamic game. Especially with planes, I think it would be very hard to implement better controls for handicapped folks. Or am I seeing it wrong?
No, I think you're right because there's so much in War Thunder, and I remember when we watched that the Game Awards stuff, there was that one award which was for basically accessibility. And there was a ton of games that did a bunch of different stuff. Like I think Forza did the hand sign stuff in theirs, and then there's a few others that had like a bunch of different options for it. Whenever I play an EA game now, they have like a set of options which are just about that. It's kind of accessibility options. I feel like War Thunder could do stuff like that, but for me it would be more like visual stuff. So obviously, one of the things in War Thunder is flashes of light and, crazy stuff like that. If they had some kind of way to be able to dim things, so it might not send people off or just kind of straining their eyes, or also headaches, or trying to stop stuff like epilepsy, or not occurring, but you know what I mean, like try and lessen it. They could do stuff like that. They could have different audio modes. Obviously, louder, quieter, and then strengthen on one side, strengthen on the other side. Like they could do stuff like that. But I don't entirely know how much more they can do, because at least like for the tank stuff and for the plane stuff, you can pretty much play everything, obviously at a disadvantage, but you can play it just with a mouse, right? Like even all the tank stuff. So I don't know what else you would want from that.
Can you actually just play the game with a mouse?
Technically,
like,
yeah.
Literally only the mouse.
Yeah, because there's so you could set your forward and back to your mouse wheel, and then there's an option in the controls where the tank will follow where you're looking. So you can technically guide your tank by the way that you're looking. But it's obviously a little bit annoying, but you can do it.
I didn't know that, so that's nice that people that only can use one hand can actually play the game that way. That's
I
well,
think
that's
audio commands could work, like stuff like that.
beforehand, before I got on the Fireside, I googled about the topic, and there are a lot of special, very special controls for folks with various disabilities, even people who only can move their head. I forgot the English term for it, quadriplegic, something like that.
Quadriplegic.
Yeah, there was a controller for those folks, which it's pretty cool. Probably not gonna work for War Thunder because it's too dynamic, but when there's a possibility only use your mouth, I think that's only use the mouse. I think that's a good beginning for those people. I would say.
They could also maybe develop more, less PvP stuff and more PvE stuff, because at least from what I've found while talking to people, especially like I've met people who play War Thunder like 70, 75, right? Like they're quite old, and what they enjoy doing is the PvEs. So they do like the assault.
So people
modes.
your age demographic.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, like they enjoy doing the PvE stuff, and they enjoy doing like the single mission stuff. They don't really like the PvP stuff because they just kind of enjoy playing. Just shooting things is probably the way, and I think it's kind of interesting because you have like the very old, well, not very old, but old people who like doing that, and then you've got a very young demographic as well of, let's say, 12 and under, who also like doing that. And what I've actually met is a lot of fathers and even mothers who play War Thunder like with their kids, and they let their kids play in like the assault modes and stuff. So I think maybe expanding those modes could also help, which, we know they're doing the heli PvE stuff, but I feel like, more thought into those things just to make them a little bit more dynamic, and even maybe mission-based might be an idea.
Well, once again, your superior logic and intellect is right, Tech, and we, the humble viewers, agree with you.
God damn it.
Shifty is right when he, copy pastes his little phrase he posts. That I think the main reason why when I discovered you and kept watching you is because you have a very analytical and objective view about things, and then you give your personal opinion after. And you're a laid back, relaxed person, and I like that. Plus, you're highly educated and intelligent, and most other War Thunder creators are, they didn't quite make the military, and now they have to play a soldier online. It's my impression.
Yeah, I've met a few of them. They're quite fun. But no, I wouldn't class myself as highly educated. I can read well. That's basically it. I know how to regurgitate stuff really well. And luckily, my job is basically just analytics. So like it's it's I don't know. Some people find it boring, but I think it's pretty fun, you know.
I would class you as highly educated. You know, there are people who call themselves academics and they just went to university for business administration. And then there are people who have degrees and a master's degree in chemistry or physics, you know, which is quite a bit harder than business administration. So
Yeah, probably.
I know you're a very humble person, Tech. Very sweet. And I like the cleavage today. Very nice.
Thank you.
But back to my little list here. So what I had a lot of issues with my bomber gameplay, since I like to play bombers, just like to bomb bases, return, and that's it.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times I'm only getting 60% of this battle activity. Yeah. But the whole game I try to accomplish my objective as a bomber: fly to the base, bomb it, and return. When you get huge maps and you survive till the end, sometimes you only get 60% activity. And I wanted to hear your opinion about maybe Gaijin changing that, so that bomber gameplay could count towards those tasks we currently have in operation.
You're talking about the new EC maps, right?
Not only, even before them, I had an experience at the last, I think it was not a crafting event, the last real event, Operation Summer, where I played the B-25 and I bombed 2 bases. I was alive when the match ended. I only had 59% activity, which kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Should Gaijin change that, or is bomber gameplay too big of a niche that they shouldn't focus on it?
I think they should. So they've been screwing around with the score stuff for like what, a month now, or a month and a half, and I mean they keep saying the same thing where it's not directly related, but it's implied that it's somehow related. And with all these changes, I'm hoping that at some point, in like maybe January when they all come back from holiday and stuff, that we'll end up getting like kind of an activity overhaul, because we've got like the score overhaul, we've got like all the other like overhauls, we just haven't got that one yet. And with like the way that they've changed bombers, like I found it with the Votor as well, like while doing these like win so many games at like 85%, I'm just not getting anywhere near the amount of activity I'm supposed to. So yeah, I'd personally change it. I'd make it a little bit easier. And I'd also, what I would do is, because the reason I think why they're worried about the activity stuff for bombers is because of what people do during Build-A-Bear events. Like they just climb to the heavens, bomb a base, and disappear. I think what they could do is they could just add in something like Enlisted has, or many other games have, where if you're stood still or haven't touched your controls in like, I don't know, 2, 3, 5 minutes, it just kicks you, like from the game due to inactivity. Like I feel like that would be an easy thing to do, and it wouldn't solve the problem completely, but at least it would mean that, you know, the bomber pilots actually have to adjust slightly to be able to stay on course.
And when you play a bomber and you climb to altitude, you kind of have to look around all the time, right? At least I do that, because you never know where that 262 is, or where the 109 is coming from. So
yeah, exactly.
Can't really be AFK if you want to be successful.
Yeah.
So yeah, now we heard your opinion on that. I don't know if War Study comes on again. I was really happy when he was on the last time, because he's, and I'm being serious right now, because he's such a positive person, and he put a smile on my face because of this positivity. It was really great hearing him. He's very enthusiastic about the game. So when he comes on again, could you please tell him to write something in the Twitch chat, because I want you to gift him a sub.
Yeah, I will do.
I know it's kind of a silly thing to say right now, but he was such a nice person, and I really enjoyed him. Yeah,
I always enjoy him coming on. Like, it's always, I don't know. There's a lot of regulars that I enjoy chatting to, and it's nice to see that within like the big old community of like everything, you've got like the small bit where people get to have a chat about stuff. Yeah, with the other thing with the activity things, like I mean, we haven't had an economy update in 2 months, I think. Or it feels like it's been like 2 months. So maybe when they decide to do that, probably middle January or something like that, maybe that's when we'll see some changes to do with that.
Well, I'm personally very fine with the economy. I have no SL problems. I turned off the auto repair like you like to recommend, and
Yeah.
most of the time it's just a skill issue with SL, right?
Sure, let's go with that one.
And the last thing on my little list here is well, the big problem in World of Warships with that one content creator you have that likes to stat shame people, like he still uses like he will use his nasty language when people are not as good as him, like, oh, look at these monkeys and how stupid they are, and
Yeah.
I really dislike that, and because of him and other people, they hiding the stat cards in World of Warships.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, which I'm in favor of, because you have a lot of stat shame. You had a lot of stat shaming in World of Warships, and you have a lot of stat shaming in War Thunder. And would you be in favor of Gaijin implementing that so people can hide their stats?
Yeah, I'm completely fine. So, private. How do you say the word? Privacy. Yeah, privacy. So privacy is up to the individual, right? And obviously it's a public game, and obviously it's a public game, and all of that. So there's not going to be full privacy. But I thought the thing that they implemented in World of Tanks a while ago was pretty cool. And I'd like to see more people have more control over their service record in War Thunder. So if they want it to be private, then it can be private. And also at the same time, there should be a bit more pick and choose stuff. So you should be able to, kind of display certain things that you want. Maybe you want to show off your medals, but you don't want to show off your general stats. Or maybe you want to, show certain things and not others. I think that I would be fine with that. Or maybe you could do the last year's, stats, because that's something as well that at least for me is kind of tough to do, because I can look at stats and be like, oh well, when did they actually do this? Was it like 5 years ago? Was it yesterday? Like that's a bit of a problem. But more privacy for the individual I think is fine. And the thing they did in World of Tanks, and I don't know if they've done it in World of Warships, but basically there's a random name generator in the game. So you have your own name, but when you load into a map, on the enemy team and on the allied team, your name will be just a random name. And it will have average stats on it. Or it will have no stats on it. So what this means is people can go into the game and basically can't be hounded, because if you try and check their card, or if you go after them, then you can't, because it's displaying not their actual profile.
That would be a perfect solution, in my opinion. Not only for people who want to hide their stats because they're for some reason insecure, like me, it would be also good for people like you, because then people wouldn't see your name and stream snipe you, right? Which you have no problem with it, but I always think, what a piece of shit. Why is he killing tech just because it's tech?
Well, it would be good for other streamers as well who complain about it. Like it's definite, and the thing is for CCs as well, I think we get like 1 free name change a month or something. Like we can request a code for it, but obviously on while you're streaming that doesn't really work. But yeah, for YouTube guys it makes sense, and I suppose TikTokers and all that. But yeah, I think the random name thing would be completely fine if they could add it in. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to, but it seems like, so in game, one of the things that hasn't changed that much is the profile. Like, it hasn't really matured at all compared to like every other part of the game, and I'm kind of worried about that fact, you know, because normally you'd see a bit of a revamp. And, you know, they keep going on about how, you know, it was built on 2012 code and, you know, there's this, and this. And I'm just hoping there's a bit of flexibility with it instead of it just being the same forever.
Once again, superior logic and thoughts on your part, Tech. Very, very poggers. Yeah, no, normally I'm a bit more eloquent with words, but I'm a bit nervous since I have the privilege to talk to you. You know, since you're
There's no reason to be nervous.
but you're the guy. You're the reason why we're all here, right? And yeah, I just wanted to. I haven't been a long time viewer like other people. I only started watching you actively in May, I think. But I wanted to thank you for all the education and entertainment you provided. For all the smiles you put on my face. It's a great thing you do. You reach a lot of people with your streams. You do a lot of good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's been a good year, like overall. Like, you know, we've got stories from last year when we started doing the streaming stuff, and this year has been very fun to do. Like, this year's blown by. I think mainly down to the streaming stuff, just because it's, you know, it's one of those things you kind of do every day and talk about different topics, and I don't know, I find it a lot of fun. Like, I'm definitely going to continue this long into the future as long as I'm able to.
You should do this as long as it makes you happy, right?
Oh, of course, yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's it of my stupid ramblings. I've got nothing more to talk about.
Well, I tell you what, there were some pretty damn good questions, so well done.
Oh no, to the last question you had with the last viewer, what I would like to see.
Yes.
Should I answer? I would like to see things that most people would like to see, like the general player base of War Thunder. Like what most people would like to see, which is probably like German and Soviet high tier stuff, right? Because when we get more of that, the majority player base stays happy and the game can grow. So I don't really want to see niche stuff that I would personally like to see. Rather, I would like to see things that the most people would enjoy.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
If you know what I mean, hopefully.
Oh no, I completely understand. Yeah, just more content for more people, basically.
Yeah. Content that the majority of people would like to see, not some niche German vehicle or something, you know, like a PZH 2000. We don't need that, you know. Yeah, but that's about it.
All right, brother. Thanks for coming on. It's been a pleasure.
Goodbye, sweet techie.
See you later, 996. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to take a 5-minute break because I need to get myself a drink, basically, or alcohol. We're not going to do service records today, Challenger 3. I'll do it tomorrow, don't worry. But if you want me to have a look, I'll do it tomorrow, just to keep stuff rolling with the Fireside chat. Thank you for the gifted sub 996997991. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Welcome to the club, Alfie. Enjoy the emotes. I'll get to the Darwin story after I get back. So just to remind you guys, we're going to be doing Christmas wishes in around about an hour. The way it'll work is basically go on the Tech Hub and then I'll move people in one by one, and then we'll record them as we go, and then I'll put them in a big video. So simple as. Right, I will be back in 2 or 3 minutes. See you guys in a sec. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I refunded it 996 just because of, I wasn't going to do it today. But don't worry. I'll do it another day. Right, let's get the Darwin Award done. Which one are we on? Man drowns in kitchen sink. This is from Austria, 2004. The manager of an apartment house was surprised to find the legs of a corpse sticking out of a tenant's window. Police entered the apartment and found the deceased man's head soaking in a sink full of hot water. Apparently, the out-of-work Austrian had returned home after a night of drinking and drugs. He decided to slip in through the kitchen window. The window was fixed at the base and tilted out, giving him just enough room to squeeze his head through as far as the sink before he got stuck. While flailing around trying to escape, he turned on the hot water tap. Police were not sure why he had not turned off the water, pulled the plug, or perhaps most important, entered through the front door since they found keys in his pants pocket. Jesus. So he crawled through the window, literally got himself stuck in the sink, and then drowned himself. It's pretty impressive. Doing well today, Loracle. We're just doing the Fireside chat. And today, I'm going to be drinking Corona, obviously, the classic, in my Mr. Grumpy mug, which will now be the official mug for drinking alcohol and trying to look lower middle class. So, let's get started. And now, let's move on to Mad McLeod. So let's get him in and see what is going on now. Alright, there we go. Are you there, Mad? You're muted if you can hear me.
Ah, there we go.
How are you?
Not even a minute and I've already scuffed it up. 10 out of 10.
It's all good. How are you?
How are you, man?
I'm doing well.
Same.
Not doing too bad.
Currently grinding. I just got the third naval star probably like 30 minutes ago. Had the pilot one before like around noonish, so wrapping up the third tank.
Nice.
And I think I have I also got, what is it, the 8th star for the Israeli?
The Tesla star?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's good. Are you, do you think when you unlock it, you're going to go straight in there? Or are you going to wait a bit, like get the event done?
Well, I see no reason not to do Israeli and it, because, rank 4, it's still applicable.
Yeah. There's a lot of froth in this one.
Definitely am gonna spend time with the Israeli tech tree, because why would I not? New tech tree, new toys.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And
what do you, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that it's interesting. A lot of this is like one-off, like variants and unique versions and modifications of pre-existing aircraft. So who's not excited for it? Other than people who are still, clamoring like, no, Yugoslavia or other nations, which I'm like, I understand you want them. I want them too. But, Israeli is one of those notable ones. It's like, I'm surprised they weren't put in earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, as some may call it controversial, Israeli is a young nation who has witnessed, been involved in a lot of war and a lot of success. They've, been battered on all ends and came out bloody, bruised, but still going in some cases. I'm surprised that maybe they, because that, that's already a notable thing. I'm surprised they haven't maybe, been considered earlier.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, generally for me, the way I see it is I don't really see them represented in any of the game. So I find it odd when they're represented in War Thunder, but I suppose War Thunder makes sense for that because that's basically what the game is. It's like a collection of different nations, even if they're not represented. Like Sweden's another one, right? Like that's not a nation you normally see in military games. Hey,
True.
Pierre, nice to see you. Hope
Yeah,
you're
I
doing
think the
alright.
only other game that I've played is the Wargame franchise.
Mm. Oh, did you see the trailer for the new game they're doing?
Warno? Yes.
Yeah. What do you think? You ready?
Ooh.
Looks
Oh,
good,
I'm excited.
Right?
Oh yeah, I have I think in Steam I got all three of them.
Nice.
Yeah, Air, European, and Red Dragon. Red Dragon. I actually need to. The problem is every time I start the first campaign for Red Dragon, I lose, and it's like, okay, what did I screw up?
Yeah.
And then it's like, tweak it.
Yeah, Bryce was playing through them, and I was watching him when he was doing it, and there was a lot of quick saving and quick loading. That's all I'll say. Those campaigns are brutal.
They are, but there are another thing that's brutal is multiplayer. People build decks, and they build it to do some things very well.
Oh yeah.
And they will slam against you. I've played a few multiplayer matches, and I've been. There was one player who just, I think it was like North Korean T-34s and SUs just spammed in mass, and I had a mostly infantry and heli build. And
Nick, nice to see
I
you.
think it was South Korea, Japan, and the US, or was it US and Japan? And he just steamrolled over me. You don't normally get beaten by that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Israeli tree. Definitely excited. I don't Air tree is definitely obviously going to be the bigger one. Ground is definitely going to be smaller, but nevertheless, there are a lot of the unique tanks, We already had the Markavas, but the Super Shermans, the Super Shermans are the ones that I want. The ones that I was excited most for.
Mm.
Because they literally just took Shermans, which are at this point outdated as all hell, and said, put a 105mm gun in it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it actually performed not half bad.
It reminds me of the one that everyone points to when it comes to the Yugoslavian stuff with the Sherman with the 122 in it.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm in the new map they brought back.
Volokholamsk.
Yeah, not the biggest fan. I don't hate it, but I don't like being on this. It's like I've only ever spawned on the south side of the map.
Yeah.
And I have a tendency to lose on this map.
Yeah, for me, it's I don't like it. I didn't like it back then. I don't like it now. It's kind of as simple as that.
Mm.
But so the main issue when it comes to War Thunder, I'm completely fine with them putting in any nation, but I'm super worried nowadays about lineups, especially since we've spent like 4 or 5 years in War Thunder getting to a point where there is a little bit of how would you put it? It's either plurality or equality across the nations when it comes to most lineups, and the more they add, the worse it gets. Like we're not in a terrible position right now compared to sometimes in War Thunder's history, but with more of these minor independent nations, it's going to get worse and worse and worse.
I get what you mean, but at the same time, it will eventually have to be done because at one point, like we're going to hit the modern era, modern MBTs, modern jets that we have nowadays. It might not happen today, tomorrow, next week, next month, but at some point in time, we're probably going to hit that mark. And once you hit that mark, it becomes a question of, okay, we've added all this, now what? And I guess like the first thing that you would have as an option would be, all intents and purposes, new nations.
Yeah, that is true.
But yeah, I do feel like Israel is definitely a good pick.
I think it's one of the stronger picks if they wanted to do an independent nation.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just don't think it should have been. Like I really think they missed an opportunity with the whole the sub-nation thing with it. I think they should have done that.
I had a friend of mine. I was talking to a friend of mine, and so the idea of folding vehicles in the tech tree. Yeah, the idea of folding the vehicles together in the tech tree.
Oh, foldering. Yeah.
What if they did something like he says? Why don't they do that with subtrees and main trees? Like create a subtree the same way, like folded into, so it's like a separate tab. Like you hover over UK, and like above it would be South Africa.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And I was like, and I kind of just stood there silent, like, shit, they could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Possibilities.
Yeah, I mean
Also-
that's how I thought they were going to do it when they added South Africa. I thought that they were going to do it as like kind of a helicopter thing where you unlock a certain rank and then you get access to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't hate what they did, you know, give them their own line in the tree, but I do feel like a sub tree kind of folded in would have been maybe just a bit of a more smarter choice in the end.
I think
You
it would have
know,
looked nicer, but then at the same time, I think the problem they had when looking at it was that certain vehicles don't really like what would the lines look like for the South African tree? Because you've got, you know, you've got the you got the AA stuff, you got the SPG stuff, you got the tank stuff. Like, where do you fit all that stuff in? You know,
True.
that would be the only real question to answer.
It would definitely be a challenge.
They still could have done it though.
Other than that, I'm hoping that probably by the end of this event, going into the new year, I'm probably going to jump back into Enlisted since I have taken a lengthy break from it. I also saw the Armored Train update and went, ooh.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I've always been a sucker for big war machines. It's a big reason why I played War Thunder and love military history. I also love just looking at some of the stupid shit that we've seen over the years. Like, hey, look at the rat. It's like, who the fuck would build that? It's like Hitler. And I'm like, why am I not surprised? As much as I like, you know, the idea is stupid, I'm also one of the people who likes to make fun of it at the same time.
No, it shouldn't be Montfort.
But
oh yeah, true.
Seeing armored trains, I've always liked the idea of armored trains. And so seeing it in the game, it's like one of those things that I look at it and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Is it just a German armored train?
So far, yeah. It's just
Okay,
they've implemented one and then that's it.
Okay. I wonder if we'll get like a Russian armored train in the
Oh,
future.
I hope so. I hope they do at least one train for each of the things.
Yeah.
And then, you know, if they want to, I suppose they could keep it historical and do each side having an armored train. But I think if as a short-term solution, they could just make one side the offensive and one side the defensive. Just call it how they did in the Battle of Berlin, where it's like, well, this side has a Panzerfaust and this side has a captured Panzerfaust. Let's just do that. Just be like, oh, well, they captured this train.
Yeah, they could. Actually, a friend of mine was at one asked me because he hasn't played it yet, and he asked me what nations were there. And when I gave him the rundown, he's like, "That's kind of that's kind of small." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's not entirely. It only came out like what this year, so it's still in its early days." Oh, though I do hope we get a Pacific front.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
That's definitely the one that I'm hoping to see in the future, because who doesn't like the idea of hitting, you know, Guadalcanal and, you know, the Philippines and maps around that area? Very fun.
Yeah. I know a lot of people want to play on the American side. I don't know if many want to play on the Japanese side. That's the main problem with the Pacific stuff. It's not fun, like, you know, one side using Thompsons and the other one using bloody Arasakas.
True. But at the same
we'll have
time,
to see how they balance that, you know.
Thematic, but there's also like other things like thematic vehicles that, you know, fit, you know, the area.
Oh,
like
of course.
BTs.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Like
I feel like we will get it. Just
yeah.
You know, maybe going like maybe to mid to late next year. Hopefully, hopefully.
Yeah.
The fact that we got the Italians is definitely fun.
True. Yeah.
Though it's obvious that, and when it comes to tanks, well, a part of me hopes we do get a form of. I haven't played it, so I don't know what they have. You know, I'm like, ooh, do they get the L3? Do we get to meme around with like an L3, like the one that's just machine guns, or the one that's just a flamethrower?
The flamethrower one would be fun.
Yeah,
because the flamethrower vehicles would actually work in Enlisted.
True. Yeah, there's a lot of things that Enlisted does that their other games don't. Like, you look at War Thunder, it's all vehicles. And then, there were games like Cuisine Royale.
Mm-hmm.
And then you immediately realize that they basically took the engine, made Cuisine Royale, and it kind of feels like after some time, they looked at Cuisine Royale and it's like, and then War Thunder, it's like, wait a minute. And then just light bulb, and then we got Enlisted.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cuisine Royale was an interesting one. So, in the early development of Enlisted, like the first year or two, Cuisine Royale was an April Fool's event that they made of it. And then a lot of people really enjoyed it. So, like, oh, fuck it, we'll just make it a full game.
Yeah.
So they did. And now they use it not just as a full game, but they also kind of use it to test things.
Yeah.
For not just Enlisted, but also War Thunder and stuff. It's pretty cool. Like, it's pretty whatever that word
Intuitive.
is. That one.
Yeah. I've definitely enjoyed it. I think out of all of Gaijin's games, I think Enlisted and War Thunder are the ones I've latched onto most. I used to play a lot of Star and Conflict, but nobody plays that anymore.
No?
No, I think I last looked. Game does like bounces between like 80 and maybe 120 players. It's a dead game, sadly. They're doing the game is still the game is still up, and they still release new stuff for it, but no one really plays it.
I've just never talked to anybody who's played it. I've only seen a few videos of it. Like, do you think
it was, in its
is it
prime.
mainly PvE, or is it like, what is it?
There's like a semi-open world, you bounce between sectors kind of PvE mode, like an open, like a semi, like kind of like games like the X franchise, like X4 Foundation. You bounce between sectors. And then you have the actual PvP modes, and then there's like the co-op dungeon mode where you fight, do a few waves of enemies, maybe take a point or two, then fight a boss. It was fun, but like I said, eventually there was, they released new ships, and that's about all they did, and it was kind of grindy, like almost like, especially the events. And then they added things like battle passes, and eventually it got to a point where it was literally just either a cash sink or you opened your wallet, and the enjoyment you got in turn was non-existent.
Oh, that's fair enough.
I enjoyed it while it lasted. And then games like Cuisine Royale, I don't play often, but I enjoyed. Crossout, I played quite a bit of, but I never got far. I think, but yeah, for them,
have a good
I
time,
think
man.
games like War Thunder and Enlisted are definitely, the ones that they're going to keep at the top of the development board.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Like, they've made a huge push for Enlisted this year, and it's also worked. Like, I get a ton of matches with it. Queue times are never longer than a minute. Like, you can do a ton of stuff. It's really good, and they just keep adding more and more and more stuff to it. So
I'm just hoping that this the success of Enlisted is not just like a steady push, but it's more of a snowball that's just going to keep going and getting better.
I hope so. Yeah, it would be nice.
In terms of Enlisted, what would you want to like? Is there any like thing like thematically or like unique weapons or vehicles that you would want added in that you feel like maybe are missing, or do you think it's like in a perfect, nice, balanced spot right now?
Well, planes are still too good, but because the main reason why they're too good is because nobody plays fighters, because everybody just crashes planes into the ground whenever you get near them. So yeah, the planes have a bit of a balance issue. Tanks aren't too bad. They're just gonna make sure that you get like that level matchmaking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where if you can't have like Pumas versus Jumbos, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a problem. But if that doesn't happen too often, then it's okay.
Maybe add like SPA vehicles too Enlisted.
SPA vehicles?
Yeah, like a few of them. Ones like you don't have to like go full out like the Whirlwind, but things like the M13 or the M16 and like the what's the half track with the 315 mils for the Germans?
The 25122 or whatever.
Yeah,
it's called.
like ones like that. Ones that would be good in good positions, but are still themselves relatively flimsy. Maybe that would be a good way to balance that out.
Yeah, I'd be all right with it. I would just make it so they can't shoot straight because they're not going to be used against planes. They're going to be used against infantry.
People are going to use them to mow down infantry, and I
Exactly,
get it. But at the same time, them being half tracks is like maybe a single panzer strike or single well placed larger grenade. And yeah, but I think if you just they went all out and added things like the Whirlwind, it's going to be like, oh well, and there goes any and all semblance of balance.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it wouldn't be very fun. I mean, the main thing they have to do with planes is just they need to change the. Well, first of all, they need to try and stop people crashing into the ground.
Yeah, there's so many kamikazes in that game.
Yeah, like that's the first thing they need to look at.
I think a bit more incentive, to keep themselves alive might also help.
Yeah. Or just having it like just having it in a way so you're
less likely to lawn dart yourself.
Yeah, but maybe
you're not
if you
you're a plane.
if you crash or suicide, you have like a longer cooldown on it than if you get shot down.
True.
Like something like that. Like
yeah, every time I see
to stop it so people can just keep farming in them over and over and over again.
Yeah, every time I see someone get into a plane, they think themselves they turn into a Fritz X and they slam into the ground.
Yeah, pretty much. Repair costs, yeah.
But then again, it is really rewarding to see. It doesn't matter who on what team. I guess it's just seeing the just all the you killed and then just brr.
Oh, true.
And
yeah.
the kill feed is absolutely hilarious. It's funny the first and second time, third, fourth, fifth, going forward, it becomes just annoying.
Yeah.
I do hope they add a more suitable counter because the constructible AI is there, but a lot of players don't use it. I know people don't. I've seen it. People build it and then just leave it like further back.
Oh yeah.
I do feel like classes like engineer are definitely really fun, though. The idea of building yourself like a little hidey hole with a spawn beacon, maybe an MG, or setting up find a nice hill, put up some AT. It definitely feels rewarding, playing enlisted. You do something good, it feels really rewarding.
Well, the thing I like about the game is you don't have to be the best aimer in the world to be useful. And
True.
I feel like a lot of FPSs, if you can't aim well, you're useless, basically.
Yeah. It's another reason why I like games that like Squad, because you don't have to be the big, you don't have to be Rambo. Or Foxhole. Foxhole is an amazing example. There are entire like clans and Discord servers, literally designated and designed purely for their entire team's logistics.
Yeah.
Or entire sections. Like I think in Foxhole you have like one group is purely the Navy, and they got one purely for Navy, one purely for Logi, which I have done a lot of. It's like, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Games like that can make, not being, Sir Shirtless Rambo Arnold Schwarzenegger character really rewarding because
True, yeah.
you can be the sole reason your entire faction has like entire columns worth of tanks, and they made it get rewarding. If only more games could do something like that.
Yeah, and I think adding classes like the engineer for enlisted do that, and there's other stuff they could do as well, like what do you call them? They could do like a medic class, like
True.
That could be something like that.
Yeah, I think a medic class is actually a really good idea because medics did play a big role in not having, maybe they have like a faster healing, revive, or carried more medical supplies.
Yeah, and then maybe they could, I don't know, build a medic point. So if
True. Like you're like smack on it, not moving, you get a slow AoE heal.
Yeah. Then maybe you could get something like I don't know, you could get maybe an AoE where
Ooh, maybe like an
fuck's
ammo box, like the ammo box, but instead it's like a medi box where you can just keep getting more ammo pouches until
Yeah.
the box is empty. That's a good idea.
I gotta stop doing that.
I think the one class that I just see no point in personally is radio operator. Like, there's always that one match where you just get the perfect arty strike, and then you play 100 matches, and it never happens again.
Yeah, I think now that they've added the smoke to it, I think more people will use it.
True.
Or I hope they do.
I do like playing a lot of all the classes. You know, they all do what they do fairly well. You know, they feel nice, they feel balanced, they don't feel too OP. And I like how, you know, each front has, you know, their own builds. Like one front, you know, it takes place earlier, so they have things like, you know, T60s, T70s, you know, Panzer 3s, Panzer 2s, and then, you know, you got later ones where you got, you know, ISs, Panthers. I think the overall theming, setting up, and separating of everything is very nice, considering how a lot of their games are, you know, utilize things like tech trees. This being a really good one-off, it works very well.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, like the whole system works pretty well. The only complaints I've seen so far from people is that the grind takes too long. But I feel like that's the basic complaint of like every free-to-play game.
I do feel personally, I do kind of sympathize with them, but mostly because I do feel progression is a wee bit slow overall. Not like slow, like trying to get from rank 1 to max in War Thunder, but it is fairly tedious. It's not horrible, but it's there and it's noticeable.
No, I understand.
Other than that, you know, just doing the event as usual. Out of the 6 vehicles, which are you most excited for to get your hands on?
It's either the AGS or the AC1. The planes themselves are alright. MiG-23 I'm never probably going to touch. Might play it a few matches just to see what it's like. The what do you call it? The Hayanami, I think it's called. Will be really nice for events. But the MBK, I really wish it was a premium. You know, like
True.
it's. That one's going to be a super tough grind. So, yeah, I think the AGS. Kind of like how I enjoyed the XMA quite a lot, so the AGS should be good. Hey, Dosick, nice to see you.
For me,
How
I
about
think
you,
it is the Hayami is definitely, because I compare that with my my Yugure. Yeah. Because I remember when that event was going, I was like, Yugure, getting that. I want a Japanese premium for naval give.
Yeah.
So nice to pair that. The AGS is gonna be fun. I don't remember what battle ranking it's
nice
at
to see
though.
you. It was like 9-3, I think.
Oh, it's not half bad.
Yeah.
I do agree. The PR 102K is definitely going to be a pain to grind, mostly because I'm still trying to spade the Baltimore.
Yeah.
Not having the, I mean, yeah, armor piercing rounds. Like I said, I think previously, I only have parts. I still only have parts. I don't have FPE.
Oh god.
Pain.
We seriously need to sort that out.
Yeah, naval economy needs a complete overhaul.
Yeah, I agree.
Sentinel is going to be fun to mess around with, that's for sure. Why not? The 202, it's another Italian premium. The MiG-23, it's really just something to collect and maybe take out every now and then in a lineup or with ground. But yeah, for an event, you know, out of all of them, I think this is a pretty solid roundup of vehicles to end the year off of.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's any issues with the vehicles. I think overall they're pretty good. Like my main complaint is the MiG-23 being an event vehicle, but c'est la vie. Looks like they've made up their mind on that. So
true. And I guess in the end, it ultimately is chalks up to camp. It's like, what will we get next year? See you in the next episode of Developing War Thunder and the pains that will come along with it.
What would you like to see next year?
That's a good question. Other than just general improvements to the game, there's not a whole lot of vehicles because like a lot of the vehicles that I hope will get added, they're so late. Like, who doesn't want the F-14 Tomcat? I am a sucker for the F-14 Tomcat. That's one of the vehicles that I want to buy in DCS.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like a lot of these more modern vehicles. And actually, someone asked me like, "What's a good vehicle that they?" It's like, I want the A10 Warthog, and I'm immediately like, "Okay, bud, you're pushing it. That's gonna throw a lot of things out of whack."
You think?
And it could, considering its overall capabilities.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there are vehicles that are similar to it, which could be used like maybe in a future event to test it. Like what was it? Is it the SU-25? The Frogfoot? It performs relatively similar.
It's similar, but it's designed
It's
for
not.
different
It's not
stuff.
exactly. There are plenty of differences. They don't have as many guided munitions. The cannon ain't as well, but it's like their little. We'll make this and put a pin in it for later.
Yeah.
But if you use vehicles like that, test how they form and see, use that to slowly develop, future like CAS. Because I know a lot of people don't like CAS and like remove them from ground realistic, which I heavily disagree with.
Well, those people are crazy, so you don't have to listen to them.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I get it. You don't like getting revenge bombed. Neither do I. But there's a lot of people who like playing CAS. They like, they're like people who like to play the interceptors to, defend the ground. SPA basically gets nuked if you remove them.
Yep.
It's basically one of those things where it doesn't matter how much you bitch whine, it's gonna be here to stay.
Oh yeah, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. What do you hope for going into next year?
Changes to some of the UI would be nice. Then revamp of the profile in general. That'd be kind of cool. I'd like to see this trend continue with maps, where we get more and more maps every update. We got a ton of maps this year, which was really nice.
Oh, definitely.
I'd also like to see radar for more vehicles at the middle to lower tiers instead of just to focus on the top tiers, because there are a bunch of vehicles that should have radars which don't. Then I'd like to see breaks between battle passes. That would be nice.
Like it doesn't have to be a long break. Give us like 2 weeks to a month.
Yeah, exactly. What else would I like to see? I mean,
the one that I want most is fucking changes to helicopter EC, Gaijin, please.
Well, I know they're doing the PvE stuff on this. So.
Yeah. Oh, I remember when they were doing the initial test for that. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, PvP. Something that isn't assault. I don't hate assault. I like it. It's fun, but it's literally just the same thing. The only change is the map and who you're fighting.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I do think the new PvE mode that they were working on is definitely going to be fun.
I hope so. I'm looking forward to it.
The only other thing that I would, hope a lot for is World War mode to make a comeback, because I enjoyed it.
Yeah? Yeah,
I really did. Not seeing it this year was definitely something that surprised me. I'm like, oh yeah. Damn, it didn't show up. One of the things I also liked about it was you don't have to have the vehicles to play.
True.
It also, that was one of those things that, like, hey, you get to try out, some of the MBTs or some of the vehicles that you don't have. Hey, is this a faction you want to continue grinding? Try these vehicles. That was a pretty neat, something that you got with it.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that was pretty cool.
I just decided to jump into a match with Baltimore since I mentioned it. I'm already dead because I only have the first SBA round, or the SBA, the common round, and I'm just burning to death because I don't have FBE. It's like all around me are familiar faces, worn out places. I ate 2 torpedoes. I'm on fire. I have more hull breaches than I can count. I have not enough crew to repair. I'm beginning to list to the side. Oh, and there I go.
Yeah,
I got a score of 149, and I did 250 damage. I
Shit.
helped. Oh god, the economy needs to be fixed. But other than that, 2021, for as shit as the year overall has been, it's been pretty damn good for War Thunder and Enlisted.
Yeah, I'd agree. Like
Fingers crossed that it proves itself to be a very positive trend going forward.
Oh, I'm sure it will be. Like, I'm looking forward to see what happens in War Thunder in general. This year's been a banger, so I don't see the later years being. Oh, sorry, the next few years being, like, worse or anything like that. I think it will just be better.
True. Well, I'm gonna call it here, my bud, because I'm gonna wrap up and then I'm probably gonna crash. I'm tired. I got up at like 9 to start this grind.
Oh, that's fair enough.
And I live in Florida.
Well, it's always a pleasure having you on. So
it's a
thanks
pleasure
for coming
being
on.
here. Enjoy your holidays, my guy.
You too. Have a Merry Christmas.
You too, man.
Okay. So after the wonderful Mad McLeod, it is time to get Urist on. Now, Urist can't request to speak because he's a mod, so it just puts him in, which is why he hasn't. But I've been keeping track on when he actually came in compared to before. And Rocker has literally sent me a picture.
Sure you have, Tech. Absolutely. 100%. Didn't need reminding whatsoever. It wasn't like me and Vario were in the room before you came in. But, just don't you worry about all that. It's fine. Yeah, it's all good.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Yeah. No, it's fine. I'm not actually annoyed. I've been enjoying listening to what everyone's been saying. And as usual, there have been some terrible opinions, but I won't go into what they are. You know who you are. Maybe. I don't know if you do. But I will criticize you, Tech, for one silly thing you said. Right? You said that Sweden has no representation in military games. That's just because you're a 20th and 21st century chauvinist. Right? So, there you go. How about that?
What fucking game are they in? Apart from
I don't know,
games?
Probably Total War Napoleon. I don't know.
You can't even tell me what they're in. Like,
yeah, but I'm not like a mega Sweden stan. I'm just telling you you're wrong because you are, and you won't be bothered to go and check up whether I'm wrong after this. So, as far as anyone else knows, I'm right.
Fair, yeah.
Anyway, other than that. My rant out of the way, mostly. I have a little rant. I did get shot down while listening to the thing by mid-map AA again.
While grinding out the Israeli stuff, I now understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Like, it's super annoying.
And it was even more annoying because I was starting my China air grind, right?
Yeah.
And I was just thinking to myself, I was like, oh man, this not going to be that bad. And then just get blasted in my reserve plane by mid-map AA. And I'm like, what's a new player going to do about this? Nothing.
Yeah.
Oh well, we talked about that last week. I'm not going to go on and on about it this time. Because the situation hasn't changed at all since last time. So, what I actually wanted to talk about, I have a couple of things. I wanted to talk about what you thought about the grind. Because I don't know, I'm sure you remember.
Yeah.
But the game used to be, for lower tiers, way more grindy than it is now.
Yes.
And then there was a point where, after they'd added a lot of stuff, they did a large reduction in RP for basically everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering if you think that at some point in the future there'll be another one of those on the horizon, or if you think potentially the ongoing adjustments to RP that we see more often will continue and resolve that problem, so we won't have one of those big scale reductions.
It seems like whenever they add a big rank, basically what they do is they seem to do one of the big reductions, right? So we got rank 7 ground, and that was when that massive reduction came in, and then the next one or whatever was when they added rank 7 aviation. So and also when they added whatever fucking rank naval. So they did a huge reduction there. So I feel like if we see a rank 8, then yes, but instead of it, I don't think we're going to see a rank 8 for a while, because if you look at all of the rank 7s now, there's not many that are hugely populated. So instead, it'll be like a few years, and then we'll get a reduction, basically. Hey, Abby, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing all right.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, I think it seems like there's like a number in their head that they're happy with, like the total amount of RP being. So the more vehicles that get added, the more reductions we're gonna have. But I really doubt there's gonna be like one of those huge, massive scale ones that we've seen. You know,
because they were really like a big shift in the grind.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that. And then after that, I wanted to talk a bit about maps.
Mm-hmm.
What map would you like to appear in the game? And instead of like asking you to design your map, right? I mean, like, is there any like area in the world that you would like a map to be based on?
Yeah.
And if you wanted it to be added, what game mode would you like that map to be added for?
I like the fact that over recent time they've added maps which are not just like from World War II and like burning broken shit. So I would love to see a pre-World War II Berlin. I would love to see a post-World War II Berlin. I'd like to see a pre-World War II London, for example, as a ground map.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see some proper South African air maps as well, because they look absolutely beautiful. The landscape there is amazing. I would also love to see an aviation map in New Zealand, because New Zealand's absolutely stunning as well. Because the functionality of air maps is pretty standard nowadays, so it's more like what you see. I'd like to see a channel map for naval. I don't really know how you'd do it apart from like a convoy in the middle, and then you could see like France on one side and Britain on the other. But yeah, there's a ton of cool ideas. Like the main thing for me though is more maps not in a war setting. I think that would be nice.
I agree. I think that'd be quite nice. And it's definitely able to be done in the game now.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, there's precedent, I think, for it, and even on different versions of maps at different periods in time, there's precedent for that as well. Because if I remember correctly, we have summer and winter versions of a few maps. I can't remember. It might be Stalingrad, it might be Molstock or something, but we definitely have summer and winter variants of various maps. So having multiple Berlin maps, for instance, like you said, would I think definitely be feasible.
Oh yeah, I'd be fine with seasonal maps as well, like you're saying. And it's a cheap way of doing multiple maps, right? Changing up the gameplay. So yeah, I'd be fine with it. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Get those in there.
My push to talk button is the same button that launches all the missiles at the same time. So I keep launching all my missiles at the same time, and because they're heat seekers, they all run into each other and blow up.
I have one thing to say about that. You said this on the last Fireside chat, and you haven't changed it, so it's on you.
It's so annoying.
Rebind your controls.
I don't even know what control it is, though. Like, what the fuck is causing it? I'll have a look.
Good question.
But yeah, it's Yeah, I think seasonal stuff they could do, or just, as I said, different time periods. Because London post-war is completely different to London pre-war.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Rebuilt the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. Even somewhere like San Malo or Cherbourg or anywhere like that, you know.
I think there's definitely you could get some stuff in there. Maybe you could have like a naval map at like where is it, Toulon, where the French scuttled their fleet, so you could have like a bunch of like scuttled boats as cover for like I don't know, coastal vessels maybe.
Yeah, they could do that.
That'd be cool. Yeah, and then continuing on the vein of maps, do you think that with them adding simulator maps to air realistic battles at higher BRs, they might potentially add more arcade style maps at lower BRs? Or do you think that's out of the question? Yeah.
I mean, the problem is, even at higher BRs, you can get that long zoo bay. So, literally, people take off and they don't take off. Like, they're just strike fighters, and they just appear, and then within 2 seconds, they're getting shot by missiles from airfield. So, yeah, it's
Yeah, but I wasn't suggesting to implement them at top tier, right?
Oh, at low tier, I'd love to see them. I'd love to see them.
What, you just want people to get absolutely... Actually, yeah, no, because...
Spawn and die, yeah.
Because there'd be... Although the maps are generally, like, smaller, I guess there's a lot more, like, terrain that you'd have to avoid.
Yeah.
And that would lower the amount of lines of sight. Maybe you could, like, dodge missiles by reducing your heat signature by, like, going behind a mountain or something.
Yeah, I think that there's one map, I have no idea what it's called, but I've wanted it in realistic for the longest time, at mid to low tiers, and it's like a floating thing, and it's got like holes like cheese, and boats like are at the bottom of it, and they go down little rivers like below the weird mountain with holes in it. Like I feel like...
Oh, that one. Yeah, I really like that one. Yeah,
that would be a really cool realistic map.
It would.
Like I would love to see that.
I think there is definitely room to add more variety to air realistic maps, because I understand, especially like before when they went for the map style that they've gone for, you know, just same old. There's maybe a mountain, maybe there's a couple of valleys, but there's no like really impressive terrain features. The only thing I could think of, can't remember what the map's called. It's either Chinese or like Korea. But it's the only one where there's sort of those like rice farms on like hills that you get in RB. Yeah. That's the only sort of like in between, I think, map that we've gotten, but I think there's definitely room for slightly crazier maps, like, and yeah, there's room to work stuff in. I think that could be add more to the game.
Oh yeah, I think so. And over the last year, since we've been getting so many maps, I really hope they continue that. And then the question is, does anything need to be done about the map selector thing, or the whatever it's called?
Yeah,
I can't remember its name.
Yeah, I know what you mean though.
The bans and the likes and the dislikes.
Yeah. Because you only get actual bans when you're premium, but you can still like and dislike, right? When you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they keep adding more maps, it devalues your ban, because one ban out of like 20 maps is not the same as one ban out of 50 maps.
Yeah, exactly.
You know. So maybe they should give more bans, or maybe they should, I don't know. Maybe they should let you ban a map at different BRs, because some maps only appear at certain BRs.
Yeah.
So maybe like when you're selecting, because you select it in like where you select your game mode, air arcade, air realistic, whatever.
Yeah.
So maybe when you went in there, it looks at what battle rating you're currently at, and then it shows you the list of maps that are available at that BR. And then you could maybe like ban one of those maps. I don't know. But I think there are different ways that you could implement it.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
I think they should improve. I got reminded of Assault because you talked about it on the last thing, but they should improve Assault rewards.
Rewards?
I think they should improve Assault rewards. Because, I mean, it's okay, like, yeah, you can get one booster, like, every day, right? Which, fine. It's pretty good. But I think instead of making it like a 50% to 300%, maybe they can make it like a 50% to a 500% booster, or maybe something like that. And another thing that I saw that also made me think about Assault is when you did your Vertor video.
Yeah.
I read some of the comments under it, and there was one person who was like, they've just added, the ability to be a kind of interceptor to the Vertor.
Yeah.
And you can't play the Vertor in Assault, because it's technically a bomber. Right? Whereas that is actually an area where those things they've added to it might potentially be useful.
Yeah.
Right? Like those missiles and stuff might actually be helpful in Assault, which is also the one thing you can't use it in. So it's like, okay, well,
hello there.
Maybe they could tweak it that way, where they could allow the ability for certain aircraft, like some bombers, to get in if they have a capability of effectively dealing with planes.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
So I think, yeah, there's obviously like a couple of things that could be done in that regard. But I think overall this year, in terms of War Thunder, they've done really well. But there are still things, as always, there always will be, that need to be fixed.
Yeah.
The top of my personal list of what I think needs to be changed is 3 things. I'm not really sure how to choose between them, but they need to somehow rebalance mid-map AA. They need to, if they could, at least do something to the player card, right?
Yeah.
Because, well, I've talked about it before. I think there's definitely room for improvement there. And I think they should do something about parts and FPE for naval, because although they implemented the sort of half measure where your ship can go out if it's on fire for a while, right? It's still not good, because sometimes it just doesn't, or at least it feels that way, and it's not really explained how, like, when will my ship go out? Will it go out after being on fire for a certain amount of time? Like, will it? What is going on here, Gaijin? I'd like to know how it works.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm hoping they can do something with it.
And I think they definitely can. They have the ability to. It's just, I think because naval isn't really that high on their list of priorities, and I understand why it's not like at the top, because obviously it's the least played of the 3 major game types. But they added it in, and they have a responsibility to make it as good as they possibly can. So I think that they should at least try and do something about it. And obviously that I'm not trying to detract from things they have done because it's obviously gone through loads of changes since it was introduced, but
yeah,
they still haven't got it quite right. They're getting close, I think, but they still haven't got it quite right. It's just
they're closer than last year.
Absolutely, yeah.
They'll get it eventually.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. And then in terms of nations and what we've got in game and about parity. You mentioned a bit about parity earlier. What kind of parity are you talking about? Are you talking about parity? Parity in what sense is really what I want to know. Like when you're comparing nations,
yep.
You say that they are closer to each other now than they were in the past.
Yes.
Right, but what do you mean by that?
Well, looking at most tiers, way more BRs are now more fleshed out than they were before. So, you know, they've either had vehicles added or vehicles moved to try and accommodate. There's still black hole BRs, but most nations have better, better lineups, or they have better planes for a certain area. If you have a look at top tier specifically, each nation now has 3 top tier MBTs, which, if we looked at it a year ago, most nations only had 1. So,
yeah.
Most nations now have AAs at most tiers, which was once again something that didn't exist before. Most nations have CAS for most tiers as well, and I just think I remember the time of when like the French tech tree was released, or even if you have a look at the Israeli tech tree, or the ground one which is about to come in. Like all we'll have to do is look at that and then compare it to what we have in like some of the other minor nations and realize how bad they had it at like certain points in time. Thank you for the subscription, Charlie. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. But yeah, that's the main thing for me when I look at these things.
Because you said earlier as well that you were concerned about that decreasing as more nations were added to the game.
Yeah.
So do you think those nations will be... I mean, they're never going to be the USA, Germany, or the USSR, obviously, right?
No.
But do you think they'll be too weak? Is that what you're concerned about?
Yes.
Or so you think that when they get introduced, because they'll only have a certain amount of vehicles, no one will play them because they're weaker.
Yep.
And then they'll not be a population base of it.
Yeah, and basically the reason why I say that is because I look at China, and China had exactly the same problem when it was released, where it came in with a very not a great tech tree. Let's be honest. It didn't have a top tier at all.
Tree, really.
Yeah. It
comparatively speaking. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was just in a bad place. Now it's in a much better place. But back then, there was not a lot of reasons to grind it for the average person because they just saw a bunch of copy and paste stuff. And I don't want the same effect happening to a bunch of other nations, specifically because we already have a mechanism to stop that happening, which is the subtree stuff. So yeah, it's that's the main issue. Like we've already seen it with the Israeli tech tree with the aviation. I haven't really heard anybody properly talking about it in like a big way and like assessing the different vehicles, looking at them all. Instead, all I've heard is it actually worth it? And everybody talking about the ground tech tree. And that's kind of the problem I'm thinking of, because Israel is a decently sized country, and it's also one which, is popular to some people, but the main thing is it is known to people. Places like Yugoslavia, if you talk to like, I don't know, let's say a 15 to 20-year-old, unless you're really into the history of the area, you are going to know fuck all about Yugoslavia. Like, that's just how it's going to be. And you're going to not know or not care about any of their stuff. Because, in effect, it is a minor country on the world stage. Yeah. So, and doesn't exist anymore. Which is also another thing. So that's the main issues. I think there's going to be just general interest in it.
Yeah, well, a couple of things, I think. There's obviously the problem that China had, but I think we said this before. China isn't actually the least played country. I think
not
Italy
right now.
Is the least played, isn't it?
Italy is now, yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see when it was released.
So, do you think that Italy and China are suffering because of their lackluster tech tree launches, or do you think that they're like that just because people don't seem to... They look at their tech tree and they go, well, what sort of experience would I get from grinding this, or what would I actually get from grinding this?
Yeah,
because
I think that's it, yeah. The second one.
So you think it's the second, and it's not like the fact that they came out in a botched state, or, well, not a botched state, but a considerably rougher state than pre-existing tech trees at the time that they were compared to.
Well, first impressions are incredibly important in games and just general things in life. But at the same time as well, as things get more developed, more devlogs come out and stuff, people focus more on those things. Then I feel like that becomes less interesting. Or nobody thinks about that because the news moves so much. But it's more like what the tech tree is looking like right now. I need to be right back, so I will leave them with you. Have a bit of fun for 2 minutes.
Okay, you're in my hands now, chat. No crew skills for naval. Have to sit for a whole 9 seconds. Yeah. Oh, so good. Gotta love naval crew skills when they're... Oh, yes, good day, Hans. Lovely. Do be realistic. Yeah. So I was thinking about the tech trees and the state they came out with. How many of you remember, chat, about the state that Britain was in? The ground tech tree when it first came out. Did any of you play when Royal Armor came out? Yeah, Britain. I played. I played when Britain was new and came out. Yeah, it wasn't that bad, but I think that some of that might be rose-tinted glasses in hindsight, because you have to admit
it was pretty bad.
The AP was pretty crap when the British tech tree came out. It was, it was not good. And so, going back into it now, the tech spec. Do you think that Britain has overcome the negative first impression that some people inevitably must have had? Yeah,
definitely.
Do you think that can be achieved by? Yeah, I was going to say. Do you think that can be achieved by Italy and China when that time is up as well, or do
China
you think
definitely, Italy no?
Why not with Italy? What's different about Italy?
They are at their limit when it comes to ground. They have no more. They have like 3 or 4 vehicles that are kind of semi-interesting. They have their top tier MBT. It doesn't get better than this. Unlucky. Like, at least the Japanese guys, they could always hold on to the Type 10 as, oh, don't worry, it'll get better. And guess what? It's got better. There's no vehicle like that for Italy. you're just in a bad state. Sorry.
Just 10,000 more Dardos. That's it.
Then
Sorry,
when it comes
Italian
to
players. Yeah.
when it comes to aviation, it's kind of the same, but we're just a little bit behind the thing right now. So you've got the F104S, then you've got the extra F104 that they'll eventually add with the AIM-9Ls, and then you've got the Eurofighter Typhoon, I think, and then what else is after that? Like what do Italy use on this modern day? Because I don't think they use F-35s. Oh, they could get a Sea Harrier, yeah, that's true. But at the same time, I could just use them in other areas. But yeah, it's the fact.
Give the Italians a UN subtech tree. Give them an Abrams from the UN or something. I don't know.
The way you get people to play Italy is a Romanian and Hungary subtrees.
Yeah, you see, you could do that, but do you think that would be a better idea than potentially like a Warsaw Pact tree?
I mean, they could do that, yeah, but that only benefits the Soviets, right?
Well, I didn't mean like a Warsaw Pact subtree in the Soviet Union, like maybe.
Oh, you mean like an independent
you said
Warsaw thing?
Well, you were like, think something like Yugoslavia, for instance, right? If you put Yugoslavia in the Warsaw Pact, I know Yugoslavia wasn't in the Warsaw Pact.
I feel like you would piss off a lot of people from there, but yeah, you can.
Yeah, but you have Taiwan and China in the same tree. You don't get to say that anymore, right? Like, there's no, you can't have this in this tech tree. We've gone past that now, okay?
Apart from South Korea and Japan, that will never happen.
Yeah, that will never happen ever. That'll go in the American tech tree. Before it goes in the Japanese tech tree. But I reckon, like, because you could put in. I don't know if some. Listen, I'm not necessarily advocating for this tech tree, but I was just trying to think. I was like, you said, something like Yugoslavia wouldn't work, and I agree. I don't think Yugoslavia by itself has enough stuff to work. But if you were to shove in, like, Czechoslovakia and Poland and Romania and Hungary, you might be able to cobble something together. Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. But the problem with doing
the Czechs had a lot of Lotus stuff. I mean, but yeah.
The problem with that is you condemn Italy.
That's true.
To their fate that they have today.
But, like you said, do the Italians really deserve uncondemning? Right, like.
I mean, for me,
I enjoy the Italian tech tree personally. I think that a lot of the vehicles they have some pretty fun and unique play styles. However, the rest of them are American, so they're the same. So I think for me, I think Italy, like you said, will always be a bit of a niche tech tree.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine. I don't think every tech tree has to be necessarily, like super mainstream. No,
I don't think it does either.
If we're talking about like population bases for the different tech trees, you're never gonna topple the big three, right? Like USA, Germany, and USSR are always gonna have more players. Even if other tech trees somehow are better, they will always have.
The only one that could topple it is China, technically.
Yeah. Exactly.
But they got that whole
and they've got their own server, which is completely separate. So it's not. That probably won't happen unless something in the real world happens. So I think that it's okay for Italy to be how it is. I think, right? But that's just my
Hey, Octo John, nice
thoughts about it. I mean, yeah, we'll probably get like more Dardos and stuff, and it'll be the same. But it should be okay.
Yeah, I think
Italy will basically be the French air tech tree of right now, forever.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right. So, at least a top tier.
Yeah, and that's why I don't think a ton of people will play it. I don't think it's down to like nationality or onto anything like that. It's just, is this as useful as other nations? No. Does it have a heavy tank so I can do daily tasks? No. Like
I have
stuff
to
like
say, I used to play Italy a lot more than I do now
that.
because they had the Semaventes
Oh yeah.
in rank 3, and I did loads of tasks in the Semaventes, right?
Yeah.
And I've recently played it a lot less since they moved them to rank 2, right? So there's definitely that thing where how good can this be for my other stuff that I do in War Thunder? And I don't think it's helped that they. I mean, it's just my bias, obviously, because I really liked using the Semaventes to do tasks.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, now, was it really such a bad thing, Gaijin, to have like a 3.3 tank that I could use to do my daily tasks?
Yeah, exactly.
Why did you have to take this away from me? But you know, whatever. It is how it is. It's just a bit unfortunate.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, they're gonna have to do something with Italy, like, or just leave it to rot. Like it, maybe the naval is what takes over. Maybe that's what they do. But looking at what has happened with it, maybe the helicopters as well. But once again,
Next patch, Russia's getting an Akrana plan with tactical nuclear missiles. Perfect. That's right, Dreadnought players. It goes at 400 kilometers an hour and you can't dodge them. Oh, could you imagine? They're like ground effect vehicles, but only the Soviets get them.
classic.
Oh, dear me.
God.
It wouldn't surprise me.
One day.
But
Not this.
is the
day,
ground
but
effect
one day.
modelled in game? Do you know?
In what way?
Like, you know how like planes get more lift when they're close to the ground?
Yeah.
I was wondering if, like, in air, that is actually modelled in. I don't think
think
it is.
I think
but-
it is, but I'd have
Is
to
it?
check. Yeah.
Well, it's
I
alright if
know
you don't
it
know.
definitely
That's-
is for missiles. So
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
why it wouldn't be for aircraft.
Well, I hope so, because that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't know what else really there is to talk about, but I think generally, like I said, if we just go over what happened this year, it's been pretty good.
Oh, I
We've
agree.
got lots of stuff. Like you say, it is nice to have more parity. I'm curious actually. Now thinking
Yeah.
about it. The Israeli like air tree, because obviously it came out recently. I haven't been able to play it because I didn't buy one of the packs and I haven't got all the tester stars yet or
Yeah.
anything. But do you think that
Oh, True Navy.
they do model ground lift? Someone just
Well
messaged
played.
me. Apparently, that's cool.
Yeah.
Do you think that they designed that tech tree around later adding the Israeli ground tech tree, or do you think they?
Definitely.
Yeah, because I was going to say there's a lot of CASing sort of ground options there.
The fact that every vehicle has some kind of CAS on it, like, or some kind
Yeah.
of rocket or bomb or something. There's no way that was designed to be like an
Yeah,
air superiority tree.
yeah, because I was just like looking at it. It's like, oh wow, there's a lot of stuff in there to attack ground units. So
Yeah, I think they realized that most people would be interested in ground stuff.
it's ready ground, and
Yeah.
they're like, yeah, how can we help this out?
Pretty much, yeah. How do we get people to actually play this, you know?
Give it 10,000 CAS options, and let them bomb all they want.
Oh,
I think
shit.
I don't know. I want to. I think I'll play a bit of Israel, but I don't think I'll grind it that much personally. The only things that are particularly interesting to me is the clipped wing Spitfire, the Meteor NF-13 because I think it looks funny. And the rest of it, I'm not really that interested in personally. Because it's like, okay, the Kafir is pretty cool. You know,
Yeah.
I would kind of like the Kafir. But will I go
Hey,
through
Cross, nice
the
to see
trouble of researching multiple super mistairs? No. And you can't make me. Right? So it's like, oh yeah, great. Like I could get all of these super mistairs, or I could use the A4s. I don't want to do that either, personally. I wish that there was an actual. I wish there was some fighter, and I don't know if it exists in real life. I'm not really like a buff on what vehicles Israel used, but I wish there was some decent fighter there that could be used. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. They can add other variants of the Kafir with some crazy stuff on them if they want to.
Yeah, but I don't mean like I meant in order to sort of get to the Kafir. I'm sure the Kafir's like,
right.
okay, but what I meant is like how if I want to grind to get something like the Kafir, right?
Yeah.
I have to go through researching the Sambad and the Saar and the Mister 4A and 2 of the Skyhawks.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean the Skyhawks are fine, but they're not fighters, are they? Right?
No.
Like they can maybe occasionally hold their own, but they're not designed for that role. And I mean, yeah, you can make stuff like the Samba. I'm sure I haven't played it. I'm sure you could make the Sambad work occasionally, right?
Oh yeah, probably.
But is it fun to play? I haven't played it, but my bet is on no.
I'm going for definitely not.
Yeah,
That's
especially
my
when
final
it's
answer.
stock. Right? You know, I mean, it's like, and because those are the only things in that tier, you can't even use the meteors to do it, and meteors are quite fun, but you can't use those to research.
By the way,
yeah,
I found the difference between the Shafra 1 and the Shafra 2.
What is the difference?
So I was talking to Mr. Adats earlier, and he's looked at my
Yeah.
files. The difference between the Shafra 1 and the Shafra 2 at the moment in game is the Shafra 2 can lock onto a target from 20 kilometers, and the Shafra 1 can lock onto a target from 10.
And they can only fire from what, 5?
At
Or something?
most. Like,
amazing. Well, that's such an
them,
improvement.
You want to fire them maybe at 2.5 or 3 at most. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Perfect.
Isn't the Spitfire Mark 1C in the Israeli tree just the exact same as the Spitfire Mark 9 in like the British tree, but an entire BR above it?
Yeah, it is, because it's got the wrong
Why?
engine.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's got the wrong engine or they thought it was the other one, but yeah, it's whatever it is, it's got the wrong engine.
I see, because I was going to say, like, why have you done this? This is, because like you said, first impressions are important. I mean, they're not necessarily like the be-all, end-all, but my first impression of this tree is like, I maybe want to play 3 vehicles or 4 vehicles, 3 of which would be okay to get, and the 4th at the end of the tree, like Kafir, like, phew.
Yeah.
I'm never getting that, ever. You can't make me play the Sambad. You can't make me play the Mister. Right? Like, at least, in the French tree, right? Yeah, you have the Mister and the Super Mister. But there's also a couple of other options, right? Like, yeah, you have the Saber Dog. I mean, it's not good, right? And you have the F100, and the F100's fine, right? It's fine. It's better than the Super Mister, right? Take an F100 over a Super Mister. But, just, I don't know. Personally, it just doesn't look that appetizing to me as a tree.
It's basically because it isn't. So.
Yeah. Give me an air superiority fighter, Gaijin, and I might play it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, your best option is like what do you call it? It's like the Mustang or something. But even then, like there's stuff that's better at it.
Yeah. And if they don't give us an air superiority fighter, at least give me something that I can like mostly brain dead grind in. But the closest thing you have to that is the Vator, and I'm not playing the Vator. So
Yeah, that's fair.
Go away with the Bator. Please. Why is it at this BR? Oh, wait. It's because they can't move it down. Oh, dear me.
I don't think the Mirage 5 has flares right now.
Do you know what they're gonna... My prediction is they'll make this tree even better by adding an F84F next patch, and that'll fix it. That'll 100% fix it, won't it? An X84F. Or an F84F, even. Dear me. But yeah.
Alright, Eurist. Let's bring it to an end. It's a good chat, though.
Yeah, thank you for listening to me ramble.
Oh, it's always a pleasure.
And thanks a lot, chat. So, yeah, it's been good. And I'll probably be on in the new year, so...
Yeah, have a good Christmas, man.
Yeah, everyone else in chat and you too, Tech. Have fun. And remember, come and join the Tech Hub to get festive giveaways and join our festive events to potentially win fabulous prizes.
Hell
Link you can get in the thing. And by doing the command. I don't know what the command is. Tech can tell you.
It's exclamation mark Discord.
Yeah.
Alright, see you later, Eurist. Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll continue. But we have to do the summertime thingies first, but that'll be fine. Not summertime, festive. But I'll be right back. Because there's fuck all else going on this map. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so, let's see. Right, so what I've done is I've screenshotted the thing, so I know who's going to be on next. But basically what we're going to do now, just for the next 10 or 20 minutes, is if people are interested, join one of the... let's join the War Thunder chat on the Tech Hub, and basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some recordings for the Christmas video. So what this is you can come on, say like a sentence or something, and basically just say, you know, Merry Christmas, or, you know, whatever you feel like saying for the end of the year. Pretty much as simple as that. So I'll join it now, and if you are interested, make sure to move to that channel, and then we'll continue with the Fireside chat after it, in, you know, a little bit of time. So I'll move now. Whoops. Alright, there we go.
Hey, Tech.
Hey, Pokey, how you doing?
Very good.
But yeah, if you want to come on and do the festive wishes and stuff, make sure to do so. Otherwise, I'll get them done quickly, and then we'll move from there. Pretty much as simple as that. This is your opportunity from you guys in the stream chat. If you want to come on and have, or, you know, say like a few words, it'll be put in a Christmas video that I'll release on thingy. So I'll give it like 5 minutes and then we can go. Let's just put an announcement out. There we go. Right, we'll start it off in like 2 minutes or so. And we can go from there. Did you know that BEA Haglands is open a museum? A previously secret prototype on one-off vehicles? Oh, that's pretty cool. Be nice to go. Oh shit. There we go. Let's hit the deck. Why is it over a hill? Rude. Ooh. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's get started. So, pretty much what I'll do is I will drag each of you individually into another room, and then all you guys have to do is basically say, well, whatever you want to say, really. I just got to make sure that I have this right. Okay. All right, so I'll be in the enlisted room and I'll just drag you in one by one. So don't worry about it. And then we'll have another opportunity later on to do this, and then also probably tomorrow too. So let's do this. All right. Sorry on the stream end, guys, but understand this has to be done. Okay, don't call me Donnie, you're the first. Go ahead. No, you don't have to. Say whatever you want. Good stuff, man. Alright, thank you very much. Alright, and I'm pretty sure... Didn't I do you in the morning?
Oh, wait. Yeah, you did.
Alright. See you later, Lieutenant. God damn it. Alright, Pokey, you got any festive wishes?
Do I have any festive wishes? Yeah. Merry Christmas from Tech Hub. God bless anyone watching and their loved ones. That's about it.
Good stuff, man.
Alright, go back to general or something like that?
Yeah. You can go back to the Fireside chat room if you want.
Alright, I'll be there.
Alright, Tank Clover. What is your message?
Don't waste time and money on games like I did.
Fair enough. A powerful message.
Very.
Alright, Golden Fish, you're up.
Hope everybody has a Merry Christmas. I personally think it was a good year, and I hope that I'll have more years like this in the future to come. So, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas.
Oh yeah, very positive. Well done.
You're welcome.
Alright. Let's just shoot this guy down. I'm doing like 3 things at once, by the way, so just give me a sec, guys. Alright, now let's get Mad in. Do you have a Christmas message, Mad?
To anyone and everyone, Merry Christmas. May your holidays be nothing but blessed with, well, God knows what, anything, everything, all that is good in the world. And may the years going forward, especially next year, be a whole lot better.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I'd say that's all.
Nice. Alright. Now let's get Toxic in. Oh. Okay, Toxic, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my message is, have a Merry Christmas and make sure that you spend those discounts well.
Wonderful stuff, man. Alright. Okay, so that's that portion done. Alright, let's get back to the Fireside chat now. There we go. Right, so now I've got to remember who was where. I need to close this. I need to do that. Do this. I need to rename this. It's amazing what you can do when you learn how to multitask. Oh, come on, Deirdre, what are you doing? There we go. Right, Christmas wishes 3. Right, so the next person on is Don't Call Me Doy because we're going on the old setup. So let's do that. Then we should be ready to go.
Okay, so first of all,
Hello.
my brother is sitting right next to me, so he's gonna probably scream. So, bruh.
Okay.
So don't mind him, okay?
Does he generally scream?
Yes, very often that is.
Fair enough. Hey JC,
So,
many nice to see you.
my first topic will be the Swedish tanks.
Okay.
The CV90 120, right? Is
Right.
10.7.
Yeah.
It gets the M95, which has 600 millimeters of penetration. Then there's a CRV 122B. It only gets the DM33. So either it's Gaijin trying to balance it by the armor and giving a worse shell, or I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty much a balance thing, isn't it? Like at the end of the
probably.
day. Yeah, I don't think there's any other thing it could be. So yeah, I'm pretty sure.
But once there's like more modern tanks, they could eventually give it to it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the main issue that Sweden has is they jump from DM33 to M95, where they don't have any like intermediate round.
Well, most of the time it's glass cannons in their tech tree. Like, eventually get the CRV 104, which has somewhat good armor, but you know.
Do you enjoy the CV90?
Well, I haven't got to it yet, but I plan on it.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's a pretty fun little vehicle. I still don't think it's good as the 122s though. Like I need to replay the 122s though. That's the thing.
Before the Fireside chat, I just got done with my CRV 81.
Oh yeah. How did you find that?
I made a somewhat small lineup. I just took my 74 back into it. And the A21 RB. I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, I think so.
Generally, just Sweden has a massive variety of vehicles, though top tier air is quite small, but it is enough.
Well, I think they'll get more as they go along, right? Because you got stuff like the the Gripen, or the yeah. So
there could still be the JA37D, which is basically Viggen but with AMRAAMs, but I don't think it's the time yet.
Right.
It's just generally that Sweden has way too much advancement in technology for the BR right now, I think.
Yeah, and I think eventually they'll get added in. But after the Gripen, they've basically got nothing, right? Like they've basically just got a bunch of 37 platforms, and that's it.
Eventually, there could just be the small ones, propeller things, more stuff. But I don't think there's much to add anymore.
No. It's something they got to worry about, right? Because you can't have basically a stale tech tree. Like, it just goes dead. They don't add anything to it.
Yeah.
Do you have any other thoughts?
There's still the AJS, but I don't know.
Or do you think they could add that now?
Probably if they increase the BR again. It's basically like a mix of the fighter one and the attacker. So.
Oh, okay. That would be interesting to see.
Oh, so the next topic is gonna be pretty short, but you remember the one passed to the developers, like what was it called? Basically, like the Cessna thing for Sweden.
Yeah, the training plane with like rockets on it and stuff.
Like, it could be an either event vehicle or something, or just put it at a relatively low BR. So.
Yeah, I think they could do that. Is there anything else you would want to see for the tech tree?
Probably not, because there's enough for now, I guess. But when it comes to Germany, like top tier, they're just lacking for now.
You think?
For sure, in the future they'll get way better stuff, like the MiG-23 MLA.
Yeah, this is our
That's
BEC.
probably gonna still be a time to wait.
I think eventually we'll see stuff like that, right? But it's gonna take a while.
Or take for example Italy. They have the F-104, and it can do something in CAS, but the loads are just lacking.
Yeah, they're not in a great place, but I don't know what you can do to try and help that.
Oh, they either get the tornado early, or I don't know. I generally don't know anymore.
Yeah, I'd have to have a look at options to see, because I know a few things I could get, but none of them are CAS options, you know. Have you been maining on Sweden recently then, or is that just a general thing?
Kinda. Just say, I'm gonna play Sweden occasionally, at the same time grinding Japan, right? Like today I just bought the entire tier 3 for Japan, but I now grinded out one vehicle for Sweden. So I just do it at the side task, like for now. Eventually I get to do it full time, but I just put it for later.
Yeah, I get you. Are you doing the event?
Yeah, I got my 3rd star, and it's going pretty smoothly.
Oh, good stuff.
I'm just using the Battle Pass 0 because free money, of course. And it got me really rich, so.
What are you hoping to see in Wathandia next year?
Well, probably a redesign of the Afterburners, of course.
Why? Right. Okay. So, the last like 2 or 3 days, I've heard that like 30 times. Where has that come from?
Well, it looks like a fucking 3D painting.
Yeah, I know, but like, who made a video on it, or like, what got posted about it?
I don't fucking know. You expect me to know everything about it?
Well, no, I don't. Just asking.
I've seen Roblox developers do a better job at than Afterburner.
Fair enough.
It just looks stupid.
So, the Afterburner stuff, is there anything else you'd like to see?
Well, probably an improvement in like shell mechanics, so it just don't bounce everything when it doesn't pen.
So you want to see armor which gets destroyed over time?
Basically.
Okay. It's definitely something that's interesting.
And we could eventually also get the Fox ones, right? Oh wait, fuck. What was it, Fox 3 or Fox 1? I'm stupid.
I don't know.
Well,
Fox 2 is IR, right?
Yeah.
Then SAHI, I think, is Fox 3. I think. I'm not very good at remembering terminology for that stuff. But one of them's semi-active, and then one of them's IR, and then the other one, it kind of guides itself, right? Is that the idea? Like has like a radar head in it, and it doesn't need the plane to guide it in.
Okay, so Fox 3 is active radar,
Yeah,
not semi-active. So.
You think we'll get that next year?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's essentially just hoping Gaijin does something about it. Like, I'm not gonna decide everything.
Well, it's not about... They're not gonna come to you and be like, so, we've decided to fire our whole design team, and now you are here. So, what are we gonna do? It's more like, what would you like to see?
Well, just give it more balance, alright? Balance the fucking game for once.
Fair enough.
Also, the topic about the MiG-23 MF. The plane is just like the MiG-23M, but it carries better R60s. Kinda.
Does it?
Well, the MK is basically almost the same thing, but it can carry just the fucking R23.
Right.
And the R23 is the R60 MK, but more all aspect range, and it's faster.
What has this got to do with what you were saying before?
I just had a fucking brain lag.
Well, that's okay. Is it called back up? I mean, the way to balance the game, if they want to do it, is by mirror matching. That's the only way you could really do it.
Oh yeah.
Would you like to see that?
Or they could change the matchmaking entirely, and the same BR that you're playing is faces the same BR only, which will be stupid, I guess, but it will work.
It's for common players, Iron Cross, but it's at higher BRs, basically. Could you repeat that, sorry?
Let's say 10.0 plane, and it only fights the same BR, so 10.0 versus 10.0. And that's about it, right?
But even then, that probably wouldn't be balanced, right? Because they'd have different capabilities. No, it's okay,
Well,
Iron Cross, don't worry.
It also depends if they change the BRs of the planes that couldn't be balanced at that BR, so...
Oh, that's true. Then you'd probably end up with vehicles that are between BRs, right? Because they can't work out one way or the other. Is there any last thoughts that you want to put in?
Probably not. I don't have much time anymore anyways.
Oh, fair enough. Well, it's nice having you on, man. And some good thoughts today.
Have a nice rest of the stream.
Yeah, have a wonderful Christmas, man. Alright. So the next person is insert generic name. There we go. Let's see what generic wants to chat about today. With a very wonderful profile picture.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you?
I'm good. So I think I've got a few things I want to talk about, but I think the first thing I want to talk about is probably the A7 that America got. I forgot what update it was. It was a few updates ago. And
the A7E.
Yes, the A7E.
Right.
And I believe that's the latest variant of the A7. And in real life, that was used up until the Gulf War, and it carried something that, like, I don't know if it's gonna come to War Thunder eventually. It carried the AGM-88, which is like the radiation missile. So I was just wondering what you thought about like the AGM-88. Would you think it would be too OP in the game? Like, would it be
what does it
too
do?
OP to immediately be able to destroy SPA and anything like that, just with ease?
Well, how about you explain what it is? Oh. He's disappeared. Did he hit the wrong button? Are you there? Insert generic name. Ah, there we go. Let's get him back on. Did you hit the wrong button? Hello? I think he might be dead. Are you there? I wonder if this is the same problem that the other dude is having. Your mic's messed up? I mean, fair enough. Is it working now? Like, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm on Gaijin servers. Oh, you're green, but I can't hear anything. Alright. So what we'll do, while Insert is sorting out his mic stuff, let's get into Phoenix. And then we can all have a chat. Hey Tazzy, how you doing?
Good evening.
Good evening to Phoenix. How are you?
Insert generic name? Generic name. I'm sorry. Good evening, chat. First of all, I just spotted this John China thing. What's word? His profile picture is just on point.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I just came again a day with just talking about random stuff. And oh no, I have one topic I want to talk about. It's related to a game called War Thunder. And yes, I want to prove that the HE51, either version, is superior to any F4 because it has a better turn rate. That's all I wanted to say. I'm just kidding. But from my younger brother, he bought me a T114 as an early Christmas gift. Then I decided myself, okay, no, I just buy the Karlsruhe and play some naval.
Have you been enjoying it?
I enjoy the spotting play. And that's it. I didn't find another thing. I mean, I can properly hit targets because, well, it's physics that you have to use. Like if your opponent drives the same way you drive and simply drive into each other in a similar way.
See you later, don't call me don't call me Die. Have a good time.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to hit.
Yeah.
Because you just have to aim on him and that's it. And even if they drive just the opposite way, turn your ship and make him drive the same way you drive or swim. And yeah, it's pretty funny in my opinion. Why people complain about it's slow or stuff like this. I mean, come on, it's just 26 minutes or 30 minutes. Sit in here. I mean, I'm someone who enjoyed Boulogne-sur-Mer. Best map in my opinion. Also the biggest air realistic map I know.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's time to turn to give us Boulogne-sur-Mer back so we can enjoy it in our jets and conquer England at least in a video game. Come on, give the Germans at least this single map. It's all we need, and we are happy.
It is kind of interesting how they removed Volo and brought it back, but they haven't brought back Boulogne.
I hope they will bring it back someday. But you talk about Volokolamsk right now. Am I right? Oh, let's don't talk about this map. I don't have to say a single good word. It's just too small. I mean, come on, you are like 800 meters from spawn to spawn.
Oh, you mean the small version?
I think maximum. Right. Yeah. Right now I play a lot of 6.7, 7.3. It's just the small one, and it's getting annoyed. I'm getting annoyed by this map. And yeah. Don't know what to say. Anything good about it? Pretty hard to find something. I simply don't get it. Why? Why is it still so small? Even okay. Make it a small version. Give us a small version. But at least give it for BRs like the lower BRs. Oh god, Kamikaze was an E7 spotting plane that tried to ram me. Sorry. Right. The small version. 3.3. It's totally fine. Don't need so much range at this BR, but on 7.3, I mean, come on. Right now I play the T114, and I still hit people on like 100 meters. Even the gun is not the best.
Yeah.
And but it's awesome. So what I mean is, small tiny thing. It's just for the enemy annoying, but it's so much fun when you play it yourself. And I'm happy that I own it right now. Because before I just had the ASU 57, and I love to bring it up to like 8.7 and above. And yeah. Okay, it's not like I am just using the ASU and J out after I don't the kill or something like this. I have a proper lineup.
Yeah.
But I spawn it first
That's
with the
super odd.
ASU.
I don't understand.
There
it's
he
working
is.
now.
There it
Come
is.
back.
Okay, finally. That's being weird. I guess my microphone or Bluetooth or something is messed up. I don't know.
That's all good. Alright, what is the HM88 then?
Alright, so the harm is like a anti-radiation missile. Basically, it locks onto any radar signal that it detects. So it's an anti-ground. It was meant to take out radar sites or AA guns, anything like that. And so basically, any SPAA could be locked onto. and it'd go toward that. It was built onto the AIM-7 basically, and it would lock onto any radar signal, fly towards that, and destroy it.
Right.
And it was on the A7E. And some people say it's too OP, some people say it's not. What do you think? Something that can completely lock onto any radar signal on the ground and destroy it. Would that be too OP for War Thunder or not?
I don't think so.
It'd be like, but it's only plane currently in War Thunder that was mounted on was the A7, and that's about it. I think it was on the F-16. So when that comes,
maybe when they added this ATGM or I don't know, people stop using their stupid radar the whole game.
it'd be a really good counter to the SBA spam. But I mean that I don't know. It's really hard to say because I mean,
Yeah, in my opinion, it's like when I spawn in an SPAA, the first thing I do is I turn my radar off. Especially in high tier where people have their guided missiles and bombs and stuff like this. I don't get why people have their radar turned the whole time on, and it's like a huge light fire that draws the attention on you. I mean, most of them have the RWR, and they find you no matter what.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it would be like too OP, but I mean it'd be the good counter to any AA. But then it'll stop coming after them if they just turn off their radar. But some of them may not do that, and they'll just get destroyed by it. But it'd be a good counter. So
How
like
do you
for a
know
long
it's
range.
coming in though?
I mean, I'm just saying. What if?
I mean, the main issue with like mechanics like that, which I think will eventually be added anyway, kind of like the Maverick stuff, is the issue that most nations, I'm guessing, didn't use these things.
It was
So,
yeah. I think it's only in America. They may have gave it to other nations, but it's mostly only America.
Yeah, so it'll be one of those situations where, one nation gets given it and everybody else just has to not have it and deal with their own stuff.
There's a lot of I mean, I think most nations had an anti-radiation missile that locked on the radars. America just used the AGM-88 that was on AIM-7's body.
Right.
So, and that could be like super long range too because it's an AIM-7. You could literally launch that from across the map basically, because especially on ground RB maps, you don't even have to worry about getting shot down by SBA with that because it's a Sparrow, so there's nothing you can do about it if you're an SPA, which is probably the thing that would probably make people a little bit mad. Because I mean, there isn't much of a counter to it. There also just wasn't a lot of stuff it was. I mean, there was quite a lot of stuff it was mounted on, but I mean, a lot of it couldn't come to War Thunder in its current state, except the A7. But that's about it.
It sounds interesting, at least.
It was on the F-15E, which obviously that can't come. But it will come eventually. I mean, you have to add something to counter that. Especially like the F-15 is something that you need a very powerful Soviet jet to counter. Because I mean, I don't think the F-15's ever been shot down in combat. So. Let me think. I think I'll go to Israel. Thinking about, do you think they'll add the Tehran tanks? The ones that, like the T-55, they converted and like they put a bunch of like Western equipment onto. They took off the 115 millimeter. I think that's what I forgot what they had, the T-55, but they took off the Soviet guns, Soviet MGs, all that, and replaced it with Western stuff. So like instead of having the Russian 50 cal on top, they put a 30 cal on top of it. They gave it the L7A3 gun, all that type of stuff.
I think they'll need as many vehicles as they can muster, so...
Yeah, but I mean, Israel never...
that makes sense.
Israel never used it in combat. They gave it to, I think it's somewhere in South America. I forgot where. I think it's Ecuador. I don't know. Somewhere, and that Israel never used it. They just got it. They just used a bunch of captured T-55s they had, so they could export it.
Yeah. I'd probably say most vehicles in War Thunder now were never used in combat, or at least a decent percentage.
Do you think after they're done adding, like, I mean, they've already added so many. Once they're done adding modern vehicles, I mean, they're gonna add so many, and there's so many There's a bunch they could add, but I mean, once they've reached like the limit, do you think they'll maybe look back at World War II and maybe add some more World War II vehicles that existed, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. Like they'll probably do what they've been doing recently, which is focusing like rank 4 and upwards kind of thing, and then when it comes to World War II vehicles, it'll probably be like event vehicles or battle pass vehicles and stuff. Because there's still an absolute metric ton they could add from the Second World War, but I don't think it's going to be a priority thing, right?
Yeah.
I would love to see an event with World War I vehicles, like the A7, the 7A1, or was it like? I don't know, these big
A7B,
box
I
tanks.
think.
Yeah, I think like this.
That would
be awesome. Would be pretty funny.
Yeah.
Like back in the days with the potato guns.
I always thought they could, because there's an anniversary every year for the first ever tank battle, and it happened between A7s and Mark whatever's 4s or whatever. They could easily do an event over like that weekend or 7 days where you play it, and if you get so many wins or play so much, you get the vehicle, but you just can't use it in battles. Or maybe you get it as a hangar decoration or something, you know.
Yes, decoration would also be cool.
Yeah.
It's like somewhere back in the garages or something like this.
I'm kind of surprised didn't come in any of these updates, because it was in the leaks. Those like the huge leak from a few months ago or so that had the like we've had a lot of the stuff from those leaks has been added, but one of them that I'm kind of surprised didn't get added was the Little Bird, the AH6, I believe. That was in those leaks, and I'm kind of surprised that didn't get added, because I mean it'd be pretty. It'd be a pretty cool helicopter to have. It'd just be kind of weird because its armament is pretty tiny, so I wouldn't say get put up to like a too high of a BR. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. But it had, I think it was like 2 Hellfires and rockets and dumbfire rockets. But it'd still be a pretty cool addition because it's tiny little agile helicopter that it's just be hard to hit by guns or anything like that.
Did you play the bows? The 105s? Did you play the Bow 105s?
No.
The German tech tree.
No, I didn't.
They feel pretty much like it. I would recommend them to you.
I've been trying to grind Germany. I haven't played it too much.
It's pretty awful. The German helicopter tech tree just gets good as you unlock the EC665. Means the Eurocopter.
Yeah, the EC665 is the one with the fire and forget missiles, isn't it? Or the fire like it.
Right. Also, the KA-50s and 52s have to hide for.
I don't really know how the Little Bird fits in, because doesn't it have a really shit armament?
See, I would say 10.0, but I don't know. It'd be really it's a tiny armament, but it's still Hellfires, so I wouldn't put it too low, because I mean it's Hellfires. So it was in the leaks, and I don't know.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah. It was the other one which was more interesting from the leaks was that is it the Cheyenne or whatever?
I think the most interesting thing from those leaks was probably the like mechs or robots or whatever. Like what was with that? Like is that gonna be like next year's April Fool's Moon? Is they gonna bring it back? I mean, I mean the mechs look super cool. Like some of them look like super mechs. I know they had like some of them look huge.
Yeah, they look pretty awesome.
Go to enlisted. You may have said something about it, but a few months ago for enlisted they had that they had the like modern warfare event or whatever.
Yeah.
Like with like the A1HC and the T80s or whatever. Yes, T80s. I don't know. How'd you feel about that? I thought it was super cool. And I know it's obviously becoming like they're gonna do like a War Thunder where they use the events to test stuff. You think they'll do more stuff like that to bring like events to test stuff? Because obviously Enlisted's gonna end up like War Thunder. I think they'll move into like the Korean War and that type of thing.
I think generally with it, I hope they do more like little events. I don't think it's really used to test stuff though, because at least when it comes to like, the new mechanics or whatever, there wasn't really anything new there for those vehicles. Like the only thing that was new was, I suppose, the tanks, but the tanks could easily be modeled in the system that they have. The more interesting thing to me is that events like that are obviously designed to gauge interest. So, and it seemed a lot of people were interested.
Yeah, it was obviously going to drag in a lot of people. I mean, seeing an M1 Abrams is going to drag in a ton of people. Seeing a T80 is going to drag a lot of people. I mean, it's...
Hey, Jordy.
So yeah, maybe it was just something to drag people in.
Well, would you like to see something like
that?
Ooh, Leopard 2 A7.
Premium, Jordy.
I don't know. I want enlisted to move into like Korean War and Vietnam. That'd be really cool. Like, I mean, I'd say it could go modern, super modern like that one day. Maybe Gulf War, like War Thunder is, but I mean, it'd probably take a few years. But I'd be completely fine if they went into like the Korean War. But right now, they still have a lot of fronts to add for World War II. I mean, they still thinking about Pacific Front and that type of thing.
Yeah, that's true. I'd rather they focused on the World War II stuff first. The problem I have with Korea is I don't know anybody who cares about Korea apart from Americans.
Yeah, but I mean, Korea had a lot of countries fighting in it.
Yeah, but none of them care.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Like the only time I ever hear about the Korean War is from Americans. I never hear it from not even Koreans talk about it.
And I mean, not even a lot of Americans talk about it over here. I mean, it's pretty unknown war. It's kind of surprising how like small of a war it is. And speaking of Korea, I was actually thinking about this. Y'all were talking about subtrees and that type of thing. I was thinking some sort of subtree for China involving North Korea, because I didn't know North Korea had like such interesting tanks, and they have this one, and it's like one of their most recent MBTs, and not like that one that looked like a combination of the M1 Abrams and the T14. That one's probably made of plastic, but
DMS,
they have
nice to see.
One of their most recent MBTs has like a launcher on it, and it carries like a North Korean copy of Igla. Like it has a remote controlled Eagle launcher on the tank, so it can take down air forces and that type of thing. And the tank's like a mishmash of a bunch of like Chinese and Russian tank designs. So like T-72, T-62, whatever the Chinese are using. I don't know. It's a combination of all those design philosophies, and I'm guessing the North Koreans have seen from attending Russian and Chinese parades and seeing the tanks draw them down and get what like they obviously use a bunch of design elements from Russian and Chinese tanks.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a super. I've never seen anything like it, and I thought it was really cool having like the AAM launcher on the tank. Or not AAM, but missile launcher on the tank to take out air forces. I don't know how it'd be implemented into War Thunder. It might be too OP, but I mean it's still a pretty cool idea.
I think a lot of people would enjoy it. Like, I know a ton of people have been looking forward to new nations and stuff like that, and we haven't really had a medium tanking game that also has like that ability. I think it'd be pretty fun.
Yeah. The North Koreans, actually. I mean, it'd be a pretty cool addition as a subtree to China, but I mean, it'd also be adding some of the lower tier stuff from them would be like very similar to what China already has. So like, I know they use Su-76s, T-34-76s, T-34-85s, and Su-152s and Su-100s. That
Hey,
type
Jet
of thing.
Cream Sam, nice
they
to see
they
you.
still use
Happy
the
holidays.
Su-152s, but they use them as artillery replacements. I think I don't know. But the problem with North Korean tanks, we know literally nothing about them because they don't talk about them. Obviously, we don't even know the real name of the tank. Well, actually, they don't really know much about the tanks because I mean they don't say nothing about them because it's North Korea. They don't say nothing about their country either.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of expansion they could do if they moved into, obviously, North Korea and South Korea. Like just got to be real careful with the amount of copy and paste stuff, which is going about, or would be very similar. But they do, I think China as a nation has a ton of expansion that they can have in game, but if they want to add North Korea to it, they could easily. But I don't know. We'll have to see what goes on. Is there anything else you want to talk about, generic name? Any thoughts for like next year? Like what you'd like to see? Have I died? Hello?
No, not really.
Okay.
I just don't want to interrupt since generic is back.
I think his mic might have died again. So go ahead, Phoenix. What were you thinking of? Hey, Eggman, nice to see you.
Oh, it's now you got me off guard. For the next year, or what do you mean
sure,
right
why
now? Oh, I'm right now pretty happy in the game. I have to spade so much and to research so much, especially now that Israel joins the fight. And yeah, well, I never thought that I would find Israel, but why not give it a shot? Oh, hell no. Versus Smarter A1 isn't this good. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I hope some maps get some proper reworks. Or maybe some bigger maps. Now we have so fast vehicles. Don't know if this 128 times 128 kilometers maps are still enough. And especially if we think about the fact that the F14 will come, if it's next year or 2023, I don't know. But we will see even higher vehicles, or the Panavia Tornado. I still hope for my beloved Alpha Jet. It's a dream. Someday the dream will come true. I hope so. Or I just have to spend a lot of time and maybe to offer Gaijin my work. And then we have a new Operation Winter vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know why we always get F4 or right now it's MiG-23, the German tech tree. Well, right now it's really good. Germany will legalize weed, ganja. Someday, maybe they will also legalize Jejo.
Jejo? What's that?
I have more words for snow than some Eskimos.
Ah, got you. Fair enough. God damn it.
I hope everyone gets rid of this corona, and especially this Omicron. Don't know, I heard it's a little bit less dangerous version, so like it's mutates to become a seasonal virus. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't hope so. I hope Corona will kill all the people that are not intelligent enough. Keep distance, wash their hands, not touch their face after they leave the public transportations or their work or stuff like this. And maybe someday we have not just brain dead teammates in War Thunder. But yeah, I don't think so. Most of the time it's like cockroaches. No, they will survive. I don't know how, I don't know why. You don't get rid of them. Well,
powerful.
Too strong, too strong. My dog just watched me right now and he's just like, what are you talking about?
Have you you all sorted for Christmas and New Year then?
Well, my Christmas got a little bit smaller. Like, this year we don't celebrate Christmas. Because my dog had to get in surgery and it was pretty expensive, and so our Christmas got cancelled.
Oh, fair. That
Yeah,
sucks.
but everything for the animal.
Let's see.
But I can still smoke, so everything is fine. My wife isn't so disappointed. She's happy that not the whole family comes to visit. And yeah, my brother he's also a stoner. At least one of them. He gets a small pipe to smoke. The other one gets special gift. And well, my wife get also some books she was looking for. I ordered them by Amazon.
Yeah.
Like back to the roots, you know. And yeah, well, that's it for us. I got from my younger brother the E114. The middle one, well, I don't know what I get from him. And I also don't really care, because about it I will get too excited and just get on his nerves just to become the knowledge about what I get. And that's not the good English. Or please, dog, I'm just talking. Thank you. Not with you. Someone in the internet. Yeah, he's in the background and the whole time just like, oh. It's yeah. When I talk to him, it's like he's answering.
Yeah.
And some days when my wife is working a little bit longer and I my breakfast for my own, he sits on her chair and watching me eat and gets some of the ham or what kind of sausage for bread I have, and looks pretty funny.
Yeah, over here when it comes to Christmas, I'm gonna be busy for like half the day basically, so it's gonna be interesting to see how it all goes. But yeah, should be alright.
Yeah, I was always cooking the food for Christmas since I was, I don't know, 16, 17. And pretty happy I'm free this year. And I don't know what I should cook this Christmas, because most of the time it was like goose or in Germany we often eat some noodle salad with sausage.
Right.
And yeah, this is not every German do this. I don't know where this come from. A whole lot of people in the northern area did for Christmas, as I heard. And my wife is in love with some potato salad, so I will do some for her too. And if my dog is singing in the background, just tell me.
Yeah, sounds fine.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. My wife don't think it's so fine. Hallo, mein Schatzi, wie geht's dir? Yeah. Give me a second, please.
Yeah, they added an armored train to enlisted, and it's on in the Battle of Berlin campaign. It's a pretty fun little one, actually.
We'll make him stop singing.
Is there anything else you want to chat about?
I'm sorry for.
No, it's all good.
There's nothing else. I don't come in here for specific topics or something like this. Just a little chat while I play, or sometimes I just watch the chat, try to interact with them also. There's one thing. Next year I try to start streaming one time per week on the weekend.
Yeah.
That will be stuff like old school Nintendo games, Nintendo like Mario 64 or Mario Kart, or maybe some GameCube games.
Yeah.
And if I get my hands on what it's called, fuck off. I try to make it work that I can stream some games from the Nintendo Switch. So a capture card. God dang it.
Yeah, that'd be
and
pretty fun.
just talking by it. So maybe someday you will join.
Sure, why not?
Play some Mario Kart with me. Like
Yeah,
there's
if we can do.
these Dolphin emulator. You can also play online together.
Sure, let's do it.
I would appreciate it. I'm very thankful for all your entertainment the whole year. I'm thankful for a lot of things that happened this year. I got a private insurance for my health. A little bit expensive, but I think it's good. Because if I get into an hospital, I get a single room, single bed in it, and straight the, well, what it's called in English, I don't know. It's the chef arts. It's more like the highest rank of the doctors.
Yeah.
And yeah, if I lose another tooth, I don't hope so because I don't fight anymore. They would pay 80% for my yeah, like for a new one.
Oh, that's nice.
Also pretty cool.
I'm gonna
Would I have known this earlier? Like,
I'm gonna do a video tomorrow, Diabetic Joe, going through my top picks for the premiums to buy.
I have right now. But well, yeah, I said thank you for the entertaining. I hope I can continue to support the channel. Maybe you think about some extra Patreon stuff or OnlyFans. I don't know. I mean, come on, we have to take up.
We'll see. When I get in shape, I'll work some of that.
When you get in shape, we need a special, not safe for work channel, and this gets the swinger room where we all can some online sex, you know. Yeah, but I don't know if this works with the children stuff. Like, yeah.
Oh, this channel's set to mature, so it's all good.
Yeah, the channel is set to mature, but the Discord stuff, can you?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, yeah, we have NSFW channels.
Yeah, that's fine. So we can start some stuff. And shit. I planned in a couple of years. I try to visit my aunt in Canada, and maybe I can spend the day, and we can drink coffee where you live. And
Sure.
There's another thing that comes in my mind. There was a day you were streaming. I don't know what you played in the moment, but I asked for the honey schnapps, the liquor stuff. Did you find something?
The honey schnapps? No.
Yeah.
I didn't find anything about it.
Sad thing.
I'll have another look though, because there's like two places that I go to, like liquor stores, and then there's this other one which you can go to, which is like, it's basically famous for you ask what you tell them what they want and they'll eventually get it. It just might take time. So I'm gonna have
this sounds more like a dealer, you know. You tell them what you want, and a couple of days later you get the call and just get your drop.
I mean, pretty much, yeah.
Did you hear about the Instagram dealing stuff?
No.
People
No,
use
I didn't.
Instagram for their business.
Instagram.
Yeah, they posted all the stuff they offer, and yeah, so pity they
Seems like a bad
write
idea.
you. They write you in person. So like, hey, you saw something you like. They start to subscribe you, and it takes like 30 days, and you have like 600 followers if you do it right. And these are just people that try to sell you something. And I saw this experiment and I was like, oh, I was so stupid back in the days. I could do this over Facebook. Shit. But, well, I don't want to make overtime. I wish you a good Christmas, good holidays. In Germany we say frohe Weihnachten und einen guten Rutsch ins neue Jahr. So, hope you get good into the new year. Yeah.
That sounds good, man.
there's-
I hope
there's
I hope you have a wonderful Christmas as well, even if it is quiet, and also a New Year too. I'm sure it'll be good. It's gonna be a good year
I think
next year. It's gonna be good.
Basic is like spend your time with your wife. That's the best Christmas I could imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
A single wish in German that I want to say, and I hope. Nee, hast du wahrscheinlich nicht, Digga. Du wahrscheinlich nicht. Ja. Eines Tages wird der Tech Hub die Welt übernehmen und wir werden alle dem großen Tech folgen, dem unsere Loyalität beweisen. It was like, I wish all people in the world good life and peace and something we could say it's suspective or something like this. I wish you all good, all the best for everyone, and good evening.
See you later, brother. Thanks for coming on. Alright. And the next one is Zesty. So let's get Zesty going. Hello? You're muted. Oh.
Sorry, I was muted.
Yes. How are you?
I'm okay.
Oh, that's good. Here, just give me like 2 minutes. But
Okay.
say whatever you want. But I will be right back.
Well, if Tech can't hear me, a bit of a preview for what I wanted to talk about. It's mostly going to be bombers, actually. I've been playing a lot of the B-17s and American bombers in general, and it's kind of a bit of a pain. But I have some ideas for how to fix the gameplay, and I just want to get his opinions on it. So now we wait.
Alright, I'm back. I'm sorry. This is the problem with when I fucking drink. I just end up pissing like constantly. Like, I don't understand why. Like that's 4 pisses in like an hour. It's ridiculous. Anyway, how are you?
I'm okay. Been home from work past 2 days because can't issues swallowing, so COVID lockdown procedures. Yeah.
Fun.
But very fun. Very enjoyable. I had to go get a COVID test, and they still haven't gotten me the results, and that was 2 days ago, so if it comes back positive, it's going to be positive 2 days ago, and I'm starting to feel better, so it's whole debacle.
Sounds very enjoyable.
Yeah, it's super enjoyable. But There was, I think, two things I wanted to talk about. The first being bombers, actually, and I don't hear people talking about bombers as much anymore. Like, I feel, because I've been doing the air tasks for Operation Winter in both ground and then finishing them off in air, because I'll usually get like the kills and the 4 kills in one match in ground, and then I just decide, I'm just gonna bomb to finish the star. And so I've been using it to spade out the American bombers that I've unlocked but haven't really played. So the B-17s, the one B-25. I just unlocked the B-24, so we're going to be playing that next. The PB-4Y. I played the French one of that, but the American one is the same, but grinding it out again is a bit interesting.
Right.
And I feel like the game has moved on in like other game modes, like ground and naval is a thing now, and they've been evolving those game modes pretty steadily, I feel like. But I think air RB especially has been kind of left in the wayside when it comes to bombers. I don't really feel like they have a place. Especially the strategic bombers, medium bombers, the stuff like the Do-217s, the B-25, the Ju-288s. They're fine how they are, but the larger 4-engine strategic bombers, like they get beat to bases by the medium bombers, and nowadays. You can't even attack the runway anymore on most maps because they don't allow you to. You have to wait until the bases respawn.
Yeah, I agree. It's shit.
So I saw an idea a while ago. I don't know where it was from, but it was floated that bombers could have like a mid-air resupply point. So instead of having to land on the runway, they could just fly to a specific point and then rearm and repair their aircraft there. I don't think that's the right idea. Because I think that just removes bombers from the gameplay even more. Because already interaction with bombers is just... It's pretty one-sided, because a bomber will just fly to the side of the map and then not engage in the battle until all of the fighters are on the deck. And then they'll just come back and bomb. And then they'll try to land and jay out. Because they're not going to get back to a base if their team is gone.
Fuck's sake. Sorry, I've got hiccups.
It's completely understandable.
Okay, damn it. Right.
Stop drinking.
Right.
But I had the idea where bomber flight models definitely aren't what they used to be. I remember I can't remember when I started playing this game, but looking at a B-17 in a BF-109, you weren't going to be able to kill it in one pass most of the time unless you sniped a pilot. And the AI gunners actually did things instead of just sitting there watching the fighter approach and then not shooting it.
Yeah. Hey, right, Jedi, nice to see you. Yeah, they're definitely nowhere near as tanky as they used to be. And also, because of... fuck! Because of the maps have become, like, more centralized. Which has just basically meant that you can't... fucking whatever. Just go ahead. God fucking damn it, dude.
No, it's funny. I get hiccups semi-frequently. You just gotta stop
I just
talking
get
for a
fucking
bit.
donkey hiccups. It fucking sucks.
I was gonna say pig, but
Same shit, man.
I like especially with the
Tomorrow's
German
your birthday.
can buff that
Happy on
happened like
birthday.
a few years ago now. MG151s just slap everything, and I make the joke that bombers are like lizards. They just shed their tails whenever they're in danger.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I think bombers definitely need a bit of a flight model upgrade, or a damage model upgrade, not flight model. But I was thinking they could keep the increased base health and more bases on maps, because I like that. I like that idea. But once all of the bases are destroyed, allow you to attack the airfields, because then bombers will actually have a purpose and not just be flying fighter RP pinatas. But if they don't want to increase the damage bombers can take, there was another idea that I had where if you spawn in a like heavy, if you go into battle with like a B-17G, it'll give you like 2 AI controlled B-17s that follow you around, like in formation. So just to provide a bit more protection, they're all classified as like, if you get shot down in your bomber, I think you could switch to one of the others. And if you drop a bomb, then the other 2 will also drop a bomb on the same target.
Right.
I'm not a coder by any means. I don't know how difficult that would be to do, but I've seen like, I don't know, custom missions on YouTube where people have that programmed in. They have AI aircraft following like in formation with them.
Yeah.
So, because right now you could technically do this with other people, but how often do you ever see 2 bombers like in a random battle going together? It's not a common occurrence. Just because if you have a B-17 and a Lancaster, one is probably faster than the other, so the Lancaster probably isn't going to drop speed just to keep the B-17 with it.
No.
Because you're competing for the bases between bombers on your own team. Because without the airfield there, it's whoever gets to the bases first gets their bombing task done, and whoever doesn't is just flying around for 20 minutes and is interceptor food. So I kind of wanted to like say that and then get your opinion on it.
At high tiers, I do agree massively that most vehicles are fucking just food, especially since most shit seems to spawn in the air nowadays, which is not very fun. But the next thing is that I think at low and mid tiers, this can actually be negated because of the fact that if you just stay up, you stay patient for like 5 or 10 minutes, then everyone just goes down anyway, and then nobody can catch you because the fucking vehicles are not fast enough. So I think more either the destruction of the airfield thing I think is a good idea, but I think they should have multiple airfields per map. So if one gets destroyed, then it doesn't basically end the game. And then also more bases.
Yeah,
or
I think
more structures like fucking railway stations or anything like that. So there you go.
there are some maps that have
Fuck.
2 air bases per team. There's a smaller runway closer to the battlefield and then a larger runway further away. I think that once you have all of the bases destroyed, both runways should be open to attack or bombing, the smaller one has less health, and the large one obviously has more. Just to eliminate one of the you can eliminate the closer airfield, so enemies have to fly further away to refuel, rearm, repair.
Yeah, that could be good.
Have somewhat of an impact on the game.
Fuck.
Because that means the fighters have to fly further away and be out of the combat zone for longer. I think the one spawn in AirRB is fine. They could fiddle with it in, like, they could fiddle with the EC mode, because they implemented that at higher tier, the EC maps. Sorry, I'm just going to turn off my fan, because it's giving me shivers. But yeah, they could definitely fiddle with it at the higher tiers, and maybe give some multiple spawns based on spawn points with the EC maps. Because the only planes I've flown on the EC maps have been Russian jets, the MiG-17 and the first MiG-21, which I don't know why I'm spading, but I am.
Right.
And the EC maps are definitely favored towards Western-styled aircraft that can carry a lot of ordnance.
Yes.
Like, the Phantoms can carry their bombs and their missiles at the same time, whereas a MiG-21 has, like, you have 28 bottle rockets or 2 tiny Ivans, and you trade them for your missiles. And then you have a single gun with 60 rounds. Whereas if you look at something that you'll face regularly, even the F-100s are a lot more capable in their multi-role capabilities. I think that just comes down to a difference in philosophy between the Eastern and the Western designs, because every American jet is a cast jet at that tier, but the Su-7s, they just can't defend themselves. And every match is just filled with them because attackers are easy to just run in, get a few AI kills, and then die. And I feel if you could respawn and the matches were longer, it could give you an opportunity to switch up your playstyle depending on how the battle develops.
Yeah, I think it would be quite nice. Like multiple airfields, maybe some kind of. I mean, they used to have the thing before, which was that part off the map where you could reload your bombers in the air. Like if they had something like that back again, but not just for bombers, but for other things as well, it might make it a bit more flexible, especially on the larger map.
Very true. I don't play arcade as much, Air Arcade, but I know there are some different game modes in Air Arcade versus Air RB.
Yeah.
I know there's like the air domination game mode, or the fighters have to land to take control of airstrips in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Do you think those game modes could work in RB with some tweaks?
I think the air domination one could. I don't think the airfield one would, because basically what would happen is everybody would just what's the word?
Vulture.
Yeah, everyone would just sit around the airfields waiting for people to try and land. And then once somebody tries to land, they'll just die. So, or they would just cause like a massive bee's nest around the place.
Yeah. As opposed to it'd be 2 or 3 bees nests, opposed to the 1 bee's nest we have now around the AI targets.
Yeah, exactly. But you'd have to make those maps slightly larger as well.
I think just going to a different topic, team sizes, because I'm playing like the 5.0 bombers, and it's the range, and in that range, it's like a 50-50 chance if you're gonna have like 6 people on your team or 18. Right? It's sorry. Like half of the games I come in, it's like you have 4 bombers and then like 3 or 4, 2 to 4 fighters on a team.
Yeah.
And you're fighting the Germans, where they have 4 Ju-288s and then whatever TAs or Bf-109s. And it honestly just depends. And I feel German fighters are generally easier to fly than American fighters because they climb better. And so if you have the altitude advantage, it's very easy to kill something
Merry
below
Christmas,
you.
Bing Bong. Hopefully you have a good one.
Which is why I think Spitfires are great aircraft. I just think they're stupid boring to fly. Because like that's the main reason I've been off put by grinding the British air tree, because just the Spitfires, I do well in them. I just hate flying them because they're so boring to me. You climb, you dive, and then if anything is on your level after that, you just out-turn it, and it's the only problem is armament, because Hispanos Hisparklers, and unupgraded, the accuracy is like horrendous.
Oh, I will do Bing Bong, don't worry.
But that was a small tangent.
No, but you are right. It does get boring, basically doing the same thing over and over again. And unfortunately, a lot of playstyles are like that. There's not a lot of versatility when you've got very much like out-and-out fighters which do very specific things well. That's why I kind of get bored if I have to play the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah,
like it's just repeating the same thing.
Going into multiple trees and having to play the Chaffee all over again.
Yeah, pretty much. Gets boring after a while.
Yeah. And it's just, there's so many Spitfires you have to go through. It's good that a lot of them are foldered, because I'm probably not going to play the lighter ones.
Yeah.
I might at some point, but that's like far off in the distant future. I think the one other thing I wanted to mention briefly this week was my in-game name and my Twitch name is Bacon Master.
Yeah, I know.
that was a whole funny situation.
Oh yeah, hilarious. Well done. God damn it. Did you have a rough day?
I had a rough day.
Oh, fuck.
I was attempting to stock grind the MiG-21 F-13, and I kept getting the Air EC maps.
Oh dear.
So I couldn't do anything because I only had the gun, and so do I kill 2 ground targets and then go back to base, or try to kill a plane?
Yeah.
It was late at night. I probably shouldn't have been playing. I was hating every second of it. So I decided, you know what, one more match before I log off. And then, dude annoys me. I DM him an insult. He posts to Reddit. And then I am no longer part of Tech CFS.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's how it works.
I think it's funny that that's the thing I got kicked for.
Well, if people don't bring stuff to our attention, then it's very hard to track what goes on. But it just kind of is how it is. But also at the same time, like after about a year, or maybe even 6 months, most people have forgotten about it, so you could probably just get back in. That's the thing.
I've joined another clan, so it's just the only reason I'm really a part of clans. I don't think I've ever done a clan battle. It's just to get squad vehicles.
Oh, of course, yeah. I think that's why most people are in them now.
Because
I did grind the B50. So
I think I
no,
just
not
got
today.
the
Not
Shimakaze.
today.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I don't play Japanese naval,
Hmm.
but it was either the Su-22, and I don't really want that, or the YH, whatever it is.
64.
Yeah, and I don't play America at that tier.
Yeah.
So I have all of the vehicles that I'm ever going to use at the moment from the squads. So it's just grinding out the others at whatever time, or if they add a new one that I'm potentially interested in like a few months' time.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd like them to add a more mid-tier one instead of these top-tier ones. It's getting kind of annoying.
Yeah, because there was the Leopard 2 PL, and then was there anything in between that? Oh yeah, the so yeah, a top tier tank, a top tier helicopter, and a top tier jet.
Yep.
I miss. I wish they would do more like the Firebrand, or not the Firebrand, Firecrest.
Yeah, same actually. I'd like to see more of them.
Because
hey, it's
I
one.
actually
Nice to
use
see
that
you.
a lot
Nice to see you
for
too,
naval.
Mongo Killer. Hopefully you're doing well.
Because it's easy to spawn. Like it's just because I grinded it out a while ago, and I don't really want to play the bow fighters in naval because they're just too big. They get shot out of the sky easy by AI gunners. Which, again, I've been playing naval for the Operation Winter tasks, and I've been grinding out America because I had the Detroit and I got the Moffat from the Battle Pass. So I've been grinding out American Blue Water, and it's fine. But I then went and tried the PT boats.
Yeah.
That you recommended, and I can't for the life of me understand how you play them. Like, I coming from like the only other countries that I have at coastal level would be Britain and Russia.
Yeah.
So the Russians are a lot more survivable, but they're slower, and the British just have really big ships. Like the Brampton, I think it's called.
I gotta get my men here some
But
broads before they start
just
freaking
have
out with each
really
other.
large ships.
What happens
in
if
their
I miss the
coastal.
start from today? From the Israel CBT?
Which I'm just.
Thank you for the bits, new player inbound. Nothing happens. You can just get the one tomorrow. There's more than 12 stars overall, so don't worry about it.
And the 37 millimeter on most of the boats.
Head Perrin, nice to see you.
They have they're in the same like weapons group, but they have completely different velocities. So you have to aim one or the other. Because if you're aiming the 37, all of the 40 millimeter shots are going to miss.
Yeah.
And if you're aiming the 40 millimeter, all of the 37s are going to miss. And the other guns have really weird firing angles. Like the Battle Pass boat, I don't know what it's called. It's PT, lot of numbers. It's the 20 millimeters are offset, and they have weird firing angles, so you can't really use them effectively against other ships most of the time. Same with the 50 cals. The thing with the American boats, they're armed to the teeth.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just, for me, it's hard to actually use it. I don't know, like, because I feel I go around an island and then I just die.
Yeah.
Do I need to stay in open water, or?
No. So in order to use them, you need to always stay at least 1.5 kilometers away from the enemy. Because otherwise they're gonna open up on you and you're gonna die. So that's the first rule. Second rule is whenever you see an enemy, turn your ass to it. Because the reason you want to do that is it's very the way to accurately shoot somebody while they're running away from you is a lot harder to do than if they're coming towards you. And by you turning and them coming towards you, then you've created a scenario where they're coming towards you. So they run into your shots while they miss. And then you use the mobility of the vehicle to do that. And then you use the torpedoes, if you have them, just basically block off passages to go away. But whenever you're going around a corner, you should never just go around a corner.
Yeah.
You should angle away from the enemy spawn as you're going around the corner.
Fair enough. I guess it's like bombers. You gotta pay attention to shooting and driving at the same time, because I've killed myself multiple times by just running into islands.
Oh, don't worry, I do the same. I beach myself all the time, just by not paying attention.
I'm shooting up a group of enemies, and then suddenly I just die because I ran into a rock at 100 kilometers an hour.
Pretty much, yeah. Jesus.
But operation, or the winter operation in general, I'm having fun with, because it's really the only time I play naval.
Yeah.
So it's a nice break of gameplay, and because I'll do tanks and planes on one day and then naval the next.
Yeah.
So that splits it up, splits up the stars, and I finished the stars for this set earlier today.
Yeah.
So I'm done playing. I'm gonna go play something else, because I completed my daily challenges. I completed a special task. I don't really have anything else for the battle pass that's urgent. So I think after winter event, I'm gonna give the game a break, because it's really the only thing I've been playing for like the past year, and my Steam library is getting full of other stuff that I want to play.
Oh yeah.
But it just gets sucked up by War Thunder.
I'm in the same boat. Like, there's gonna have to be a month next year where I just straight cut it out and then just play everything else. Just get through it.
Yeah, it entirely depends on like what the next battle pass is, right?
Yeah.
Because if there's stuff in there that I want, then I'm gonna have to log in and do the challenges. But I don't care about getting to like level 125.
No.
So long as I get all the vehicles and camos, that's fine. If I get the loading screen, that's a nice bonus.
Yeah, I get you.
I don't need the titles or the next battle pass for free. I'll just, if I want it, I'll spend the $15 on it. Right?
Yeah, of course.
It's not, and that's the good thing, it's not expensive. I do wish, because I feel like with the battle passes, the first one was great, because you could trade everything on the market. I feel like the auxiliary rewards were better.
Right.
And with each one that's gone on, it's progressively gotten a bit worse. But I still think it's a good deal. I just wish you could trade the first two things you could get on the market.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see that.
Because I think it was the last battle pass. No, the last battle pass was the EBR. 2 battle passes ago. The one with the mutant M6. I didn't really want that. The only thing I wanted was the Toldy.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to spend $15 for the Toldy.
Well, that's fair.
Um,
Especially when they'll probably be wanting a tech tree somewhere soon.
Yeah. I thought it was for Sweden, just because it was a Swedish tank. It looked like a Swedish tank.
Yeah.
But then I found out it was for Italy, and it would have gone into one of my favorite lineups so well. But c'est la vie.
What are you gonna do?
Anyway, unless there was any comments you had about what we talked about.
Well, the only thing to ask would be, what would you like to see next year?
Oh, there's hull machine guns. If I was going to pick one thing, hull MGs working on all machines that have them. Just because it's nice. Not like it does anything most of the time. Fun fact, fun trivia question. What is the only Panzer IV hull with a working machine gun? It's the Ostwind 2. For whatever reason.
Not even like the Coelian or anything like that?
No. The Coelian's a Panther hull.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm thinking of the other one, the Kugelblitz.
No, the Kugel's hull machine gun doesn't work. The Ostwind's hull machine gun doesn't work. The Whirlwind's doesn't. None of the other Panzer IVs do. It is just the Ostwind 2, for whatever reason.
That's super weird.
But yeah, because with the AC-1, you've got the Chode machine gun, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't function. So the main unique, very unique aspect of the machine is just decorative and doesn't serve any purpose. Because generally, like machines that don't have a coax machine gun or a commander machine gun, they have them working. Like the Japanese tanks, their hull machine guns generally work. But the machine guns in like turret sides and turret rears of some of the Russians and Japanese tanks, they don't work.
Yeah.
Apart from the SMK. And I don't know where it is. I think I might have deleted it. But I have a clip where I killed a R3 that was behind me with the rear turret machine gun of the SMK.
Nice.
And so it was funny, but it's only because I can use it on that machine. And none of the others on any of the other machines work. So I think just make machine guns across the board and work on all machines. It's just a quality of life thing that I'd like to see. It's not high priority, but it's decorative, and I think it would be nice.
Yeah, I agree. That would be nice to see.
And I think that's it.
Yeah, just about. But I hope you have a good Christmas, man.
Hopefully you too. Happy New Year.
And Happy New Year to you too. Thanks for coming on, Zesty. It's always a pleasure. Alright, so the next one is Pokey. So let's get Pokey on. See what's gone on with Pokey. Oh, no. They always come in.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good. How's your college stuff going?
It's going good. So, first semester's done. Got programming under my belt and other stuff.
Well done.
So, I mean, there's still 3.5 more years left, technically speaking. But, you know.
The first is always the hardest, so don't worry.
Yeah. I mean, technically, some people recommend a 5-year degree for engineering, but I don't know. I got like 40 credits going in, so I don't need 5 years to complete it all.
What do you want to chat about today? What's on your mind?
So I had like 2 ones, but one of them was essentially like, I mean, going like 6 months without War Thunder has been pretty good. I mean, taking breaks seem to like reorient your mind a little bit.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Since I played War Thunder for 5 years straight. Yeah. like straight. Like it was like my game. It was like Minecraft for a while, where you just like people just played that game like all the time. But then I just took break for college and a few other games. But yeah, it's been refreshing. It's like now I've gone back into it. And it's like I don't really need all the premium vehicles and all the. I'm not doing like the events and stuff. Like I don't need that. It seems too much stressful. It's more relaxed.
Yeah. Yeah, your mindset's changed.
Yeah, exactly. It's I don't know if people understand. It's like where you like, hey, I need like all of these like event vehicles and stuff. Like otherwise, I'll never see them again. But now it's kind of more of like, oh, hey, I can just do the research vehicles that you can get for free and stuff. And that'll be fine.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes you need a break away from stuff to they say it with relationships. Yeah, it's like relationship advice, but we're talking about War Thunder. Yeah, it's like,
no.
Yeah, you gotta spend time apart to remember what actually matters. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's not just a relationship thing, but it's an everything thing. You know.
That's true. Yeah, too much of it can be toxic, and I've seen that with. I've gone to like the forums and stuff. It's just, yeah, there's a lot of toxicity in the War Thunder community, and taking a break seems very nice.
Yeah, I definitely say there's a decent amount of aggression.
Like, I mean, I don't know about like, I don't know if you've seen like the devlogs and other stuff. It's just like constant. It's like, oh, give me this, give me that, fix the game, balance the game, whatever. It's like, you can't. That's not an argument. First of all, but also it's just like you need to calm down. You're not like you don't know like all the stuff that's going on in Gaijin's head. And sure, they are a company and they make money, but it doesn't mean they're not worried about having their product be good because that's how they make money in the first place.
Oh yeah, like for me, I've said it for many years. Some people are way too invested in this shit. They just need to just chill out every once in a while, you know.
They need to get quote unquote get a life.
Pretty much, yeah. Just find some other hobbies. Just whether it's like reading books or going to bars or I don't know, trying to work on like personal skills for jobs and stuff. There's plenty of stuff to focus on in life that isn't a video game. I definitely feel I've met a decent amount of people who are not suckered in, but it gets to a point where everything is just War Thunder, and that's it. And I feel kind of bad for them because when you have like that, when you have that moment where you're like not cut off from it, but kind of like with you, like 6 months ago, where it's like, oh well, going to college now. Like if a person who's only solely invested in like War Thunder and nothing else, like it's going to be a tough time for them because they're not going to be able to do anything else. It's much better to diversify.
Yeah, like I remember like World War, like that thing. Like I had like the most. I think I had like the most matches or whatever. Like the last time, season 3. I also had the most deaths, but no one talks about that. But yeah, no, I had the most investment in that game mode. I think with TECs.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was fun, but also took up a lot of time, and I could use that more wisely.
Yeah, that one was rough.
That one was rough.
I'm hoping whatever the next season is a lot nicer than that one.
Hopefully it's like World War II or something like that. I don't want to see any more. There's many things they could do to balance that out, but I'm not too specialized in all that. I mean, I thought they would do it this year, but apparently they didn't.
No, they didn't this year. No, people have been asking for it, and they had like a Q&A like maybe a few weeks ago. They said that basically look at the news next year, like that kind of thing. So it's going to be coming back. It's just when.
Thanks, Gaijin. When got it?
Pretty much, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I really want them to not do season 3. Just there's some things they need to do, like or they need to add in or whatever, like the whole training mode thing. That would be really nice.
Yeah, but I mean, I have a lot of fun playing with the TECs guys and Tech WS. It's really fun playing with the entire group of them. It's just annoying since we all have lives and other stuff. I mean, I know there's different squadrons where like you gotta be here or else you get kicked out and so on. But I don't think TECs was like that. It's like we're all working guys and we gotta do stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing, right? Like that's one of the problems that we kind of have. But it's a good problem to have because it shows we're well functioning human beings. Like most people that I know, or most people who are involved in the squadrons, are not full-time War Thunder players, right? Even me, who I play a decent amount, but I have a job on top of it, right?
Yeah,
Like,
you have a family too. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, and most people that I know are like that, when it comes to the squadrons. So to be able to drop everything on a whim to do something, like when you get told a few days before, is just not possible. Like we're not teenagers with no jobs and no education and stuff. Like it's just not going to work like that.
Considered college job for me.
Well, I mean, technically it is
full time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Full time or whatever. 12 credits. I'm taking
Full-time
15
student,
credits. Yeah. So taking 15 credits this semester and then 12 each semester. Then so hopefully it's good. I mean, I got the stuff under my belt, but yeah, it's annoying. It's like I don't know, because you have to dedicate so much time for War Thunder if you're wanting to do like all the events and stuff, but you also want to play other games and you also got to do work and other stuff. It's if you're like trying to get like you can't get like everything in War Thunder. You just kind of have to accept that if you're gonna play.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I guess that was the one thing. And then the other thing is, I was kind of right about the Israeli tree and all that stuff, where my idea of it was like, oh, you have like these certain nations that you get up to, and then you can unlock a new nation. I don't know if the Israeli tree is like that.
It is.
Yeah, I just bought into it. So. But yeah, I thought you get like rank 4 or something, and you get into it.
Yeah, you gotta buy like, well, after the CBT is done, you gotta like buy either like an American rank 4 plane or British or French plane, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's how it works. So it's pretty similar to helicopters in the way that it goes.
Yeah, that was kind of my idea with. I mean, I didn't go to guys and say, "Look at this," but yeah, that's like 1 or 2 years ago. I'm like, "Hey, this would be a nice idea."
Yeah.
I mean, they could do that with Korea, like North and South Korea have that as a tree. I mean, yeah, of course, I know you hate having M4s and M48s as a thing, but no. Copy paste, but yeah, you could definitely do that with Korea, where you have like I don't know American Soviets, I guess, as rank 4, and then you get into South and North Korea rank 4, which is like M4 and T-34s and so on. Then hopefully, I mean, they have their own stuff, which is the KI. Abrams, whatever it's called, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, K2 or whatever.
Yeah, and then that's like the late vehicle K2.
Yeah.
They could probably do like a gift vehicle or whatever, an event vehicle for like the Turkish MBT or something like that.
Yeah, they could do.
Yeah,
Kinda
so
nice to see.
Yeah, that's very nice. I gotta go, but yeah, thank you for the talk.
It's nice to hear that you're doing well, man. Like it's.
Yep.
I'm glad that your schooling stuff's going well. Keep it up.
All right. Yep. Thank you. See, Merry Christmas, Tech.
You too. Merry Christmas, Pokey. Talk to you soon. So that was Pokey, and now we have. Let's just check. We have the Golden Fish, which is the hell of a name. There you go. Invite is sent, and let's see what we can do with this.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Oh, sweet. I'm doing good. I hope you don't mind, but most of my topics will be about naval.
No, of course not. I enjoy talking about naval.
Okay. First thing off my mind is the new float plane mechanic, right?
Yeah.
I absolutely love the fact that they've added it, but also, have you noticed that when you spawn in one, it also racks up to the spawn points of an attacker or a bomber?
Wait, say that again? What do you mean?
Okay, so when you spawn in a float plane, right, from a ship, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's just say you die.
Yeah.
And you know where spawning in a bomber is 650 SP, right?
Yeah.
If you spawn in a float plane, that actually increases.
Oh, I see
yeah.
what you mean, yeah. So it technically
And
counts as you dying, so the spawn point increases.
yeah, it does. And so, like, I was playing my AM1, and I'm all like, oh, sweet. I can't wait to, like,
Hey,
drop
Sampan, nice
3
to
torpedoes on some poor sap. And then, next thing you know, I can't spawn it. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? And this isn't really a problem with, like, the United States because, you know, you got the F6F, stuff like that, right? You know, they carry 2 1,000 kilogram bombs, a torpedo, rockets, whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to nations like, I'm just gonna say Germany, they don't have a lot of fighters with any sort of payloads at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was kind of a surprise. I hope that they change that maybe in the future.
If you get if you kill all the Votors, you'll get all the
But
Bishes.
I was wondering if you have noticed that before.
What the before we go on, the guys in the chat are saying that I think that naval thing might have been fixed.
Oh, really?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, the sorting of reconnaissance aircraft will no longer increase the spawn point cost of bomber aircraft.
Oh, good.
So, yeah. So there you go.
Oh, okay.
Thank God.
All right, sweet. Thank you, Gaijin.
So that is sorted.
Okay, good. My other topic was about what was it? Scharnhorst.
Mm-hmm.
So they've recently added Scharnhorst, and
Yeah.
right off the bat, she's a crazy ship. I'm
Is
actually
it
trying
really
to
good?
research. It is really, really good.
Mhm.
I'm trying to research all the modifications, but it's
Very true, Sam.
it's one hell of a ship. And I'm looking at these other nations, and to me, I don't know why, but it just, you know, Russia's got the Paris Commune. You know, there's not a lot of the Russian Navy, you know,
Yeah.
non-existent. And then you have like all these like you have Hyuga, even though she's not really World War II, she still has like the biggest guns in the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm like trying to think of, well, then you have like just America, for example, or Italy, and with all these other battleships in the game, like America gets a Wyoming, and like a North Dakota, and Italy just gets Dante Alighieri. I was kind of hoping to see, because you know, where this year they've added more top tier tanks for everybody for like backups.
Yeah.
To make it a bit more fair. I was really hoping they'd kind of do the same thing with naval this year, but that wasn't a thing. So
Yeah, not yet, but I feel next year's probably going to be a big fleshing out of those top tier stuff, right? Like
yeah, hopefully.
when the first year of rank 7 came in for ground, it was pretty much every nation just had one top tier MBT and that was it. And then the next year they added 2 top tier MBTs, and now this year, which is technically the 3rd year of it, there's now 3. So I feel like if they follow the same pattern, because they've done the same thing kind of with aviation, but slightly differently, then in naval, that's what we might start getting, you know. Well, I suppose it'd just be sister ships of everything, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like I wouldn't mind seeing Oklahoma, right? And then maybe like a Nevada thrown in there. Because I'm not sure if you've seen, but Nevada historically gets like this bright orange skin for her nuclear tests.
Yeah.
And I was like really hoping that somebody would make that into a historical skin and it would be added to War Thunder. So you just have like you just have this bright orange ship in just the middle of nowhere. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah,
but,
I think so too.
What was else? Okay, because Scharnhorst, right? That's a big thing. And for Germany, I'm not sure how else I could explain it, but like there's not a lot of other battleships. So do you think they might add Gneisenau maybe next, or like the Byron,
Well, we
or do
know
you think they'll go
the
straight to Tirpitz?
well the Tirpitz got leaked, right? Like,
Yeah.
but that would pretty much be the end of the line for them. So no, I don't think they're gonna go too hard too fast. Then again, the 206 came out, like, and it's still one of the most dominant top tier vehicles. After a year, which I think is kind of unprecedented, apart from the early years of the game. But I think we're gonna see a gradual progression. I am incredibly surprised that we haven't seen a better American battleship.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big next steps. But if they do it properly, instead of, the way that they've done some things in the past, there should be a gradual progression. They've got to do it that way. Otherwise, the problems that Naval has in terms of balance just get worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, because I know America, I think I'm not sure who built the most battleships in the world, but America's built a whole ton.
It's probably America.
Yeah, because they built what?
America or Britain.
They did the New Yorks. They also had the Nevadas, the Pennsylvanias, the Colorados. Then you go straight to modern ships. It's like Alabama, Iowa. I know everybody's like waiting for Iowa, stuff like that. And I was like, I had my fingers crossed for the past few updates, new American battleship, and nothing so far. What else? Oh yeah, because Germany, like you said, and also Russia, it would be technically the end of the line once they add like Ismail or Tirpitz.
Yeah.
Once they add those stuff, America, Japan, obviously and like Great Britain, they're gonna get a crap ton of new battleships.
Yeah, probably.
Do you think they'll be adding paper ships?
They already kind of said, and this was when Naval first started. They made a statement about how because the Soviet stuff was brought up, because they obviously have huge gaps in where they could have stuff. They talked about, can't remember if they fully confirmed it, but there's already a ship in the game that's like it, where they said if a ship was like, I don't know what the term is for ships, but laid down and partially built and nearly built, because there's a Italian ship which is like this. I can't remember. It's either one of the destroyers or the cruisers, where it was partially finished basically. I think they're gonna do that because there's no other way they can do it with the Soviet stuff. There's just, unless they're like, okay, well, all the other nations get cool battleships and you get missile carriers or something like that.
No, that would be hell on earth.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be like giving America like a Sea Harrier, and then everybody else is stuck with like Phantoms.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't entirely know if they're gonna do it, but they already have done it. And I definitely remember somebody asking them in a Q&A, and they said that they were either not planning on it, but it was a little bit more flexible than it was for like air and ground stuff.
Yeah, I just think that's crazy. So they fixed that. Okay, for what nation was it? France. I know I've been in a couple of discussions with a lot of people from different Discords about the French Navy.
Hey Abby,
and,
how you doing?
And I know I sure as hell know that Gaijin wouldn't add the French Navy like at all in the future.
A very cute little.
But when they get added, do you think that perhaps it's gonna be as small as like the Italian naval tree? Do you think they might just start it off with like 4 destroyers, a bunch of cruisers, and then like 1 battleship?
So basically, do you think they're only going to do one of the tech trees? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, do you think they're basically gonna add like the minimum amount of vehicles? Like, for
Yes.
example, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Because, yeah, I definitely think they're gonna do that because, I mean, just kind of like with Israel, right? Like if they just go like full bore and just like add everything at once, that's like a ton of resources thrown into something that, you know, maybe they maybe what's the word? That maybe could have been used somewhere else, because if they it's kind of like a risk assessment thing, right? If you throw in, like, let's say, I don't know, 50% of investment into one thing instead of 100%, but with that 50 you can try and maybe gauge if people enjoy it or not, and then you can funnel more money into it, then it's worth it. But if they go whole hog like straight away, I don't know, it might screw them in the end, right?
Yeah.
That's never fun.
Sorry, that question was like a bit odd. I just don't know how.
No, I understood what you meant. Like, yeah, but I think they could. I think personally that you're completely right though, where they're probably just gonna do like one tech tree for like France or something, because their coastal stuff would be pretty jank. In general.
Like, I know a lot of coastal vehicles and stuff, but when it comes to France, I haven't looked into it. So I think the biggest thing about Naval right now going on though is when it comes to the game mode. And I remember in your video about, you know, them talking about the Q&A where everybody's asking for bigger maps. And I do agree with you when you said, well, what are you gonna do when there's bigger maps? You're still gonna shoot each other from kilometers away, and all the gun dispersion is gonna make it worse. I personally don't think that bigger maps are the issue, but when it comes to new game modes like Naval EC, I remember playing that, and I got people who were never interested into Naval. They just started playing it, and they thought it was like the coolest thing ever, and said, I'd play Naval if this was a full-on game mode. Do you think that maybe perhaps they would do that?
Yeah, I think they would. The main issue that stuff such as the EC modes have, especially the Naval one, I think if they could, what they would do is they would make it fully in there for higher tier ships, kind of like what they're doing with aviation right now. The problem is the game mode's not stable enough to do that, and I think they want to make sure that it's fully stable before they do that. Thank you for the subscription, IC Berg. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. But I'm pretty sure once it's in a state where it doesn't lag you out, doesn't crash the game, and you know, people like, I don't know about you, but for me, when I what happened with me is whenever I was in a game for more than 30 minutes, because I'm guessing people got bored or they just enjoyed chatting, they would use the chat box, right? Once it got to a certain point where so many chat messages were in, every time a chat message was logged, it would freeze my game for half a second. And because people were constantly talking, it basically meant that I was just in this horrible place where I was just like going into a freeze, then out of a freeze, then into a freeze.
Yeah, for Naval, I do remember during that EC moment, me and my friends, we all decided to spawn in a Lubeck at the we decided to spawn to Lubeck with you know where the coastal ships are, like the convoy?
Yeah.
Yeah, we decided to spawn there, and I have a screenshot of it, but whenever we spawned on it, we'd end up spawning on land. So we were just sitting there, and the funny part is we were next to the airfield, so we'd spawn on land, and then when some poor soul decides to land on, you know, on their airstrip, we'd be sitting there on land shooting them down.
You made him disappear.
Yeah. Your airfield privileges are now mine.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, I can see why it's unstable. But
yeah, and once they figure those things out, like, and they get rid of all the bugs, I'm pretty sure that's like what, the next stage for naval. That might be like 3 or 4 years down the line, but I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen.
And what was it? I had not an argument, but it was like a discussion with somebody else. I don't think they're going to be adding battleship premiums for a while. But if they do, and this comes down to the German tech tree, when it comes to Bismarck and Tirpitz, which one? Because I don't know why, but somebody brought up this discussion. Which one would you think would be premium? And I said, it'd be Bismarck because, she's more popular, and I'm pretty sure she'd make more money.
Yeah.
Do you think like they will eventually add stuff like that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, once the next tier of whatever of ships is out. Like, we saw it with naval before with stuff like the Eugen, like, and other vehicles which are very similar. Like, once the barrier's broken, then like they're gonna bring in let's see. So right now, if we look at the blue water fleet for Germany, for example, there is 7 ships at rank 5, and there's only 2 at rank 4, and 4 at rank 3, 2 at rank 2, and 4 at rank 1. So technically, technically they could literally do a rank 6 right now for Germany, and then you'll get a rank 5 premium. And same with America. There's 5 ships there. Like, they could split that into 2, and then Britain. Oh my God. Okay, Britain. There's 7.
Oh my God!
Somehow.
I'm just looking at it now.
So so they could easily. The only one which struggles there is the USSR, and obviously Italy. So what they could easily do with that stuff is just bump up half of them to an extra rank, and then bring in maybe not a battleship premium, but a World War I dreadnought or something like that. Like,
that would be nice.
Yeah, but with the Tirpitz or the Bismarck, they'll obviously, if it's a choice between the two, which one they make premium, it's obviously going to be the Bismarck. Like, just because it'll just sell so much more, and it'll piss a lot of people off, but it'll sell more.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, I'm pretty sure if they do make a Bismarck premium, I'm pretty sure Gaijin's going to be swimming in unlimited funds for the next few years.
Oh, probably, yeah.
And I think I have like one more. Yeah, so sorry, I'm just like, I had a moment there.
Oh, it's all good. Take your time.
So I've noticed for these one of your videos, I'm not sure which one it is, but it said that they'd be removing certain top tier premiums, right? And I was kind of happy.
Yeah.
Like, I think you said Helena, Mikuma.
Yeah, it was after the anniversary sale.
So my question is though, is it like, are they getting rid of the non-pack premium so they can make it a pack premium?
I mean, the reason why they removed the packs is because you could buy them for GU, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's basically why. So they could not force people, but the normally G premiums are actually less worth it than pack premiums because you get less out of them for similar prices unless you pick them up for discount. So it's probably to clean up the store and then also have another pack premium in like the future, like for the nation.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they'd remove Mikuma because I'm kind of tired of seeing like Mikumas everywhere. Because those long lance torpedoes are no joke. Like, I haven't seen like every time I play like a Wyoming or Von der 10, if I see a torpedo heading towards me and I know I can't dodge it, I like cross my fingers. Just I pray it's like German torpedoes so I can like tank it. And oh yeah, one final thing. Do you think because when it comes to, I know we have, what is it, 1980s ships? Like when it comes to coastal, we have 1980s, maybe 1990s ships. I'm not sure entirely.
Yeah, we do. Well, at least 80s.
Yeah, because if you look at the PR-206, I'm not sure what year that is, but those definitely look like they'd be high up.
Well, the British one is from the 80s.
Oh yeah,
the
which one's that
Peacock.
one? Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Do you think? Because I know the Albatross and the Blizzard, and I'm not sure if there's a few other ships, but I know they have those modeled in missile tubes, and I know the Blizzard. I think they had like anti-submarine homing torpedoes. Now, I just want to just a guess. When do you think maybe we could see those? Like how many years?
I hope we never see homing torpedoes.
Yeah, me either.
Because there's not really any defense against them. If well, can you? I don't know. Can you block their seeker? Like I don't know how. I'm guessing you could, but I don't know how it would work.
I'm guessing that it would definitely not be. I don't think the Blizzard would ever be 3.7 if they add the missiles. Like there's that's like having that's like having a modern nuclear carrier fight a pre-dreadnought. Like that's not fair.
And we also have the missiles in the game. They're on the Saeta, I think, the Italian machine. But I'm guessing that was to test them. I know they've talked about in the past how for the PGO2 and the Spaviero they're thinking of adding them to those. That would just massively bump up their BR as well. Or they could just make them really jank to use. So that could be a way of adding them.
That would be one way. What do you hope to see?
I think I would give it 2 years before we see that. I think they're going to fully focus on thingies first.
Yeah, because I really want them to, like, people to really appreciate the World War II era ships before we even dare on to move to missiles.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Before, I have a question for you. What do you hope to see added to War Thunder this year, or naval, or anything really? Or I mean next year, sorry.
For naval, I'd like to see more of those bowler decorations. The decorations they do in naval are bloody amazing.
I love the Sherman.
Yeah, exactly, the Sherman DD. It's
I really wish I was able to put a Sherman on my Wyoming turret. I would love to put decorations on turrets, but they don't allow it for some reason.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
Do you hope to see any other ships added, like certain ones?
I mean the main ones I'm looking forward to are basically the big ones. Not to play though, but more just to see people's reactions, and also to see if we can get, now that they're doing these Memorial Day things, whether they're doing like, oh well, get X kills in this vehicle over this period because of this battle. I think in naval they could do those a lot. And to see more and more iconic ships of World War II be added, which, you know, are the larger ones, it would be awesome to see. Like, and, you know, it's another way of being able to, you know, tell people history. And naval history is very, very well documented.
Yeah. I'm mostly looking forward to see, like, the Nevada class, the Pennsylvanias. I think stuff like that's what I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah.
And I know historical matchmaking. I know that's like such a, you know, blah, you know, just quiet. But I think the only, like, for naval, when it comes to like historical battles, like when it comes to Guadalcanal, Like, I think naval would be like one of the only ways you could possibly do historical matchmaking. Because
Yeah, I
on
agree
most
with
of
you.
the World War II battles, it was always like in Atlanta, Brooklyn. There'd always be like a Mikuma. I don't know when they're gonna add the taco ships.
Hmm.
I'm not sure when they're gonna add those, but and then you had like stuff like the fast battleships of Japan versus like Washington. I think that would be the only way to like possibly do historical matchmaking for
Yeah, I think
naval.
so too.
Yeah.
Then you got to figure out the next step, though, to historical matchmaking, which is how do you get everybody to play each vehicle and not just want the big one?
Yeah, exactly.
Because instead of having, a bunch of destroyers, a bunch of light cruisers, and a few heavies, you're just gonna have 20 people who want in the heavy cruiser.
Yeah, you're
Which
gonna
is
want
always
like
fun.
everybody in they could possibly do like a Battle of Jutland thing. Maybe, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. We do have like Germany versus Britain. We do have the battleships. Like what? We got Von der Tann, then we got like Kaiser Westphal and Helgoland. And then for Britain,
If they
we
do
got
that,
like Marlborough,
Iceberg,
Dreadnought, and then Colossus, and then we
and
have the
people would
Invincible.
just leave the game and
I
move
think
on
that
to
would
the
be
next one.
fun. Maybe like a Battle of Jutland event.
But they
I'm
could
not
do
sure
it
how
like
many
that,
people
yeah.
would participate in that, but I think that'd be something cool.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely give it a go.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to see better ships this year.
Yeah.
And like maybe a new game mode because I'm kind of getting tired of point capture.
I'm sure you'll be back. I'd be
Um,
amazed if it isn't.
Yeah, if it isn't, that'd suck. And then for Russia, just I'm sorry if I keep on, continue to ramble on, but for Russia, do you have any good naval CAS options? Like, because IL-2s aren't working out for me.
I mean, if you got the Tisma, but that's an event vehicle.
Yeah. I know a lot of people are using the TU-1.
Yeah, it's not well. If you, the TU-1 is good, the TU-2 is also very good. Then, so you could use those at high tiers.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, it's got big old bombs on it. P8, of course, classic.
Oh, that's the best.
Just annihilate something under you. But no, the Soviets have. They don't just have issues with CAS and naval. They also have issues in ground as well. Like in the mid BRs, they just really struggle for like those dedicated fighters with bombs on them.
Yeah. Like they have plenty of top tier jets. Just stop.
Yeah.
Hold on, because they got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11.0s.
It's crazy.
And then they have it's crazy. All right. So I hope you have a Merry Christmas, and I hope you have a good year.
Oh, I will do. You too, man. Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much.
And thanks
This
for
is
coming on.
your channel's honestly been my favorite for War Thunder this whole year because I don't know if it's just me, but some others have really fallen out.
It is how it is, man.
All right. Well, you keep being awesome and all that good stuff. Thank you for like making my year better.
Thank you, man.
Hey, you're welcome.
Have
Thank
a
you for
great
having
New
this
Year.
discussion. You too. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Oh, it's nice. Alright, next we have Bigums Dickums. A name to rival Caesar himself. Right. Hello?
What's up?
How are you?
I'm doing good.
What do you want to chat about today? What's going on?
Well, I'm gonna say, let's start off with China.
China, okay. I'm there.
Yeah.
Ni hao.
Oh my god. Oh shit. My other fucking computer on also shit.
That's all good.
Top tier isn't exactly the best right now for us playing China.
True.
Yeah. Do you see any possible ways to improve that, or any?
Do you mean for
things?
aviation or ground, or both?
Ground.
For ground, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there is ways that they can improve it. They've improved it massively over the last year. You know, like you know, they've added the ZTZ99s. They've added the AAs. They've also added the the tank destroyers and stuff. There's obviously been a lot of work put into China over the last year and a half when it comes from Gaijin. And they can add more ZTZ99s. I think we have the stage 3 or whatever, so they can add the stage 2
Yes,
in.
we are.
Yeah, and then there's other 96s they can add. There's also a few other kind of ridiculous machines that they could do too. So there are options for China.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see they're doing the light tanks as well, like the ZLT. So yeah, ZTZ88 and then the 80 as well. They could add, but they're a bit more lower to. But there's a ton of stuff. Like with China, it's just a patience game when it comes to them having a full top tier.
Yeah, and reaching top tier, that's also a patience game because spread's kind of a pain. Sometimes that is.
Oh no, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Like I didn't start having fun with China until I got to about 8-0. That was a long grind. But it's definitely in a lot better place than it used to be. Like I remember when I think when I played China, the top BR was 8-7. Like with it. Which was the M60.
And the new Bulldog dog is kind of good compared to like.
Is it?
Yeah, like my playstyle, it's pretty good compared to having to only use the M48. That Sable really helps.
Do you use it? Have you used the PTLO2?
No, I have not.
Right, okay. Because that's the I really like the PTLO2. And it's basically the same BR or whatever. And I was wondering, would it be as good or would it be better than the other one?
I mean, I try to stay away from armored cars ever since I got the Class 3P from the event. Yeah. I didn't really have a good experience in that, so I didn't really go down the storyline that much.
That's fair. Well, what do you like about the M41? Because when I look at it, obviously the thermals are nice. The other things nice. Like the gun I suppose is okay. I just wish it had. Wish it was a bit bigger caliber. Is probably the way to put it.
Yeah,
but,
76 isn't exactly the best for anything.
But at the same time, it seems that it's. I mean, if you like it, there must be some good stuff about it. So what are you enjoying about it?
It's better against stuff with ERA compared to only hitting the thing with heat from the pattern. Yeah. I mean, it's not too big of an improvement, but it works sometimes.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Like, I think the armor, I suppose, is a little bit better than the standard ones, yeah. Ooh.
Speed's also nice with it, if you want to go get somewhere quick or cap. But it's kind of around there. It's not too big of an improvement.
It's got a really nice lineup around it, though. And that's another thing. Talking about the top tier stuff. Nice to see you, Pierre. By the way, hopefully your work's going okay. One of the things that a bunch of people were talking about, which I always thought was quite funny, was technically Taiwan is looking into buying like Abrams, or has either signed a deal for a certain year for them to be delivered. So a bunch of people were talking about how eventually, technically in War Thunder, China might get an Abrams. Maybe that'll help them out a bit.
You know what? That wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'd probably have to go down the American line, as there is American and Russian stuff there.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
The other thing is they could add other nations to China to try and help them out as well. But the nations they could add, I don't think help them out too much at the highest echelons.
No, I don't really see any way for like Vietnam or anything else to go in much. I mean, you could add some Korean stuff, but then you'll get the people that want the South Korean stuff over in America and all that, and that's just going to be one big mess.
Yeah, that is true. Do you play the aviation side of things as well then?
No, I haven't really gotten that far in aviation.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I always felt for me, one of the weaknesses that China had was their CAS that they have at most tiers is pretty shit compared to like a lot of other nations. So it made the ground grind harder because of that stuff. It wasn't very fun.
Yeah, I was thinking about buying the A5C to just speed up some stuff in it.
Well, that thing is pretty nuts, and it's probably going to be on offer as well.
Yeah, because it's got magics and M9Ps, I think, right? Or is it Ds? No, yeah, Ds. And Ps, sorry. Damn, can't speak.
Yeah, the magics are nuts. Like the super good missiles. Probably the best missiles I've actually used in the game. Oh, shit.
No, while we're
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh,
I apologize.
Sorry. I was gonna while we're on the topic of Asian nations, how do you feel about the great A6M6C?
That's the Battle Pass one, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I've always Zeros are always really fun to play. Because at least for me, because I really like defensive flying. I like when someone comes behind me and I just flip around and I basically I can force them to play to my strengths. And so I really will always enjoy playing Zeros because of that. The A6M6C is one of those vehicles that you can do that in, but at the same time it's fat. Yeah. So it's a little bit harder to do. So it's a bit more of a challenge, but you can still do it. The rewards on it are nuts. They're really, really good. And the repair cost I don't think is too high. But I still think I'd prefer something like the A6M5 Co over the A6M6C.
I mean, their repair costs can't ever be called high because that's less than 1K and it's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to see what happens in the next adjustment though. Got a feeling it might go up a bit.
I'm gonna cry if it does because I have a 5 plus KD in that.
Jesus.
Yep.
That's pretty good. But the yeah, I really like that. I really enjoy the A7 M2 as well. That one's super fun to play. And there's just a ton of them around that BR, which are just nice. I don't know how else to put it. Like they just have a good time. For the Japanese aviation tree is always really fun to play for me.
Yeah, I'm going down as about to hit rank 5. What tips would you give?
Well, rank 5. So you've got the N1Ks. You've got the N1Ks. You got the Ki-84s, and you've got the J2s, right?
Oh, that's rank 4.
Oh, is it? What's rank 5 then?
Kikas and jets and all that.
Yeah. Kika's really fast, but it doesn't turn. And it's pretty horrible stock. But it gets an 800 kilo bomb stock. So you can use it in ground quite effectively, even though it's stock. you really need to get that that mod on it that gives it 2 guns instead of 1, because well, 2 guns are better than 1. Sweet Dreams Ironcross, and the R2Y2s are really high repair cost, but they're really easy to play as well. Like, you basically, all you do with them is you take the bomb, you go around the side of the map, hit a base, and then you get involved in the fight in the middle, and then just shoot people until they all die. It's one of those which has like 2 or 3 really good turns as you're going around, and then after that it feels like a brick. So you got to be a bit careful with that, but it used to be insanely good, and then they took away its air spawn. Now it isn't. So it's still good though. But the Japanese, I suppose a lot of the jets got either moved up in BR or they got moved around, and a lot of them are not in a good place because of that. The F-40 is probably the worst saber in the game in terms of, its BR relative to its performance. And then also you have some other ones as well, which are also not in a great place, like which one do they have? The
The F-30, the F-40.
Yeah. The F-30 is okay, actually. That one's in a pretty decent place. And then, you get into the T2. T2's awesome. Really good right now. F1's okay. And the other ones seem to be pretty good too. I think generally it's like rank 5, if I remember right, it's about getting the vehicles mainly modified. If you can get them up there, then they can be really, really good. So I wouldn't. The only thing, as I said, is the kicker handles like a brick, so you got to be a bit careful.
So what I took away from that is bricks and okay and misplaced horribly from that.
Well, the kicker is good. It just requires setup because it's a brick. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I was talking about misplaced, like the F-40.
Yeah, the F-40 it's in a bit of a rough place. I don't know if it is misplaced because I seem to do well in the thing. Like, I did really well in the Chinese one, but I hated my experience flying it. But it just gets out-muscled hard by a lot of stuff. And yeah, the other one's the same, unfortunately. The Japanese one.
Yeah, I don't think that having AIM-9Bs at a possibility of 10.3 is really the best thing to have.
Nope. And you can defensively fly as much as you want. You'll eventually run out of energy and die. It's just how it works with jets, unfortunately. Especially when you think stuff like the F4 and the Mirage are in your BL bracket. What are you hoping to see next year? What would you like to see in War Thunder?
I would have to say just a slight decrease in like repair costs for like armored cars, stuff like that due to IFVs being able to pen and just destroy them quickly.
No, it was Broccoli 996.
And not too big of a economy fix, but just a small little buff to it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. There are some. We've had like 2 or 3 changes in the economy stuff, but no changes in repair cost over like the last 2 or 3 months, which seems a little bit odd. So I think it would be nice to see some changes in repair costs just to kind of supplement that, you know. Thanks for coming on, man. It's been a pleasure chatting, and I hope you have a good Christmas and a New Year, man.
Likewise.
Wait, I thought it was on Thursday, Taz. What did I say? Tomorrow? Yeah, I said Thursday, Taz. It's Wednesday. Alright, there we go. Nice to see you, Ephialtis. Hopefully you're doing okay. Alright, now the next individual who's on is Takao, or Takayo. I'll have to work out how to say that, and then do the opposite. Yeah, I thought we were doing Killing Floor 2 tomorrow, Taz, aren't we?
What's up, man?
How are you?
Not too bad, you?
Not too bad. What do you prefer, Takao or Takoo?
I'm actually Thought, by the way.
I know you are.
It doesn't really matter, to be honest.
Okay, I'll just call you Thought.
Yeah. So, the first thing I wanted to talk about today was my experience spading the Yeet Cannon.
The band cannon?
Band cannon, yes.
How does Freeman call it? The Baduka cannon?
Yeah, the Baduka cannon, yeah.
Oh my god. Baduka.
So obviously it's a giant piss-off artillery cannon.
Yes.
One thing I will say is that yes, you have really powerful HE, and it's like the first vehicle that has actually opened my eyes up to high caliber HE. And it's like potential. Because originally going into the vehicle, I was like, oh, it's HE. What can it do? It can't do anything.
Yeah.
It's got 7.5 kilograms of HE. Like, holy crap. So it was very surprising to me when I started getting like proper kills, like from the front on some even heavy tanks, like T-32s and IS-3s.
Yeah.
But I would say it is definitely a second line vehicle.
Oh, I'm doing well, Creeper.
You can, if you're ballsy enough, take it into like the first wave and all the chaos to maybe like get a few kills, but like I won't be surprised if if you do that, you die really quickly, because your vehicle has 20 millimeters of armor at most, I think. So 50 cals and anything above will easily rip you to shreds. And also your gun breech is completely exposed from the front, so because that is like that in the gun barrel itself, they're super huge, and people just like shooting at it all the time.
It doesn't surprise me.
yeah.
Just shoot center mass and hope for the best.
The gun itself, like I find the ballistics are pretty good for a 155. Like the longest I've ever had to shoot was probably like maybe 1.5 kilometers on the Volokhomansk map, or whatever you want to call that thing.
Yeah.
It was some poor guy in a T-44, and I didn't care. But yeah, the gun handles pretty nicely once you get used to it. Obviously, being HE, it's a slow round to shoot, or it's a slow flying round. It's definitely nice to like pick a spot that you can like watch over, basically, like like a light tank. Basically, you just sit in a spot and just click your spotting button, whatever. It's kind of the same thing. You just find a spot, camp out there for a little bit. But it's also like you have to be careful about it, because the gun has a very limited amount of traverse. It's like maybe like 10 degrees or something in each direction.
Yeah.
So you're very severely limited on how you position, right? Because you have that like narrow field of that narrow range to shoot through.
Yeah,
shoot
you've got a limited traverse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For mobility wise, it's shit, honestly. Like even after getting the engine modification, it's a little bit better, but it's still pretty shit.
Yeah.
Especially when you get like maps like that are big open maps that like have like lots of snow or lots of sand, where it kind of just like really bogs you down. Those kind of maps, they suck. Obviously, you'll have a lot better mobility always on like paved roads. So maps like Cargo Port is like mobility heaven because nothing really slows you down unless you're doing like zigzaggy moves or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But once I got the vehicle spaded, like it was pretty fun actually. Like I had fun playing the band cannon. And oddly enough, the the task you get to get 6 kills in a match, right? For the start.
Yes.
So we're 3 stars in, and every single time I've gotten that task was with the band cannon. So it kind of shows what you can do if you use the vehicle properly, or you're just really fucking lucky.
Yeah, true.
Because sometimes there's some points, some kills I've gotten where like really lucky, and some kills it's just like, okay, this guy wasn't paying attention, so he got spanked.
Yeah, you're basically, because you don't. I mean, do you have to aim with that thing, or is the HU just good enough to not bother?
Sometimes you have to aim, like if you're aiming like for like the flat front plate of like a tank, not much is gonna happen sometimes.
Yeah.
But most of the time, everything that I've shot at died the first shot. There's been a few exceptions. Like sometimes I've had to use like 4 rounds on a Centurion, and even worse, I had to use 4 rounds on a BMP of all things twice. which really caught me off guard. 'Cause I'm like, wait a minute, it's a BMP. It has no armor. One shot it should have died. But no, took 4 rounds.
Sweet dreams to Phoenix.
And that's like
Hey,
one of the
Damien.
things you have to be careful of if you start shooting at the same target multiple times, is you only have 14 rounds. So you have to be like very cautious of how trigger happy you get with some people. Because next thing you know, if you're not paying attention, then you have no ammo. And if it's like I call it King of the Hill because there's only 1 capture point.
Hey, Disturb, nice to see you.
But if you get like those kind of game modes where there's only 1 capture point, then you're kind of SOL, because if you don't have the capture point and it's not safe to go into the capture point, then you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but like overall, like I had fun playing that vehicle.
The basic way you're like, yeah, the way it sounds like you're describing it is it's a perfect vehicle if you follow like a person around and they get shot and then you can just clean up.
Yeah,
like it's like a good counter attacker basically.
It's like how you describe when you go play bombers, right?
Yeah.
You go in one direction for 10 minutes and come back, and whatever's left up is whatever's laying around is yours to clean up.
Yeah.
And if it's free kills, it's free kills. So that's mainly the thing I wanted to talk about, was just talk about the experience of getting that vehicle done. And I found it a lot easier if you just because what I did was I reduced my lineup to just 7-0. So I was basically using the band cannon and the IKV-91. So I didn't get up tier to something higher than I can avoid.
Yeah.
So I wasn't getting sent into 8.3. I only see 8.0 max. And the other thing I found helped was I had a bunch of those those backup things you could redeem that you can like slap on literally any vehicle.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like, okay, we'll add 10 for the start, and the thing costs like what 90 spawn points, give or take. So it's just like 90 spawn points the first time. Even if you don't get a kill, you're back in the game with the same vehicle for like give or take 100 something spawn points, and you start off with like 300, 400. So
yeah, it's not a bad idea actually.
Yeah.
Is it classed as a tank destroyer in game?
It's classed as a tank destroyer, yes.
Yeah. You get any use out of the HEVT?
I did not bother using it. It was honestly, it was one of the last modifications I got for it. It was like the second last one I got for it. And I took it out into the test drive just to see what it was actually like, and honestly, it was like subpar.
Right.
It half the time it would just explode before it even hit anything. Because it's like yeah, sure, it's a proxy fuse, and yeah, you can, if you're crazy enough, you can actively try to shoot down aircraft. But I think the intended purpose of it was to was it to be like an airburst shell?
Yeah, probably.
Where it kind of just like you kind of lob it over people, and then the pressure wave and the explosion would just like destroy them from above, kind of like a top attack missile, but like just a bomb.
Yeah.
But I honestly, I wouldn't tell anyone to use it because it's just a waste of time, in my opinion. You probably get better results just using the normal HE. I'm even surprised you even got HEVT in the first place.
Yeah, it was definitely a weird one. The main thing that would stop me using it is the radius, the trigger radius is tiny for the size of the shell.
Yeah. But yeah, I would just stick to normal HE and piss people off.
God. I've been trying to do the same thing in that 2S, but it's just...
Oh, the Arasaka thing, I think it's called?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just... You don't have the reload, so if you fuck up, you fuck up.
I joke around in the chat a little bit whenever I kill like the other artilleries, and it's like, ha! Bang cannon superior. Get wrecked, noob. So there's a little bit of shit posting in the chat when those things happen. I think one guy got was like, I'm pretty sure he was salty that when I got him, he was in a Type 74 and he came back with the whatever the Gepard is in Japan, I forget it is.
87, 89, something.
I think it's the 87.
Yeah.
But I just knew he was coming back for blood. He was insistent.
Good.
But it's one of those things that if you're alone, you have to basically sound war a lot. And I guess that kind of that's what I do most of the time. It's just because when you're moving, you have the engine revving, even when your volumes drop down to the bottom for your own engine.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt to stop. Just sit there for 5 seconds, listen to what's around you, and then make your move based on that, because it's a vehicle you have to, anticipate someone's movement. If you hear them, if you think they're gonna come around a corner, get in a spot where you can basically shoot them as they round that corner, if they're paying attention or not. So that's my experience playing that vehicle.
Yeah, I'm gonna, after this event's done, I'm gonna give it a go, I think.
Yeah. It's definitely something. It's different, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Once you get kind of used to its quirks. It's like the cheese wedge. It's extremely powerful when you know how to abuse its quirks.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Is there anything else that you want to chat about?
some things I'd like to see for next year. As much as I don't play Navy often, I would like to see the French Navy be represented in this game.
Yes, I would too.
As much flack as it gets in real life, being destroyed by the British and the Americans, in like North Africa and all that kind of stuff in the Mediterranean. They were there, and they have every right to be in the game just as much as anyone else.
I agree.
And there's obviously lots of interesting designs because the French like to put all their guns in the front, like the Dunkirk class of battleships and the Richelieu class. They all had their primary artillery in the front in these quad-mounted turrets.
Yeah.
Which I think would be kind of fun, just to see, the design be, played out in the game, how it actually works out in the game. Because we obviously don't know how it would work out in real life because they didn't get the chance to.
True. See you later, Pierre. Have a good time, man.
Some other things I'd like to see. Let's see here. Obviously some other nation counterparts to compete against Scharnhorst, because it honestly felt a little unfair that that Germany got this this nice big World War II battleship or battle cruiser, if you may, and no one else got anything of comparable power or strength. So I'd like to see at least something be added, hopefully soon. I'm sure they haven't forgot the fact that hey, we had this now big fancy battleship in the game now. Eventually we're gonna need to add its contemporaries to the other trees. So hopefully that comes relatively soon.
It isn't even top BR, is it?
I think
it's like 6.3, right?
It's 6.3, yeah. So it's top. Yeah. It's top.
I thought top was 6.7.
No, I don't think there even is a 6. There is 6.7, yes. The Wyoming 6.7.
I always found that super weird. Like I don't know why it's 6.3, because they lowered it on the second dev server.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I don't know why. Because when I look at it, I'm like, well, this thing is just gonna rock,
Yeah, it's like it's like I can't even think of a comparable vehicle of like any other, like either ground or air. It's like it's the new flavor of the month. Everyone's gonna want it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you kind of have to like eventually balance it out. It's like, hey, we have Gunai's. Sorry, is it Scharnhorst? Yeah, Scharnhorst. I'm like, hey, we have Scharnhorst in the game. Okay, what does everyone else get that's comparable? Either in power or in time frame, kind of thing. Like, I don't know. So like to see that. I would also like to see them revisit maps. A lot of maps. I know they recently brought back the Volokhomansk map, and to be honest, to some degree, I don't mind the map. I feel it's a more top tier oriented map.
Yeah.
Because you can actually, use the top tier vehicles and the map to their full effectiveness. Because you're not really like we have the Abrams, the Leopards, and the T90s and that kind of stuff that can shoot well over 3 kilometers away. But the maps aren't that big to actually have battles that you can use the full effectiveness of the vehicle in their range. So I would like them to see. I would like them to go back and redo, or bring up the older maps up to the current standard. Maps like Berlin, I hate Berlin. It just seems like it's one of the old, like the really older maps, like I suppose. I think it just doesn't fit the newer, more modern vehicles, because half the time you drive for like 5 seconds and all of a sudden you can look inside the enemy spawn across in Berlin pretty much.
Yeah.
God forbid if you have thermals and that kind of stuff, then you're obviously you can see everyone. I think I would also like to see on the subject of maps, I would like to see some maps be BR locked. So you only see like you would see the bigger more open maps, the higher you go in BRs, like like rank 6, 7, 8 if it ever happens. Maybe even rank 5 for the lower end.
They used to do that in the game, which I thought was actually pretty good. And then they added the map rotation filter thing, and then they removed it.
Yeah.
I never really understood why you couldn't have both systems,
Both systems in place, yeah. Because like there's some maps I really like, and there's some maps I don't like, but they can change depending on what vehicle you're in. If you're in like the early Shermans with the 75, you don't want to be playing on the big version of Sands and Sinai.
No, not at all.
Because you can't really do anything, and if you're up tiered in a 5-3, you're SOL because you're fighting tigers.
Mm-hmm.
And they're a little more designed for the long range combat. Or you get like Berlin or Cargo Port when you're playing top tier MBTs, when you're face hugging everyone in the first 10 seconds. So I like to see. I don't see why they can't have the two systems work in unison.
Yeah.
I guess if they do merge the two systems together, they could make it where like you can have a different preset map selection, map ban, map likes depending on like a certain BR or even a certain rank you play in.
Yeah.
So if you play rank 5 or rank 4, you can have a predetermined you say I want this map banned when I play this rank. I want to see these. I prefer these maps, and I dislike these maps. But that can change if when you go play rank 7, because a map in rank 7 you like, maybe a map you don't like in rank 4.
Yeah.
So, like if they could do that, I think that'd be nice. They would definitely they could probably narrow down which maps actually need more attention for modification or complete redesign, because then you can narrow it down. Okay, where do people most complain about what maps at what stage of the game, if that makes sense.
Oh, it does make sense. Yeah.
So I just see that. I want to know what happened to all the modern tanker profile pictures, because they had them in the game and one update like last year or something. They're just gone, and now it's like for the profile pictures in the game.
Yeah.
They had like a whole list of like a whole variety of modern tanker profile pictures.
Did they remove them?
And they removed them.
Oh.
And now now they only have a modern tanker profile picture for Sweden. and now they also have the more modern pilot profile pictures for for playing for jets and that kind of stuff. So I don't know what happened to them. I want them to bring them back because I liked them, and like I wasn't close to getting any of them, but I still would have preferred to have them.
Oh yeah, they did remove them. That's
so
super weird.
Yeah. I think that's all I have on my mind right now.
Oh, that's fair. That's a lot on it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder why they did remove them. That was super weird.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe somebody kicked up a fuss and was like, "Stop using my like list."
I think, if I recall correctly, I think I saw one forum post saying that the pictures were like were depicting like actual like people.
Yeah, they do.
Which doesn't make sense because the Swedish tanker, the girl one, is one of those.
Yeah, I know.
That depicts a real picture. So
I remember it was added and then it was removed for a bit and then it was re-added, and they
Mhm.
changed her face.
Yeah.
So it must have been something to do with like licensing or copyright. It must have been. Yeah.
Maybe yeah, but I don't see why they can't make new ones.
Oh, true. Yeah, yeah. It'd be nice to see them.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's all I have on my mind for this time around.
Oh, good. Well, I hope you have a good Christmas and
You too.
also a new year. It's
Alright.
you have a really nice voice to listen to. So
Thank you.
It's just nice just sitting and just listening. So
Hopefully, I don't put people to sleep like people claim you do.
Oh, I definitely do. You won't. No,
Alright.
your voice is much nicer. But
Alright.
anyway, thanks for coming on, man.
Have a good day, bud.
You too.
See ya.
Right, so since we are coming to the end, it is time for a quick fire round. So we'll have Panzer, Professor, Revan, Nigel, Iceberg, and also Kebab. Let's get everybody on so we can have a bit of fun and see what is going on. How are you, Panzer? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm back to doing it. I'm doing better now that I know more about the Valtors.
Oh, great.
Yeah, you're gonna love this one.
How are you, Iceberg? How are you doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Good stuff. Nigel, how are we?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Alright, good stuff, man.
I apologize in advance. Sorry for the background noise.
That's okay. Oh, God. Alright, fixed. Right, so let's start off. Why are you talking about Votors in my presence, Panzer?
Because the last Valtor they can add might actually be able to contest with the other bombers and attackers, not including the F-105. That thing's actually bullshit of how fast it is. To preface this was I played one match of 8-7.
Yeah.
Yesterday. So I was like, I just wanted to bomb. I did not get to my base. I got to mid-map and I died by an F-105 going past me. Like all the bullets looked like they missed, but apparently one of my engines inhaled probably about 5 bullets, so that wasn't fun. But it's actually interesting because you've seen the Wikipedia page on the Valtor, right?
No.
Oh, so they list 2 different radars that it can get. It's like a DRAC 25 and a DRAC 32 or something like that.
Right.
And I was trying to figure out, are the ones in game basically the same Valtors as the radars with the DRAC 32s? And apparently they're actually different. 1 second.
We're being attacked by children. Watch out. Keep your wits about you.
They're my cousins, but yeah, they're attacking the
It's all good. Don't worry about it, man. It's just
So
funny.
the Valtor, the weird part about it is it's not a actual end. If that makes sense. It was built. I think it said it was built as like either a 2A or 2B, and then it was not an actual end prototype. So it was built as 2A or B, and then it was changed to, I guess, a similar end variant.
Okay.
So it should have like an extra 1,000 thrust, which probably won't help it in the long run, but it's about to work. New radar should be able to use Matra 530.
Yeah.
It could break the sound barrier, unlike the other Valtors. Just a bunch of cool stuff.
Yeah,
But
that sounds alright. And it would be for France, right?
it should be for France, yeah.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, I'll probably I'll send you the research I'm looking at. The funny thing is, I talked to you about the Matra 530s and 511 that it could probably use.
Yeah.
But the author, it's an archive site, so it's on an organization website, but it's an archive site, and it's made by Zvi Chrysler of Israel. So it's a guy coming from Israel. And then I looked up his name. It's like, this guy is not just a one-off guy. He's actually talked about. Apparently, he has been pulled in for different like French, like I think American destroyers and carriers and stuff. So he has somewhat credible. It's not like he's just a random guy throwing information at you. But the funny thing is, it says on this that the Israeli Valtors, I don't remember which one it said, but should get flares. I don't know if it's. I think it's flare pods. I think it's wing mounted, so you lose bomb load. But I don't think that. I think that would actually technically make the bomb load better.
Thank you for the subscription, Ice Phantom. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Another thing that they'll probably add, because there's already Valtors in the game. It's not like it'd be OP if it was added. And people are complaining that there's the premium 2N for France being the early 2N, and basically a similar one for Israel, but it's tech tree. So that would basically fill out the, I guess, French 2N itch that I guess people have. But the next thing I want to talk about is helicopters.
Well, fair enough. You take a break. Iceberg, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
What do you want to chat about today?
So I'm curious. I'm a longtime War Thunder player. I've played since closed beta, so 9 years.
Yeah.
I want to see some of those old events back that we're never going to see again. Guardian Angels. Secret Weapon, Fly to the Swallows, all of that stuff. Think we'll ever see anything equivalent coming back?
I really hope so. I'm in the same boat as you. I think as like one-off events on the weekends, it would be nice to see. As long as they don't make it, or maybe the other thing that they could do is make it so you could do them in custom games. You know,
yeah, you used to be able to, and I was looking at that a few minutes ago, how they took that out.
Yeah.
I just recall the reason why they started removing them is with updates adding quote-unquote features. There were game-breaking bugs in those game modes. Need I remind you, what was it? The last one they ever did was Guardian Angels, and if you bombed a certain target with the B-17 and then plowed it into the ground, you would get, was it research points or a lot of lions?
You got a ton of RP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's also, there was one of the other ones as well, you could crash the game. I can't remember. It was something in Flight of the Swallows that you could do with the AI. You could fuck with them, and then it would just everything would just go crazy.
Sounds like the A4E whenever they first added that.
Yeah. No, I'd like to see those events back. Even if it is just like a rotating game mode.
Yeah, just a rotating game mode on weekends would be it'd just be something fun for the people who don't have the time to sit around and grind all day.
Yeah, and maybe at the same time, instead of having to research the vehicles to the events, maybe they could just make it so
you have the vehicle.
Yeah, they just give you it. Because one of the problems, I remember talking to one of the Gaijin guys about it, like why didn't they bring them back, was the fact that like 90% of the time, 90% of people queued for one side. So it meant that one side had crazy queue times and the other one had no queue times. Yeah. So
they'd have to find a way to balance that out.
Yeah, they'd have to make it, I don't know, where you either can't choose which side that you are, or they'd have to do a few balance things for which vehicles are available.
I think that would be a good way to do it. And plus that'd be an even better way. You could have like people make custom games right now for air versus naval stuff. That'd be a good way to be able to do that and integrate naval into more core of the gameplay than just what naval is now.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I think there hasn't been a successful mode yet which has been able to incorporate obviously all three of the major game modes. But I feel like in an event setting where you're going to get slightly less people about, I think it can be done.
Yeah, it'd just be a good way to see them bring events and stuff back into the game, aside from like Operation Winter and those style of events. But
well, what do you think about the event like World War II Chronicles?
I really enjoyed the idea of it. The whole command aspect of it is interesting because you can have some people that don't know what they're doing ruin it for the people that do know what they're doing, because they just either don't want to listen or just don't know what they're doing is the bottom of the line.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, that can be a bit annoying.
The sub-game modes in the Chronicles events where you have, certain vehicles can only be brought into certain battles.
Yeah.
I liked that. That was something I thought was really nice. But you mentioned it earlier when I was talking about it, is, people just leave the battle if they don't get the vehicle they want. Which we saw plenty of that. But it was a really cool way, like, when they were testing that for World War II Chronicles, I remember really specifically they did, like, something on Advanced the Rhine, where there was a certain amount of Shermans and a certain amount of, like, M26s versus, like, 6 Panthers, a couple of Tigers, and then everything else was Panzer IVs.
Yeah.
Like, I really liked how that was done. That was really well balanced, and, like, it made you, if you were lucky enough to get those vehicles, like, you had to play smart and preserve that asset.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But other than that, it's just seeing the game change over the past decade has been quite the journey.
It's been crazy, hasn't it? Like when I think about even 5 years ago, not even going like the whole way, like just, God, man, I need to do like a recap at some point. Like of
I've been sitting here contemplating doing a video essay on War Thunder, chronicling all of its updates, but I'm sitting here like, I don't have the amount of time to do that.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort.
Like, that is a lot of work. But I think it would be a good way to show the community, like, where the game's been and where it's going.
Yeah, I think so too.
And maybe it would be a good little wake up call to Gaijin as well. Just a little poking at them from time to time because they need it.
Oh, of course.
I still remember years ago, we're never going to add air-to-air missiles into our game, or we're never going to add modern vehicles to our game, we will make a separate game. We look at them now.
Yeah. I remember the one was they wouldn't even go past. It was like 1958 or something.
Like we're never going to go past Korean War era stuff.
Yeah. Israel Tech Tree's okay, man.
And then someone said money. But yeah. No, that's all I got. Enjoy the content. Keep it up.
Oh, I will do. Thanks for coming on, man, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
All right, Kebab, how are you doing? How's life?
I am very good. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's coming to the end, but feeling pretty good. Pretty successful day today. Got everything I needed to do done, so... What do you want to chat about today?
Well, a couple of things. First off, he's probably heard it a lot since the last update, and it's the Israeli tech tree.
Mm-hmm.
And first one, they put only the planes, and there wasn't even the ground texture for it. I checked to see if they put in Hebrew speech in the cockpit and the tower control.
Yeah.
And to my surprise, they were speaking English at first. I was like, okay, well, maybe it's work in progress. And since I've been playing this game forever, since they released Wings of Prey, I think, I was like, if I remember correctly, it was maybe somewhere near Christmas as well. And I woke up to a pleasant surprise in Steam. And who knew this would become like this huge thing we all play.
Oh, it's nuts.
Constantly, yeah. Anyway, so I was like beginning to research how can I contact the dev team. Maybe they need some voice actors. I know some guys who were in the armor divisions in the IDF. Maybe I could be of some help. And just as I found the correct email, they released the update. I go back in, and surprise, surprise, you have voice actors in Hebrew. Though they sound like
My day was good, no,
these commercial guys from the radio.
Oh.
Man,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm from Israel, and
So it doesn't sound real, basically? It's like...
No,
it sounds
it's
forced?
like... Yeah, very forced. It's like the exact equivalent to like, you have a hole in your right wing. So it's just like the same, and I was wondering if they did it on purpose or they just, this is the best they could find.
That's one thing I don't really know anything about, is their voice acting stuff. Because it doesn't ever sound real, their voice acting. It sounds like a movie. Like, and I don't know if that's what they're trying to do or what they're aiming for, but it doesn't sound realistic at all.
Although it sounds like they took the default phrases that the crew says and just translated it into Hebrew.
Yeah.
So like when you get a hit with the M51 and the guy goes like Megiano, the English equivalent for it will be like good hit.
Yeah.
Something like that. So they pretty much nailed it, though I wish the voice actors didn't overdo it as they did.
There was something about in the original teaser trailer for the update where someone was saying that they were speaking Yiddish instead of Hebrew. Do you know anything about that?
I've watched the trailer a couple of times just to see if I can hear any Hebrew language or phrases. They did speak something. I didn't understand what it was. I heard it Yiddish. I don't think it's somewhere. It was something like gibberish in English.
Fair enough.
But I'm not sure.
G'day.
Hello, Ulysses. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Feeling okay. But
yeah, I did have. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I did have something I just wanted to talk about. Thought it'd be pretty interesting. I was recently on holiday up north last week, and I was in a tank museum, and I came across a very interesting vehicle that could be added, but I'm not sure about the implementations. It's the Australian Leopard AS1, and I think it would be a decent event vehicle for the British, but I know they're not doing top tier rewards for anything outside of the big three. What's your thoughts on that?
What is the AS1?
So it's kind of like a Leopard 1A5, but modified for the Australian Army. So, yeah, it's kind of something that would sit around that 9.0-ish BR, 8.7, 9.0 BR, which I think is where they need to be for those sort of top echelon rewards for some of these events, like the star events, not like really high. So I was thinking it could be a good event vehicle, but if it was going to be added, it'd have to be added in the British tech tree. And I don't think they're too keen on putting those high tier rewards in anything outside of the big three nations. So I was wondering, would it be a possibility, in your opinion?
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, and if not that, it could easily be a premium, right? But
yeah,
for me, I'd love to see vehicles like that. I think that would be really good to really good to see them break away from this, because they never used to do stuff like this where they just did it for the top three. There was always a little bit, of difference. Give a bit of love to everybody else, but anything to bolster that bloody 9-0 lineup for Britain, I'll be down.
Yeah, I also feel that like Australia needs a little bit more representation, because at the moment you can't really build a lineup around Australian vehicles. I mean, you got like the Wirraway, the AC1, and maybe something else at low tier. But the only other high tier-ish tank is the Mark V Centurion, which is a battle pass vehicle. So I really want to see a little bit more of my own country to play around with.
Oh yeah, I agree. And I mean, with the AC1, you got the boomerangs, you got the is it the AC4 as well? I'm still waiting for them to add that one which has the two 25 pounders or whatever on the AC chassis. Like, it's got a weird dual gun setup, which would be pretty fun.
Some pretty interesting vehicles out there. They're quite weird and wacky designs. They're not really conventional.
Yeah.
Because when I was up at the tank museum, I was looking around and there's some lots of them are modifications. Yeah, I actually got a bunch of pictures when I was there. They had stuff from like Capards. They had a bunch of Leopards. They had a couple, like a T-72 and a bunch of like SPGs, APCs and stuff. So it was pretty cool.
If you wouldn't mind just chucking some of them in like the History Channel or something, I'd love to see them.
Yeah, hell yeah, we'll do.
Now the one Australian vehicle I would love to see is your I always forget its name, but I think it's called the Kangaroo, but it's basically the late war P-51 looking thing with the crazy engine.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that one would be really cool to see. But I'm sure, I mean, over the last few years, surprisingly they've added a bunch of Australian vehicles.
I'm liking seeing a few more of them.
Oh, of course, yeah. How are you, Nigel? How's life?
Good.
You surviving the children?
Yes.
Good. What do you want to chat about today?
Not much, but some things I've been thinking about.
Hey, Alex, how you doing? Suggest.
What if there was like a premium M48 that belonged to Elvis Presley as like, an event vehicle or something?
Did Elvis have an M48?
Yeah, he served in one from what I remember.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, why not? Like, I mean, I don't understand why they kind of stopped with like the Cobra King, and with doing like unique premium vehicles. Like, you could even do something stupid like Arnold's M48 or M47 or whatever he has,
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it can have like that skin, and then it can have a default one. So all the historical players don't get pissy about it. Like it would be really nice to see them do stuff like that. I'm super surprised they haven't done more brand marketing stuff like that.
I'd also like to see JFK's PT.
Good stuff,
boat to
Alex.
return.
That's great to hear, man. Say again, sorry?
I want to see JFK's PT boat return.
Oh, return? Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that too.
But with like the 37mm AT gun it had.
Yeah, I wonder if they're ever gonna bring those back. They don't seem to ever bring back like pre-CBT vehicles, and I don't really know why. So there's no reason not to. Like it's been long enough, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe at least as a one-off. But I think more iconic vehicles, either with people serving in them or from movies and stuff. Like I would really like to see the Chaffies out of the Battle of the Bulge. You know, which was supposed to be Shermans, or the M47s, or the Patterns, which was supposed to be Tiger tanks. Like I just love to see stuff like that. Like even if it is just a skin, and that's it. Like it would be, obviously, you know, there's a bunch of lawyer stuff involved in that, but just from a pure enjoyment point of view, I would really like to see those.
A T-34 for the movie T-34.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, God.
Put a couple photos in history. There's one of the AS1 and one of me and a Pershing M20s. Excuse me.
Oh, lovely stuff. How are you doing, Professor? How's life?
I am doing all right, I guess. Could be better, but I am doing all right.
Good. That's always positive. You're not dead. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I guess that's a positive on some days.
What do you want to chat about today?
Well, I have something very controversial.
Uh-oh.
And it was controversial when it happened, and it's still kind of controversial. But remember when the Leopard went to 7.3?
Yes.
And the reason was not because of how it was doing or the stats, win rates, or nothing, but because the M48 was not being played enough. That was Gajin's specific ruling on why it went down.
It wasn't that it was being played enough, it was that it was getting shit canned.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So, now that the RU-251 has been in the game at 7.0, because it got moved up from 6.7, and the Weasel is 7.0, what do you think about raising the Leopard back up to 7.7, but putting the Martyr A1- down to 7.0? Because the Martyr A1- is, in my opinion, not as good as the BMP. So therefore, you would have a Martyr A1-, the M48, the Weasel, and the RU-251 at 7.0, and then the Leopard would no longer be needed at 7.3.
I mean, they could do something. They could do something like that, yeah, and then kind of separate the BR brackets on themselves. But it all depends on the stats that they're looking at, right? And they're basically they're gonna base it on where to move stuff, how well certain vehicles are doing in that bracket, whether that's a good way of doing it or not.
What do you then do with? Sorry, go ahead.
Because I don't agree that the Leopard should be 7.3, and I didn't agree with it then.
Yeah.
So how do you then bolster a lineup with the Leopard if it is 7.7? Because from what I remember, there's really not much around that 7.7 for Germany.
Well,
I mean,
you
you got like the mouse and stuff. But...
You have the Mouse, the Rakitin, and then the Leopard. And who knows this DF-105? I don't know if you guys have heard anything about it, but I've seen it do pretty good. And I wouldn't be surprised if that got raised up to 7.7
nice to
soon
see
as
you.
well.
Hopefully you're doing all right.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm not in pain.
Because
I'm
I
just
don't know
tired.
if you've seen any news on the DF-105, but
It's the Fireside
in the games
chat,
I've
so I
played
have to
with it, it's
concentrate
been
for-
like 10 kill games almost every time.
It's the Fireside chat, so I have to concentrate for 8 hours straight, so it's a little bit rough.
got moved up to 7-7. Now you have 4 7-7s there if the leopard went back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could do that. And then just... Maybe that's what they've been trying to do over the last year with all of these additions, right? Like they're trying to make 3 distinct lineups.
But I don't know if the Martyr A1 minus should go down to 7-0 or not.
Well, I don't think they need to move it down. Because there's so many good 6-7s that you can bring up into 7-0. Is the Spitfire better to grind than the BF-109? Depends on playstyle, but generally, yes. You'll have a better time.
But that is mainly what I had to say.
Oh, fair enough, man.
I will find something else to talk about for next time, I guess.
Oh, of course. Well, it's always a pleasure, Professor. Make sure to have a good Christmas, man, yeah?
Yeah, alright. Yeah, you too.
Happy New Year, man.
Yeah, same.
How are you, John? John's dead. How are you, Biggie?
Doing very well, thank you.
Lovely to hear.
I just wanted to sort of touch on how it is to try and play this game as it is as a new player. I actually played this game back in closed beta, and then as it came out of closed beta, and then I just fucking gave up on it and came back. And then I tried to get some of my friends to play it. And one of the biggest sticking points was that they were fine playing it right as it came out of rank 3. And then, as I've mentioned to you before, coming out of rank 3 and up until then, it's just that there's this wall of map knowledge where you just get killed. You have no idea where you got killed from, and there's just a wall. And my friends just don't want to play high ranks anymore. And I'm just like, I've asked you, and I tried to tell them what you told me to say, and it's still just not fun for them. And I'm just wondering, because I don't think my friends are unique in this. I think this is probably a fairly universal problem, this knowledge gap that exists, and there's no sort of obvious explanation or solution to it.
No,
you just have to play. You just have to suffer through it. What do you think War Thunder or Gaijin could do to sort of mitigate this? Like, how do they inform you on how to get past this?
Stop changing the game so often, so we can actually keep up with it. That might be a good start. But
yeah, probably.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that. So the basic thing that they have to do is either CCs have to basically CCs have to start making a fuck ton of tutorials, and that has to be worth their time to do it. So there has to be some weird ass like cross promotional thing going on, where like in game, like there'll be like a list of different videos that you can go watch, and they'll be all about different topics. They did it on the wiki a while back, where they asked people to make like a minute-long videos for different things, but a minute-long stuff is not going to help, you know.
Not really,
no, not for like map stuff. So yeah,
I've given them Tom's rank videos, which are incredibly helpful, but he doesn't go into detail on the maps, which wasn't his aim anyway.
No.
But even if you try and do something like that, it would take you 10 hours to cover every map.
Yeah,
it depends on which vehicle you're playing. And I feel like that is almost 100% of what controls your success at the high tiers, really.
Yep.
Where you go on a map.
Yeah, it's power positions. Pretty much like 80-90% of the start of the game is power positions. So, I mean, you could probably, I could, or somebody else could probably make videos where it's like, okay, here's like the 5 places to go, right? Like you could probably do stuff like that, but the problem with even that is the maps change. Like we've had, I don't know, at least 5 maps change this year already. Not like the not the added maps, but like just ones which have been in the game and have been revamped. So even then, you make a video and then, or you learn something and then it's changed within 2 months. And that's the problem. It's like, it's a really bad situation where you have to constantly adapt to what's going on, which makes like certain maps really frustrating to play. But I think the only way you could do it is through videos, and because Gaijin aren't going to do it. Well, actually, no, they do it a little bit. They just do it at a really slow pace. If you watch, I think it's the shooting range, they actually do like a map analysis part of the shooting range every time. The problem is some of the things they say is really bad advice. But at least they're trying.
I don't really think this is something they can address through third-party stuff like videos or even in-game tutorials. And one of the things that kind of struck me as odd is they kind of train you like they like when you're playing lower tier stuff, you are playing on maps and game modes, and then as soon as you upgrade BRs or something, they change the game modes on you.
Do they?
They're not the same. No, when you go up in BR, there's different game modes. The same maps, but that doesn't mean that the game modes are the same. Usually, on lower tiers, you have the 3 caps, but very often when you go up in tiers, you have a single one, and that changes stuff.
Oh, right, yeah.
Not like by a massive amount, but still enough where the power positions change.
Yeah, it changes positioning entirely.
And it kind of discourages people who just unlocked, like, just imagine going from, you went from like 3.7 or 4.3, and you go into 5.3 or 5.7, and not only do you have, like, you follow the YouTube advice, get an entire lineup before you go up, and every single vehicle in that lineup is stock. And and then you just you end up in a map pool that's different. There's new game modes on maps you thought you knew, but they're different now. Like, why are they changing up the game modes when you're already dealing with a new BR? Like, why?
Yeah, I think I didn't realize all the 3 major game modes went standard from like rank 1. Like, I thought they were all there. But I suppose if they're not, then yeah, they should just make it so all of them are the same across the board. But yeah, that's the real test in the game, when you have like one of those full stock lineups, and because a lot of people will just play that for like a few games, then go, screw this, I'll go back to low tier. But
exactly, that's what I'm dealing with my friends. They're like, oh, okay, now all the game modes are different and the maps are different. I'm seeing new maps I didn't know, and also all my tanks are shit. Like, thanks, dude. I'm gonna go back to fucking 2.7. Fuck you.
But the question is that a bad thing? Unless obviously you want to play higher tier.
It's a bad thing for Gaijin. Because these guys are being deterred from ranking up. They're being deterred from using GE. They're deterred from using money to advance in the game. So, and also, like, we should be concerned that new players aren't interested in going up in tiers, because that affects our queue times.
Yeah,
eventually.
Yeah, that's fair. God, there really isn't like an easy way of doing it. Like the only easy way is instead of throwing them in the deep end like halfway through, you throw them in at the start, which is
basically
a terrible idea.
Just a simple thing of like giving every BR the same map pool and the game mode pool.
Yeah.
So you only have to get used to a new BR and new tanks to fight. Not, oh, this is a new, like, now I have to get used to new power positions and all these fucking tanks that I've never seen before. Like, one at a time.
Yeah, right? I think that's fair. Yeah. I'm really surprised by the game mode thing. I thought because I've definitely seen a few battle game modes at lower tiers, but you are right, it's mainly just the domination stuff. The other thing as well is I think the general idea, or at least from what most of the time when I've talked to people, the general idea is that you start off with arcade, and then that's where you learn like the general maps, and then as you progress, some people move to realistic and stuff like that, and by that point, they've got an inkling of what's been going on in what we'll class as a little bit of a safer environment compared to realistic, where bang, you're just dead like that, and you don't see what's coming. So maybe that's supposed to be seen as kind of a way to get used to them, instead of because in realistic, it's horrific if you don't know what's going on and you just get annihilated.
Is it really better though in arcade?
Yeah, because you got markers, so you can kind of work out where people are. The map is a lot more friendly as well.
I've ripped the helpy wheels off my friends and just told them to go right for RB, and I think it's the right call, honestly.
In the long run, if they can survive, yeah.
Yeah, but is the answer to tell them to go arcade to learn the maps and then come back to RB when they're not getting slaughtered? Like, is that the answer?
It's not the answer, but there isn't an answer. It's a better. That's the thing. There isn't an answer apart from true grit, which is why you have people like me who have lost their soul, like to
the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, exactly. Like deals with the devil and everything. But
I just think there's a game design answer here, and Gaijin hasn't stepped up right.
Yeah, there probably is. Like,
sorry
I know. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry for scooting on in here, but I just launched War Thunder and everything's 50% off. Am I out of the loop or something? What's going on here?
Christmas sale.
Christmas.
I see. Sorry.
Special sale just for you.
I just thought,
Didn't you get the memo?
thought it was quite strange.
Yeah.
You have 2 days to buy presents, by the way.
Alright, well, looks like I'm grinding up my TADU for the next 2 days.
I think they could. The gameplay solution is one of two things. So in World of Tanks, or in other games that I've seen, one of the things that they'll do is if you have a terrible run of like 5 matches or 10 matches, they'll give you an incentive to keep going. Like whether it's like a booster or whether it's just like a random prize. And the idea is if somebody's having a shit time, you try and give them an incentive to keep playing. The other one is, which is what a lot of games have moved to, is I can't remember the name of it. It's the matchmaking one. The
skill-based matchmaking.
Skill-based matchmaking. Like those seem to be the only two ways that would actually fully solve this. But at the same time, they have huge negatives as well.
I mean, squadrons on themselves will break SPMM.
Well, true, completely. But it could average out, right?
It could average out, but then you ruin like half the lobby's experience because you're overskilled, or you ruin your team's experience because you've brought everybody up.
Yeah.
I don't think it's I really don't like SPMM.
Well, I don't like it either, but it's pretty much one of the only solutions you can do for people who are, either shit at the game or not doing well.
Like I think there should definitely be a limit to how often in a row you should be up tiered.
Oh yeah, that could be.
I've been playing with my friends through this winter event, and I can't tell you how often we've hit 7 in a row on an up tier, and it's really just disincentivizing them to play because they're just feeling, since I told them how to tell if you're being up tiered or down tiered, they've just been like, oh fuck, really again? Like, what are we? Okay, fuck this shit.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like, there's a limit on that would be nice, or at least some kind of respite, because, I mean, to me, I know what the meta BRs are nowadays, right? But if you don't know what they are, or if you don't have the vehicles of those BRs, then you just you're in for a pretty tough time.
Yeah,
I mean, I've taught them. Sorry, go on.
Something I noticed recently, I was playing with my mate who's just getting into the game, and what we're playing something like 2.3 Russia or something, I just noticed how kind of awful the smurfing problem is. Because like you don't really see it when you've just been playing top tier for so long, but then you go back down there and you seal club people and you get like 15 kills a game. Like I just don't see how that would be fun for a new player trying to get into War Thunder. Like I'm not trying to be a tryhard when I'm just playing with him. I'm just trying to show him the ropes and stuff. But I still end up just getting kill after kill after kill, and it feels like I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like it feels really unfair.
Yeah.
I think that's another reason why skill-based matchmaking should be a thing. Like I'm all for it. But yeah, I just an example of how big a problem it is.
I think
just had a match. Sorry, I just had a match just a couple of like hours ago where there was a 4-stack of squadron all bringing in King Cobras into a match that I and my friends were playing at 4.3. King Cobras 5-3, and they basically decimated the entire lobby. Like there was nothing basically we could do because we couldn't pen their sides. There was nothing. And that's just obviously a group of knowledgeable players really exploiting exactly like what they knew about vehicles. And I feel like I don't think the SPMM is the solution, because I've been a part of a lot of games that have tried SPMM and have suffered for it.
Yeah.
I haven't enjoyed it after it, but at the same time, I feel like there should be something that goes like, oh, there's 4 people in a squadron. Okay, maybe give them a higher percentage of being up tiered, or limit the amount of times they get down tiered. Like 4 people in a squadron using like premium vehicles being down tiered, it doesn't really sit right with me.
Yeah, there is special matchmaking, at least in ground, for squadrons, but it just matches squadrons v squadrons. So you can get in scenarios like you said, where you can be in a squadron of 4-3 and you're against a squadron of 5-3s, and it's it's not very fun. But at least there's that, because guess what? In aviation and naval, there isn't. So you can you could face a full 4-stack and you're on your own. Like the only real way of solving stuff like that is splitting people up into 2 sets of 2 instead of 4. But obviously you don't want to do that because you want to have fun. So
I want to keep the possibility to have 4 people in a squadron.
Yeah,
but I don't feel like it should be. I feel like you should take some sort of trade-off for doing
some
that.
kind of hit.
Like some sort of slightly less chance of being down tiered, slightly higher chance of being up tiered, because you should be able to work through that. Like, just think, you take 4 people in, you should be able to fight against a lobby that isn't squadroned up, even if you aren't up tiered, right?
Yeah, true.
Just for every vehicle that joins your squad, just a tiny bit of negative. I'm not talking like big percentages, like 5% for every people in your squadron.
What about something more like ranked based matchmaking? Like say if you're like level 80 through 100, you only verse people who are that similar sort of level, or would that be an issue because there's not enough people at each of those ranks?
It could work if you have a constant flow of people coming into the game. But
Yeah,
I don't know if they do or not, that's the thing.
Yeah. I guess it'd be such a niche community that you wouldn't be able to implement something like that.
I think there's enough players, it's just, as Biggie said, it's queue times.
Something like World at War had, where it was that playlist that it put only levels 1 through 15 in. There's no one else in there.
Oh, that
could do that
exists in War Thunder.
Yeah, okay, alright. We implement something like that. The smurfing problem someone talked about, it's gonna fucking quadruple as soon as you do something like that. It's like, oh yeah, I want to get into the newbie lobby and I want to wreck faces, and then I'll just buy a new account. It's not. I don't think it's a terrible idea. I just think there's people who will abuse it, and I also think the guys don't want to reduce the queue time by anything, because I think they like War Thunder oil tanks. For every 2 seconds of additional queue time, I think they're seeing a fallout of players.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I can think of why the World of Tanks game isn't splitting their game up any more than they are. They have 2 playlists or something.
Yeah.
That's it. And that's why you get into a game like 2 seconds or something and you're in a game. They're super scared of splitting their playlists, and I think it's directly to do with just how much money they make, and that's probably why Gaijin... I'm surprised how Gaijin has as many playlists as they do right now.
Well, they have so many playlists, and they also technically have triple the amount of matchmaking brackets of World of Tanks.
Yeah,
Could
exactly.
you say that?
It's insane.
So would you say that then that same analogy would be applied as to why they wouldn't use some BR decompression or something like that?
Yeah,
that's the exact reason. It's not just queue times, it's also you don't want to have the same vehicle facing the same vehicle over and over and over again. It gets boring. And I'll tell you why, because in 2015 when it was just that, it was I think MiG-17 versus Canadair Sabre or MiG-15 versus Sabre, it was boring as piss. So yeah, it's
exactly
nice
why I quit the game when Ground Forces just came out, and I unlocked the Tiger, and it was just I don't even remember what I was versing, but it was just the game was just boring. I was always facing the same stuff, because if I was downranked against anything less, because I was at top tier, everybody would just quit, because what the fuck is gonna kill the Tiger from a lower BR? So I just gave up.
Yeah, there was a point where I stopped playing War Thunder for a solid year, and then I came back and started to enjoy it again. But I don't know. I just a few years back when I was getting into it, I started playing as Britain in ARB, and I was up to my Spitfires, and I found myself just not being able to progress anymore. I think that was a major stopper for me as to why I didn't keep playing back then.
Mm-hmm.
For a new player, and as a new player, I understand now that past rank 3, it's a massive turnoff for people, because there's just no way to progress unless you're either buying premium time, or you have so much time on your hands that you can just keep playing and playing and playing and playing. And yeah, I don't know. That's just my opinion.
And the other thing is, it gets worse every update, which is why nowadays it's pretty much impossible to research everything in the game.
Yeah, I think it's a bit misleading as well in terms of their advertisement, because they advertise all of these high tier things, and a new player that's coming into the game will be like, oh yeah, I can get all of this high tier stuff just by reloading the game, loading into the game, and then they realize, no, there's a few years of grinding before you can get up there with a normal person's schedule.
I don't think it's necessarily realistic that you can grind everything in the game, and I don't think it should be or it has to be. It's just how fast can you get to the things that they're advertising. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't take years. It might take a year if you're really bad, but you can get down to the top of one tree in less than a year. But then you'd probably need premium, unless you're unemployed. I don't think we need. I don't think we need everything being researchable by everybody. I don't think that's the barometer that we need. Like we don't need everybody to get everything.
But in order, let's go back to your friend's thing, right? So in order for your mates to be competitive and enjoy the game, they don't just have to grind through ground. They now also have to grind through aviation, and they also have to grind through helicopters when they come about.
Yeah.
And if you say that to them, in order to have fun or whatever, you have to do all this stuff, they're gonna turn around and they're gonna walk away.
Which I gave up on helicopters ages ago.
I have.
They've already kind of It's only one that I've had to finagle for now, but
Yeah.
I've got him to try and get planes to have casts for ground.
Yeah.
And now that Operation Winter is on, and me and another sort of dedicated guy who already wants to play the game is playing Coastal, and like the pressure's getting to him, and he's like, "Bro, I'm only got a fucking 2.7 plane, bro. What are you talking about, Coastal? What's that?"
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's already very daunting to try and get into any tree, and honestly, to make them playable, you also need to spend on the crew. Like,
Yeah.
I found since getting to the creator program, I've been spending almost all my GE on just fucking power level and crew, because otherwise things are just not useful. And I really feel bad for my friends who just they don't want to spend fucking half their paycheck just to fucking level crew up. Not to mention the premium time, premium vehicles, and all that basically makes the game playable.
Yeah.
So even at the same time as I'm saying that you don't need to level up every tree. If you stick to one, it's a lot easier. But there's a lot of blockers that are removed as soon as you start paying, which is
I
obviously
made that
intended.
mistake of not sticking to one tree when I originally started. Like I've got my phantoms for my Americans, but I just never started American ground. Like I've always been playing Russian ground. So I'm like halfway through the T80U for Russia and halfway through the F5 for America, but my Russian aviation, I'm up to like the MiG-17 or something. And I've just noticed how uncompetitive I am in when I'm trying to grind because I don't have that cast to support me, and I just can't even be asked grinding helicopters because I can't find an efficient way to do it because it gets seal clubbed in EC by everything that's a higher tier than me. So yeah, it's a bit of a stuck moment where do I go back and grind American ground or do I go back and grind Russian
Nice
air? Like what do I choose here?
Yeah.
And now
I
I've just kind
suppose
of been, yeah.
the difficulty is like what can you tell Gaijin that doesn't impact their bottom line? And what I would have to say is like the top thing is that I have really serious difficulty getting my friends to start playing this game because of these things, because of how difficult it is to get into the later ranks.
Look, if you didn't start at around like 2017 at the latest, there's not really much chance that you're going to be able to get to the high tiers because it's going to keep adding more and more and more, and you're never going to be able to get up and up and up. You know what I mean? Like that's something I've noticed when I was trying to grind through my American aviation because I came back to the game at late 2019, and by the time I was like, oh yeah, I want the F100, and by the time I got up there, I was like, okay, now I need to go get the F4s and stuff. And now I still haven't even finished it because I've still got to research all of the attackers, which I haven't done yet. So it's just this perpetual cycle of adding stuff and not giving us enough time to I think what they need to do is spend more time fleshing out the ranks and adding more newer stuff. Like that's something I want to see next year.
Well, you want to add more stuff.
No, but flesh out the lower tiers where, well, not so much the lower tiers, but just the lower tier jets instead of adding new big, like the F-14 and whatnot. I don't think it's ready for that sort of stuff yet.
I just had one of my friends quit because he was really into World of Warships. He joined the game, and he was I would say he had done rank 2 blue water on Japan, and he was halfway through researching the rank 3 Akazuki. And then they added the fucking Harukaze. And now he has to research that first. Yeah. And he just told me, fuck this shit, I'm out. And I can't defend that. I'm just like, oh god, you got Gaijin so hard, man. What do you... what am I supposed to tell him? Just pay up or leave, scrub.
I don't know why they have that rule in the game as well, or maybe they should suspend that rule, like during for at least like a few days around an update, because it's such a bitch move. Like
they should just let you research through. If you got any research points, just let them pass through. Because I was playing in 2013, I had such a huge amount of gaps in my fucking army. Like there were so many vehicles that I had researched past, and some of them I couldn't buy, even though I had researched a bit of them, because I hadn't purchased the fucking previous vehicle. It just smells of a bitch move.
Oh yeah, I agree. Right, I think I'm going to end it here for the day. So we've been going for 8 hours or something.
Oh jeez.
So pretty good.
I only woke up 3 hours ago.
I smell a bitch. No, you stream more.
Could I ask my thing really quick? Because my mic was
I'm going
dead.
to be honest with you. You can in a second. I'm going to be honest with you. I need to end it so I can go to the liquor store. Otherwise, it's going to close. Anyway, go
Fair
ahead,
enough.
John.
I understand that. Yeah, I was about to be like, "Well, that sounds like a bitch move now." But liquor store closing, that I respect that.
You're not going to call me a bitch after next week, though. You just wait and see. Anyway, go ahead, John. What were you going to say?
Oh, well, I don't. My thing was, since this year was really the introduction of all the smart weapons with guided bombs, guided missiles with lasers and all that, and obviously, probably next year we might see the introduction of anti-radiation missiles with like the Shrike on the F-105. Do you think they should make the mechanics a lot more difficult to use than they are right now? Because right now they're pretty dumb to use. It's almost brain dead to use any of the smart weapons.
Well, do you play on PC?
Yes.
Yeah, so for us it's probably easy, but try and do all that shit on a fucking controller.
Yeah,
right?
hell no.
So yeah, I think that they're going to be hamstrung, right? Like from my point of view, yes, it would be nice if that stuff was harder, because it can be heavily abused. And I've seen CCIPs are still massively abused, and I hope they change that stuff from like the arcade bomb market thing. With like stuff like MiG-27s and F4s, they're stupidly broken if you just let them go around and do stuff like that. But I feel they're always going to be hamstrung because you want to try and make it as simple as possible to use to have the biggest amount of, the biggest catchment of players basically who can do it. And the other thing is you got to make it work on console. So you got to somehow fit it to a controller. And if you make it way too easy on one and then make it hard on the other, then you're going to get a lot of people complaining.
That's fair. To be honest, I forgot console existed.
I mean, most people do, so don't worry about it.
What's a console?
I just don't know how the console players managed to do it, because I swear I've got every key on my keyboard binded to bloody something in this game.
Not that, then you have Alt for every key.
Yeah, then you gotta do Alt X, Alt Z.
Alt X, Shift X, Control X.
Control Shift Alt X.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how they're gonna do it. Like going into these
Alt
big
F4
things.
after 3 games.
I mean, they're expanding that multifunction menu, so I'm guessing that's what they're gonna try and do.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting when they add anti-radiation missiles. I'm pretty sure they're going to probably try this next year.
Standard arm and the Shrike. Epic gamer.
All right. Well, thank you all for coming on. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having us.
Been interesting.
Thank you.
And the next time we do this will be in, I think, 2 weeks. So if I don't speak to any of you until then, Happy New Year. Have a wonderful Christmas and all that wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
And
Thanks
see you guys
very
later.
much. See you later.
All right. Okay, guys, we're done for the day. It's been a good